Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final weekend of the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. We are in sunshiny Orlando, Florida at the Orlando Kart Center. It's not terribly sunshiny right now, but weather's going to get better and pick up here before too long, it looks like the forecast says. So welcome to our live broadcast. It's the final weekend of racing here in 2024 for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. 2 rounds at Homestead, Miami, down there in South Florida, and now we are here at the Orlando Kart Center, a longtime staple of the Florida Winter Tour, and so far through a round of qualifying and heat races yesterday, the track has held up phenomenally. Really good racing through the heats yesterday, and we are ready to get going here with our, per usual, Saturday format. The karts have just come off track from their morning warm-up. Everybody getting a 5-minute session to do a one last systems check, make sure everything is working and rolling the way they need it to, and that means up next on track will be round number 2 of heat races here for the final weekend. Micro and minis will be 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Everybody else will be 10 minutes plus 2 laps for this second round of heat races. Briggs 206 Senior and Master will kick things off for us here this morning. Everybody will run through one round of heat races. We will then break for my favorite class of the day. You know it. You love it. It's lunch. We'll break for lunch at 12 noon. At least that's the schedule. We'll come back with round number 3 of heat races. Again, everybody will run through. Same deal as before. Mini and micros will get 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Everybody else will run 10 minutes plus 2 laps. And then we will end the day with a single round of pre-finals. How you run in your heat races determines the grid, where you line up, where you start for those pre-finals. How you do in your pre-final is a direct correlation to where you will start the final. So the heat races are point cumulative. Where you qualified yesterday is where you start all 3 heat races today. If you qualified 5th, you start all 3 heat races in the 5th position. Doesn't matter if you win the first one, finish last in the second one. For that third one, you still start 5th. You earn points in each one of your heat races. Lowest point total at the end of the 3 rounds of heat races will start on the pole position inside row number 1 for the pre-final. Where you finish in that pre-final determines exactly where you will start in the final. If you start first in your pre-final, you finish 3rd, you start 3rd in the main event Sunday afternoon or Sunday morning if you are one of the morning classes. Of course, results, as always here on ROK Cup USA TV, are unofficial. Tech, the race stewards, and of course the scale line still have a lot to say in how these results shake out. But as we bring them to you here live, we're going to do our best to keep you updated on any changes to the starting lineups, to the finishing orders as quickly as we can. But if you're watching this race, you probably know a fair bit about karting, and that means you know that sometimes those things, those changes to the results and the grids, well, those take a little while. We are getting ready to go with Briggs 206 out on track. It looks like they're going to maybe give them a full lap here to get warmed up. I don't know. They come right out of the pits. Yeah, they're going to get a full lap here to put some heat in those Levanto tires. So Briggs 206 out on track now. Levanto tires bringing us the action here in Briggs 206 Senior and Master. And you look at Senior this year, and boy, nobody has had anything for that number 11, a Christopher Wakefield. Wakefield's going to bring him to the green flag here in heat race number 2 after picking up the pole position and qualifying yesterday afternoon. Wakefield going back-to-back in class victories as well as the overall victories. Again, we split the classes here. Seniors and Masters are on track together. They do not race each other for points or podium positions, but we do have them share the track at the same time. It'll be a staggered start. As you see right there, the Seniors are the pack up ahead, making their way onto the main straightaway. Behind them, the Masters. Jesus Portillo, the championship point leader in the 206 Masters category. The lights go out, and we're racing here on Saturday with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, and Christopher Wakefield uses that inside front row starting position to his advantage. And boy, look at the lead he already has as they exit that turn 3 complex and head into the hard right-hander turn number 4. Wakefield is your leader. 206 Masters now seeing the lights go out in their second heat race of the day. 206 Masters off and running. Michael Garrido picking up the pole position with Jesus Portillo starting on the outside of row number 1. Remember, Portillo, the championship point leader, coming into this first heat race this morning, the final round of the 2024 ROK Cup USA Championship. Wakefield already has, I'm not going to call it a full half of a straightaway, but it's pretty close already to a half of a straightaway. Wakefield takes a look over his left shoulder, checks back behind him, and he's got some breathing room. Wakefield picked up the pole in qualifying. It was Owen McCarthy going second quick, Sebastian Ribeiro third, San Felipe fourth, Mac Brown, and Anthony Bassett. Anthony Bassett comes in to this third and final weekend with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Bassett, the young Canadian, and although he doesn't have a podium finish to his record, he is sitting third in the championship standings aboard that Formula Kart, the FK. So Bassett doing pretty well here. He's trying to crawl his way back up towards the front in 206 Senior. He's scored in the 6th position right now. And there's a good look at your Masters field. Garrido and Rodriguez, the front two. Portillo slipping back to third off of his original starting spot. And the 206 Masters guys, they put on really good races for us back in South Florida down there at Homestead Miami Motorplex. Look at this race for the lead. That should be Diego Rodriguez going around Garrido's going to pull back even with him, though, as they make their way back towards turn number 6. I call that kind of the clubhouse turn because you've got the kart shop, you've got the rental kart center right there to your left-hand side, and that turn number 6 is a long, long right-hander. Drivers here at the Orlando Kart Center spend plenty of time putting steering input into their karts during a single lap around this place. I don't know if you could go to two much more different racetracks than Homestead Miami and then right here to Orlando. Wakefield clicks off another lap. His deficit continues to grow. Behind him, the 20 of Ribeiro, Sebastian Ribeiro, up around Owen McCarthy. McCarthy put the number 8 second in qualifying. Look at this fight for the lead in Masters right here. The 107 of Garrido got the job done in qualifying, but right now he's trying to get the job done in the race for the lead. That's the 100, the 100 of Diego Rodriguez Bravo. And again, I mean, I'll beat this drum all day long. People want to joke and knock on 206 because it's a lower horsepower, lower speed category, and unfortunately, Masters classes don't always get the respect that they deserve. Just because these guys are a little bit more, let's call it, seasoned in the game of life, doesn't mean they can't put on really good races. Look at this right here. That's the 107 of Garrido pulling to the inside at the end of the back straightaway. Garrido is around for the race lead, but Rodriguez not going to give it up without a fight. They need to be careful here because Jesus Portillo is right there. Portillo, the championship leader coming into this weekend, knows that the higher up he finishes in these heat races, the better for him, as that'll give him an opportunistic starting spot for the pre-final. So the 107 of Garrido has gotten back around out in front. Garrido led the field to the green flag here in 206 Masters. Such a technical track here at OKC in Orlando, Florida. Garrido, Rodriguez, Portillo, Romero, and Eric King, your top 5. Man, and around the outside, they're banging side pods with each other. Garrido and Rodriguez. Garrido hits it with the old Rotax hop up and down in the seat right there, trying to get a few extra RPM out of that 206, and that really is important. Look at him doing it. Every time he comes out of a slow, tight corner, he's going to be bouncing up and down in that seat, and you know that does everything from get a momentary, a split second, little bit of weight being lifted off that rear axle, you know, but you pop up and down, you bounce in the seat like that, and you're just trying to do anything you can to get that motor to spin a little bit more freely and induce more revolutions per minute coming out of that thing to the rear axle. And obviously, Garrido, he's happy with the results. He's out in front right now. Rodriguez takes a peek to the inside, coming down at turn number 4, thinks better of it, stays in line. And Portillo just barely clipped the inside curbing there with his left front Levanto. And that kind of set him a little squirrely on the exit of that last set of corners. Right here, turn 6 and 7, man, you spend so much time with steering put into the kart. As we continue to watch our 206 Masters sorted out here. 3-kart race, Garrido, Rodriguez, and Portillo. The front 3 behind them, Romero and King. And what's really impressive here is Diego Rodriguez. You know, he's kind of that guy. He's the horse right now chasing that carrot right out in front of him. Rodriguez, quicker lap last time by than the driver in front of him and the driver behind him. We'll see what it is this time by. Rodriguez, minute 6.83. Garrido, a minute 6.83. But it's actually Portillo now. Portillo, the driver in third, according to our timing and scoring, had the quickest lap out of these 3. Portillo went a minute 6.68. But look at Miguel Romero, the 4th place kart, minute 7.45. He's on an island all by himself right now because Eric King is a ways back. These 3 karts battling it out right now for the heat race lead and the heat 2 victory. Rodriguez almost had his nose chopped off right there on the backside of the racetrack. And Portillo's waving, maybe trying to have a short conversation with Rodriguez. Says hi, then says bye. And as always, it's the classic, once I get around you, let's work together and go forward. Can't work together when I'm behind you, but now I'm in front of you. Let's work together. So move Diego Rodriguez back a spot. Jesus Portillo up into that 2nd position. Looking out our window here for these 206 senior race leaders. The Masters fly right by us here in the tower, that right-hander turn number 4. Christopher Wakefield is about to make his way onto the main straightaway. Minute 5:01 for Christopher Wakefield as he comes onto the main straightaway. And that's your 206 senior race leader. He's, he's just out here doing what he's done all year, it seems like, and that's take a pretty leisurely stroll through whatever karting facility the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour finds themselves out. Wakefield flies by us. Our tower is situated just above turn 4's entry, that right-handed 180. And then the 20 of Ribeiro. He's quite a ways back. And then Felipe and Brown. Mac Brown's looked good in the first 2 rounds back at Homestead, Miami. Brown sitting 2nd in the 206 Senior Championship. He ran P2 back in January, and then Mac finished 3rd, at least according to my notes, last month in February when we flipped the direction at Homestead, Miami. Time winding down here as it looks like Michael Garrido finally starting to get himself a little bit of breathing room. Garrido last time by a minute 6.33. And Portillo was a minute 6.41. Rodriguez just lays down these really, really good laps. Rodriguez a minute 6.21. But in this race, he's gone up as high as the race lead, held that very shortly. It's kind of been Garrido's sort of race right now up to this point as the clock hits 1 minute remaining in this one for these heat races. For these heat races, ROK, Micro, and Mini are scheduled to have 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Senior and Master categories, Junior, Senior, and Master categories, Junior, Senior, and Masters categories are currently scheduled to have 10 minutes plus 2 laps. As always, sometimes those schedules and those race distances can change. If we get behind, if we're fearing inclement weather approaching the area, sometimes race director Chuck Yoder and his staff out there on the track will communicate with the stewards inside the buildings. And a plan will be made, and sometimes we've seen those 8-minute races get cut down to 6 or 8 minutes plus 1 lap. All kinds of things change. But we were talking about the 206 Masters race right here, and Garrido seems to have done a pretty good job here at putting his head down and just hitting his marks. And there you see the deficit. Garrido takes a look over his right shoulder, and that's the most room he's had this entire heat race number 2. Championship point leader Jesus Portillo right behind him. Diego Rodriguez runs third in that 100 card, and then Romero and King are your top 5 here in Masters. Wakefield, well, Wakefield, he's got nothing to worry about right now. Christopher Wakefield, nearly a little while ago, was nearly a full second quicker than the carts behind him. Change for position a little bit farther back. This could be a good race here in senior, or is this, yeah, that's the 47 of Mac Brown and the 8 of Owen McCarthy, and that's Anthony Bassett reeling in on them right there. So the Masters are reeling those drivers in 206 senior. The Masters not far behind them. I believe Wakefield has already seen the 2 to go, or he's on his way to come around to see the 2 to go. Here he comes out of the final corner. Christopher Wakefield's going to see the sticks from our chief starter, Shaggy, and 2 laps remaining here. Look at this, Mac Brown and the 8 of Owen McCarthy. I'm looking for the 7 of Felipe. There he is. So Felipe up in front. McCarthy, this is not for it wouldn't be for a podium spot anyway, as this is just a heat race. But again, every point that you earn in these heat races matters. So if Owen McCarthy and Mac Brown can finish up a little bit higher, they're going to. Right now, McCarthy has that 4th position. Mac Brown runs in 5th aboard that number 47. And Bassett not far behind. Anthony Bassett is in the mix for this as well. These are the drivers in 3rd, 4th, and 5th you're watching right now. Christopher Wakefield is going to make his way through the final S combination to come around and see the white flag waving when he gets there. Coming at you right now, that's the 7 of Felipe, the 8 of Owen McCarthy, the 47 of Mac Brown, and the 17 of Anthony Bassett. Here we go, now back to the 206 Masters category. Looks like things are starting to heat up for the battle for 2nd position as Garrido looks over, still has a pretty healthy gap from his leading rear bumper to the front bumper of 2nd place Jesus Portillo, but Portillo has company in the form of Diego Rodriguez. Rodriguez started this race in the 3rd position. That's where he runs right now. Portillo, your championship point leader, wants to do as well as he can in these heat races. 1, because it's cool when you do well. People are proud of you, and that gives you self-worth. 2, it's all about those points, right? So, white flag has been displayed. Christopher Wakefield, a minute 5:01 last time by, and he's fast, right? He's definitely fast, but Sebastian Ribeiro has done a good job here in this race to get quicker and quicker and quicker. At one point, Wakefield was running lap times nearly a second quicker than Ribeiro. Now Ribeiro within a half a second nearly of Christopher Wakefield. There you see the checkered flag light on the display, and out of the final corner, 206 senior heat race number 2 goes to the number 11 of Christopher Wakefield as he keeps his championship domination alive and well here in 2024. Here comes the number 20 of Sebastian Ribeiro. Ribeiro is going to end up in 2nd. Good shot right there. And then this fight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Sam Felipe is going to be able to hold off Owen McCarthy, but man, if McCarthy and Mac Brown had one more lap, it might be a different finishing order. Felipe ends up 3rd, McCarthy, Brown, and Bassett your top 5. And the 206 Masters heat race number 2 is going to come to an end here. Garrido outlasted the Sharks behind him, but it does look like Diego Rodriguez was able to grab that 2nd spot away from Portillo in the final lap. Rodriguez ends up 2nd, Portillo in 3rd, Romero 4th, and Eric King completes the running order here inside the top 5 for 206 Masters. Shaggy gives him that big, tall, checkered flag, and we're done. Heat racing is underway here at the Orlando Kart Center. Round number 3 of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. That was 206 Senior and Master. They are done. But we are not. We got a lot more racing coming your way here today. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is live coverage of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour here on YouTube. Nash Motorsports brings us the action here in ROK VLR Junior. Diego Ardiles comes into this final weekend of the championship as your point leader. That's not a surprise, as he has been dominant in this category, picking up the first 2 wins of the season. But how about Miss Sarah Bradley? Enters the weekend second in the championship, racing with the guys over there at Speed Concept. Sarah put it on pole in qualifying yesterday, ran to a 4th place finish in the first heat race yesterday afternoon. But again, as always, because heat races here are cumulative with points, where you qualify is where you start all 3 heat races. So Sarah Bradley will bring them. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm getting way ahead of myself here. I'm thinking about ROK Junior. I apologize. I got way ahead of myself there. Diego Ardiles, because I'm looking at the screen and I'm like, Diego, that's not Sarah Bradley. Diego Ardiles. We'll get to ROK Junior in a little bit. I'm just excited for the heat races today, guys. Diego Ardiles, your championship point leader. He got the pole position in qualifying. Brady Yeager is going to kick my butt when this is over. Alexander Vanchev qualified second. Cole Medeiros, Jordan DeLeo, Dean Peterson. Your top 5, Chase Gassial Lee, Ty Fisher, Sebastian Garzon, Matty Grace, and Amador Martinez signs the top 10. Lights go out, and we are racing here in Nash Motorsports VLR Junior. And boy, does it get tight down there in turns 1 and 2. But it's going to get tight right here in turn 4. That really, really tight right-hander hairpin, the 180, as our leaders make their way in and now out. Look at that. You can see them all fan out really wide through 4. Now they'll make the left-hander turn 5. They'll head back towards the clubhouse here. And then that right-hander turn number 6. It's a very fast, very flat corner, and you spend a lot of time in the steering wheel right here. Come out of 6 into a right-left-hander combination, turn 7 and 8, out of 9, and now they'll head for the hairpin at the end of the back straightaway, turn number 10. We got Karts locking up their brakes, we got rear end sliding around, but somehow, some way, I'm going to hold my tongue till they all get out of this corner. I do believe we are clean and green. 1 lap in here, the Nash Motorsports VLR Junior. We're off and rolling in this one. Not too bad of a start. Diego Ardiles, Cole Medeiros, Dean Peterson. They're behind him by quite a little bit already. Oh, a little bit of a hip check right there. A couple drivers, 3rd, 4th, 5th on back. Dean Peterson, Jordan DeLeo, Alexander Vanchev. Vanchev in that bright yellow suit with the orange and blue helmet runs 5th. DeLeo, Peterson, and Medeiros all up in front of him. Boy, Diego Ardiles, though, not exactly the Christopher Wakefield level of dominance that we just saw in 206 Senior. Oh, a couple karts strung out right there in the infield. Drivers are up and out of those already. We didn't see what happened there, but we got a couple drivers out of this one very early, as we're only working lap number 2 here in the Nash Motorsports VLR Junior category. Yeah, there you go. A couple drivers up and out of their kart. That's a really unfortunate way to start Saturday here on the final weekend of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Battle for what should be 2nd position here. No, that looks like maybe 3rd place getting swapped. DeLeo and no, Vanchev still behind. So Medeiros and DeLeo, yeah, that's the fight you're watching right now. Medeiros and DeLeo. The 819 of DeLeo getting around the 870 of Cole Medeiros. Good look right there at 2nd and 3rd. This is a stacked field, 41 karts taking the green flag for this one in qualifying yesterday, and you just spend so much time twisting and turning the kart around the Orlando Kart Center. Joked about it during 206 Senior Master, but there I don't know if there could be terribly more different tracks to go from one round to the next between Homestead, Miami, a very long, fast, and both these tracks were flat, but I guess what I mean is lots of flat turns, lots of 90-degree corners at Homestead, Miami, and you spend so much time on that track with the steering just pointed dead straight, right? You are trying to maximize your straight line speed anywhere you go, but at Homestead, Miami, it seems like you spend a lot of time. Vanchev, it looks like pulling out for a pass right here. Vanchev to the inside of Medeiros. Vanchev. Medeiros not giving it up just yet. Now he's finally got it. Move Vanchev from 4th now up to the 3rd position. But you go from Homestead, Miami, where you got big, long straightaways that lend into these flat, fast, 90-degree corners that you very rarely take your foot off the gas, and if you do take your foot off the gas, it's not for long. Sebastian Garzon, I think, has gotten around Dean Peterson. No, he has not. Maybe he has. Garzon and Dean Peterson trying to sort themselves out for the 5th position right now. That 3-pack up in front of them, that's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. DeLeo, Medeiros, and Vanchev, but flip Vanchev. He's now into that third position as you see the scoring monitor click over. And Garzone, Dupuis, Fisher, and Gassioli have all gotten around Dean Peterson. So Peterson goes from 5th to 9th. Very well could have kind of just gotten freight trained with as tight as these packs are right now. You get out of the groove in one corner, and if you're not careful, you can just lose a lot of positions. But I love the Florida Winter Tour schedule. Back in 15 and 16, we'd go here. We'd go, obviously, to Homestead, Miami in January to kick things off. And then it was alternating between West Palm Beach, Moroso to some people, and then, of course, the Ocala Grand Prix. Missed both those tracks. I don't know the history and kind of what happened to West Palm Beach. I'm not sure if that property still stands or not. But obviously Ocala Grand Prix getting torn down. Oh, trouble right here for the 831. Peyton Fayen, I believe that's the 831 of Fayen. Have not seen Fayen in the first 2 rounds of the Winter Tour. So trouble for the 831, slow coming out of a corner. But, when Bill Wright started this Florida Winter Tour Championship, I think it's been, like 25, maybe over 25 years now. The series just wildly, from the get-go, wildly competitive. And to this day, that's exactly what it is. All the way to 2024, it is still one of the most hotly contested, closely grouped packs of karts, no matter what the category, no matter what class. The Florida Winter Tour just always seems to bring the best drivers, the best teams, not just from the continental United States, but from all around the world. Drivers fly in to be a part of this. Teams haul equipment from very, very far away, and they do whatever they can to be a part of the Florida Winter Tour. And you see it right now. I mean, you see it every round. The competition always very good, very close, and you get young drivers getting a chance to really show off what they can do. And go on and prepare to go on to a spring and summer championship that, obviously they're hoping to use results and knowledge gained from those series and the Florida Winter Tour to build their career and move on, move up. I got a chance yesterday to go around the pit area, and we knocked out a few interviews that hopefully we're going to play either today or tomorrow for you guys, and talk to Sarah Bradley, talk to Fabio Orsolon, talk to Charlie Ropke, and a few others, just a wide variety of drivers, team owners, and people that are all looking to do different things. I'll tell you what Alexander Vanchev's looking to do. That's go from 4th to 3rd, now to 2nd. Vanchev gets around Jordan DeLeo right there before the start-finish line. Vanchev continues to climb the ladder. Vanchev started this race in 2nd, did not have a very good start, and look who has come to call. That is Sebastian Garzone. Garzone now trying to crack this top 4 battle. Garzone started this lap back in the 5th position. He's into 4th, 3rd now. So Garzone's got 2 already in 1 lap. Alexander Vanchev's the next car in front of him, and we still have 2.5 minutes in this race before we see 2 to go. Garzone is driving like he stole the keys to that number 850. Of course, there are no keys. You don't have to have keys to start one of these ROK VLR Junior machines. But that's just something we say. He's driving like he stole it. It's not funny if you have to explain it, I think. So what we don't have to explain is how fast guys like Vanchev and Garzone are right now. Nathan Dupuis has done a really good job as well. Dupuis has come along for the ride as well in that 841. And Nathan Dupuis qualified in 13th, and he's up to 4th right now. That's incredible. Nathan Dupuis has gone nearly plus 10 in this race. Garzone takes a look to the inside of Vanchev right there as they come on to the back straightaway. Move Garzone now up to the 2nd position. Garzone from 3rd to 2nd on the 806 of Vanchev. Nathan Dupuis just sitting right back there waiting and watching and waiting. What can he do? Where can he make a move? Tons of speed right there. And Vanchev is in the hot seat right now. Vanchev wants to go after Garzone and get that 2nd spot back. But Vanchev has to be very careful here, because if Vanchev makes an ill-timed move, Dupuis is going to jump, strike, and take the spot. Well, it didn't even take Vanchev making a mistake. Dupuis went up there and got it as they came into turn number 4. Prime passing opportunity right here just past us in the booth. And that will not be the first time you see that this weekend. I promise you that. Nathan Dupuis just went up there and took it from Alexander Vanchev. And Dupuis has just locked on to the rear bumper of Sebastian Garzon. And the two of them have made their way to the very front of this pack, but not the very front of this race, because Diego Ardiles is way out in front of this one. Vanchev trying to stake his claim and go back after the 841 of Dupuis. Yellow flags waving heading into the final corner complex. Or maybe that might be on the exit of 6 heading into the chicane 7, 8, 9. Chase Gassi-Ali, another Nash driver, has gone purple, 55.35. Whoa! Vanchev from way deep coming into turn number 4. He threw it all the way to the inside, said, pardon me, excuse me, coming through. And that's exactly what he did. Vanchev said, I don't think they're going to give it to me. I guess I got to go up there and take it. Vanchev, that was a big move. That was a big move. And again, I don't think that's the last time you're going to see a move like that in turn 4. Yeah, it's a really good passing opportunity when you're close to a kart, turn 4, is what we're talking about. But you don't have to be able to reach out and touch the guy in front of you. You can do what Vanchev just did right there, and you can make a monster move to go back to 3rd. Gassi-Ali was able to get around Dupuis in the shuffle right there, so Gassi-Ali up to 4th. And Nathan Dupuis slips back to 5th. Here we go. Now Gassi-Ali to the inside. He just Vanchev in turn number 4. They're not done sorting it out. Vanchev and Gassi-Ali continue to throw haymakers. This has allowed the 841 of Dupuis and Medeiros to catch back up. 1, 2, 3, 4 kart train right here for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. You know who's loving this? Garzon. Garzon out of turn 9, puts his head down, hustles it down the back straightaway. 2 laps to go when they get back to the line. Ardiles, he's setting sail. He's living La Vida Loca right now. He's up in front, plus 10 and leaving. Garzon's got himself a little bit of a gap. Vanchev, Gassi-Ali, Dupuis, and Medeiros, well, they're just not happy with where they're running. So they've swapped it a couple dozen times, it feels like, with this race already. White flag in the air, so it is 1 to go. I told you 2 to go when they got to the line. I was building you up, making you think we had a little bit more time. Psych, we don't have that much more time. You know who doesn't want to hear that? This pack right here. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There goes the 834 of Gassi-Ali. Going from 4th up to, no, he stays in the 4th position. Did he get around Vanchev? No, he didn't. Vanchev still holds that 3rd position. They'll make their way towards the backstretch one more time here. There is Ardiles. He's working up to lap traffic already here in this heat race. Ardiles is going to be able to kind of set sail and coast here through the finish line. Garzon looks pretty comfortable right now. Vanchev doesn't have enough time to try to make something happen here. There's the checkered flag over Diego Ardiles. He picks up the Heat 2 win in Nash Motorsports VLR Junior. Garzon and Vanchev survive a woolly one with Gassi-Ali and Nathan Dupuis behind them, rounding out the top 5. Cole Medeiros, Ty Fisher, Amador Martinez Sainz, Dean Peterson, and Lillian Scarborough. The top 10 in VLR Junior, brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Right before this race went live, our director told the camera guys, "Good luck, gentlemen. This is going to be a tough one to keep up with." And guess what? He was 100% right, because that was a tough one to keep up with. But that's why we've got the best of the business keeping up with the karts that compete in the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Diego Ardiles, Sebastian Garzon, and Alexander Vanchev are your top 3 at the end of Nash Motorsports heat race number 2. Well, if you enjoyed that one, I got good news for you. We got a lot more coming up. This is ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour 2024. This is the Rocket Racing Company ROK VLR Senior Heat Race number 2 in qualifying yesterday. As well as their heat races, these drivers got a chance to hit the track. Rocket Racing Company. I got a cool opportunity myself yesterday to spend a little bit of time talking to Cole Mathewson, who is a big part over there of RRC. He and his dad, Kurt, and tried to knock out an interview with them yesterday. Hopefully we'll get a chance to go over there and visit with them a little bit more today. But Rocket Racing Company, your presenting sponsor here in VLR Senior. Kasper Turaboyski. Boy, I sure do hope I'm getting that name right. If not, I apologize. We have not seen Turaboyski with us here in the Florida Winter Tour yet this season. Stephen Miller and Turaboyski shared the front row. Turaboyski went P1 in qualifying yesterday with a lap time of 54.83. Only driver in the 54-second bracket was the 997 of Turaboyski. Miller on the outside of front row. Emma Scarborough will start third with Alessandro De Tullio next to her in the 4th position. Alan Isambard starts 5th. Steven Eisert 6th. Ryan Persing 7th. Bernal Valverde 8th. Iser Torres Jr. and Frederick Manning your top 10. Stephen Miller comes in to the Rocket Racing Company VLR Senior weekend, this championship finale weekend, as the point leader. Stephen Miller is. De Tullio sits 2nd, and those drivers, again, Stephen Miller starts 2nd. Alessandro De Tullio starts 4th in this heat race. How you do in these heat races earns you points. Lowest amount of points starts at the front in the pre-final, and where you finish in the pre-final is where you start in the 3rd and final main event of the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Turaboyski on the inside, Miller on the outside, and that is a good-looking grid as they've got him slowed down nice and easy. 10 minutes plus 2 laps here for our VLR Senior Heat Race number 2. They are at a crawl, a literal crawl almost, as they come into the tramlines. Turaboyski and Miller see the lights go out, and we are racing. And it looks like Miller's going to go to work really quickly here at trying to get that race lead away, and he's done it. The 973 is Stephen Miller. Aggressive on the start. You saw him swerving, trying to find out exactly what was the best plan of attack on Turaboyski heading in to that turn 4, the right-hander on the opening lap here, and it worked to Miller's advantage. And honestly, that's impressive because we've already seen a couple drivers through our first 2 heat races today who started on the outside really lose out because you are immediately into the corner. They are a pair of right-handers, so if you are starting on the outside, that puts you to the left of the track, and you do not have a good opportunity. Fight for position a little bit farther back. Turaboyski now finds himself trying to hold off for that 2nd position. They come across the line here, and Alan Isambard and Turaboyski involved in a really good scrap right here early in this one. The 997, Turaboyski goes back to the inside, and that creates a bit of a log jam right there. Turaboyski got the spot away from Isambard, but slid a little wide on that exit, and you have to pinch your speed down so hard coming through that turn 4. It's so tight. That track gets very narrow. The right-handed 180, you got to slow down just to make. Look at that. They all looked over their right shoulder at the exact same time. That was awesome. Isambard now back to the 2nd position underneath Turaboyski. But those 180s in turn 4 and at the end of the back straightaway, obviously you just got to slow down a lot to begin with to make the cart rotate all the way around and go back the other direction. But the track gets a little narrow over there. It's a very tight kind of radius turn. So when Turaboyski made that move for the 2nd position in turn 4, which we're already almost back to, had to just slow down so much that when they got to the other side of that corner, carts were stacking up behind him. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, man, they're 3 wide. Are we at Orlando or Daytona right now? Look at this. Good luck picking a name out of a hat for who's going to come out on top of this fight. Alessandro De Tullio finds himself in the middle of a practical hornet's nest. Isambard, Turaboyski, Scarborough, De Tullio, Persing. Oh, man, Stephen Miller is loving life because he's not just out front with a big lead as De Tullio goes to the inside for 2nd position. Moved DeTulio now up to P2. Oh, my gosh. Miller, he's got to love this. They're not just behind him. They're behind him and fighting with each other. They're throwing elbows. I don't think we're done yet, as DeTulio is going to be scored in the second position. Turaboyski right behind. Turaboyski feels like a ping pong ball probably in this one. Oh, we got one around in the opening Q corners. That was the 925, I believe, of David Martinez. Martinez kind of went for a half spin right there. Up front, these second, third, and fourth place karts, DeTulio, Turaboyski, and Scarborough, are just a train of karts. Hooked up nose to tail through the long right-hander, turn 6, boom, left-hander, right-hander 7, left-hander 8, right-hander 9. Now up the back straightaway. You run parallel to I'm not sure if that's a salvage yard or a chop shop right there on the other side. They've all got the hoods up. Drivers fly by. And down the back straightaway, they'll hang the right-hander, turn number 10, and we're already back into the infield. Emma Scarborough in that 928. Looking for a way around DeTulio, because DeTulio's had to give way to Turaboyski. And that's such a good shot right there as they come to that turn 3 complex. You just fly. Whoa, DeTulio gets a little aggressive. They're bumping, they're banging, and they're trading positions. Turaboyski's going to come out on the losing end of that deal big time, as DeTulio got pretty aggressive on that entry into turn number 4, and that's allowed DeTulio and Scarborough to come on through. Now Steven Eisert finds himself in a battle for what should be the third position. Eisert's gotten around a pair of the Nash Motorsports drivers. Oh man, if you're Turaboyski, where is he on the scoring monitor right now? He's scored in second, but he's not going to be there when they come around here to complete this lap. Stephen Miller way out in front. DeTulio's going to go up to second. Then you got Eisert in third. Persing, Scarborough, Eisenbart, and Turaboyski from second all the way down to seventh. Listen, I'm not an official. I'm not a judge. It's not up to me to tell you if a move was clean or not, right? I don't know enough to tell you whether it was or whether it wasn't. It's also not my job. But DeTulio, that was a pretty aggressive move. And I'll tell you, I think this track races really, really well. And I would not want to be a race director or a steward here, because you're going to have to make calls like that all weekend. Was it clean? Was it fair? Was it aggressive? Was it overly aggressive? Again, that's why I'm glad I'm just the guy that talks about them, because I would not want to be in the official's office here, because I think you're going to have some people all weekend asking, hey, clarification, was that fair? Was that not? And, boy, this track, it just lends itself to really close racing like that. And I think you're going to see some bent-up side pods and some frustrated drivers before this one's all done. But, hey, that's not too bad of a deal, is it? If you're sitting home watching, that's always fun. Scarborough looking good right now, 55.93. Emma quicker than the 9:39 of Steven Eisert right up in front of her. And she's going to work on Eisert right now. Scarborough at 55.93, Eisert at 56.06. And Scarborough just less than she's 100th of a second slower than DeTulio. DeTulio's got clean track way up in front of them. Scarborough not messing around here in the Rocket Racing Company ROK VLR Senior Heat Race number 2. Scarborough's going to pull to the inside at the end of the back straightaway. Scarborough's there. She's through, and she's got the spot. Scarborough around Steven Eisert. Eisert takes a quick look over his left shoulder and goes, oh, no, there's Alan Eisenbard right behind me. So Eisert's got to stay on his game here and not lose too much ground, both to Emma Scarborough, who now moves into that third position. But he's got the quickest kart on the track. Alan Eisenbard right behind him. Eisenbard 55.52. That's quicker than everybody. That's a full 1/10 of a second quicker than your leader, Stephen Miller, who's out in front of this one. And we've seen this through the heat races so far. The pole sitter, the race leader, gets out to an early lead and then is able to just kind of, chew away, hit their marks, and get out in front. But behind them, it has kind of been just anybody's guess from second on back on these starting grids how they're going to finish up, because second, third, fourth, all the way back, we've seen some really crazy close racing. And that is no different here in Rocket Racing Company, ROK VLR Senior. DeTulio put the moves on Turaboyski, your pole sitter, about maybe 2 laps ago now, over there in turn number 4. and Turaboyski slipped all the way back to 7th or 8th. He runs in 8th right now. DeTulio comfortably in 2nd. Scarborough now up to 3rd. Steven Eisert came along for the ride. Eisert in 4th. Eisenbard rounds out your top 5. Persing, Turaboyski, Manning, Torres Jr., and Casto, Eric Casto, the top 10. Things have calmed down, at least just for the moment. 2 minutes left on the clock before they'll see 2 laps to go. And if you're watching live on YouTube right now, we got the chat open. We can see your chat. Even I can see it. So feel free to drop a message. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're cheering for. Don't say anything mean about me because, that'll hurt my feelings. Nick Zeb, he was one of the first ones to tune in. I doubt very highly he's still watching. He's probably taking a nap right now or something, but a little while ago he checked in, said Tony Laporte brought me here. I don't know who Tony Laporte is. I know who Tony Laporta is, but Nick Zeb, a phenomenal photographer from the world of 410 sprint car racing. Maybe he's still tuned in. Maybe he's watching a little bit of kart racing right now. Nick, holler at us. Come out. Bring your camera. Shoot some stuff, man. Stephen Miller, 55.52. Way out in front here. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, that's the battle you're watching right now. As Alessandro DeTulio takes a look behind him, and it's Emma Scarborough putting her helmet down and just going to work. And I don't know if it was the helmet. I don't know what it was, but Scarborough closed in on DeTulio really well right there, going down the back straightaway. DeTulio and this pack are over 6 seconds behind Stephen Miller. You heard that right. Let's see what the gap is this time as they come across the start-finish line. 6.72 seconds. Miller goes purple. Quickest kart on the track, 55.39. DeTulio behind him is in the 55.7s. Emma Scarborough, 55.4. Once again, she finds herself faster than the kart in front of her. So what's she do about that? She gets in front of that kart. Now she's faster and ahead of Alessandro DeTulio. Emma Scarborough making moves, not faking moves. She goes from 3rd to 2nd. She's now 1 spot up higher. Unfortunately, that doesn't help her as far as where she'll start the next 3rd and final heat race, but she earns points. And if I remember correctly, don't quote me on this here, folks, but if you win your heat race, you either earn 0 or 1 point. Those aren't championship points. Those are just, you earn points for how you do in the heat races, and how you accumulate your points determines where you start in your pre-final. So Stephen Miller, if he wins this heat race, he's either going to earn 0 or 1 point, and then everybody behind him earns an additional point. So if it's 0, Miller earns 0 points. Scarborough will earn 1 point. DeTulio 2 points. Eisert 3, and so on. And at the end of the 3 heat races, they look at all the point totals, and it's like a round of golf. Low point total wins. If you've got the lowest point total in your category, like Rocket Racing Company VLR Senior, you start on the pole position for your pre-final later today. Where you finish in that pre-final, it's heads up. Where you finish in the pre-final is where you start in the main event for the final race day of the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Scarborough knows she's got company right behind her. She's starting to get a little aggressive, trying to make sure nobody can get behind her. And Steven Eisert and Alessandro DeTulio, well, they are trying to they're trying to go where she isn't right now. White flag in the air for Stephen Miller and the rest of this group. 1 lap to go here. Emma Scarborough can hear footsteps, I guarantee you that. Miller is still your quickest kart on the track at a 55.39, but this fight right here is the one we're watching. Scarborough down way low to defend against DeTulio. Eisert and Eisenbard. Eisenbard's just trying to go anywhere he can get a run. He builds up a good head of steam as he's going to go after Steven Eisert. It's not going to work. Not there, not now. They'll make their way through the S's one final time, up the back straightaway. Miller, gone, way gone. Emma Scarborough trying to keep Alessandro DeTulio and the rest of the top 3 behind her. Scarborough way low on corner entry. DeTulio is going to try the crossover, can't get it done. Eisert almost had a run right there. Eisert and DeTulio nearly pod to pod, coming through the final couple of corners. Checkered flag wave. Stephen Miller gets the job done for Nash Motorsports, but Emma Scarborough, oh no, big pile up in the last couple of turns. The 932. That's not DeTulio. It is DeTulio. DeTulio was caught up in something with Eisert and Eisenbard, it seems. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. You got to be kidding me. We cut to the checkered flag to see what was going on there. Emma Scarborough had a bit of an offense happen behind her. Kasper Turaboyski, your pole sitter, comes out smelling like roses on that deal. Was down around 7th or 8th, ends up in 3rd. As Isert ends up in 23rd after running 4th. Isambard finishes 15th and DeTulio 20th. Holy jeez. What happened? We wanted to show you the heat race winner coming across the line. We'll always go to that checkered flag shot when we have it, but obviously in those last couple of corners, something went down right there and didn't affect Stephen Miller or Emma Scarborough. Miller and Scarborough still score the win and the second place finish, but Turaboyski, man, he really comes out on the good end of that deal, if there is a good end, and it goes from like 7th or 8th all the way up to 3rd. So again, it's Miller, your winner, Scarborough second, Turaboyski third, Persing and Manning the top 5. That was a wild finish to the Rocket Racing Company. VLR Senior Heat Race number 2. They'll be back on track 2 more times today, once for their 3rd and final heat race, and then once for their pre-final. VLR Senior is done. Coming up next, it's ROK Mini. On track now, it is the Zanella Racing ROK Mini Heat Race number 2. What a great shot right there, the Orlando Kart Center. Big thank you to Zanella Racing for stepping up and helping us bring you the action here in ROK Mini. Valentino Santillan picked up the victory last month in round 2 of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, and that is what's helped him hold the championship point lead coming into this third and final weekend. Marco Samet scored a podium finish back in round 1, running third place in Homestead, Miami in January. Samet stands second in the points. Royce Vega third, Josh Bergman fourth, and Nico Orbezo. Those are the drivers inside your top 5 for the championship fight coming into this final weekend. Yellow flags letting these drivers know that we need to slow her down as we're getting ready to come around to the start. Hey, there's Jason. That's Jason. He's the man that makes this broadcast magic happen for you. That's Jason, right? Down there in the infield. We just saw him. Jason Loria and his camera crew doing a lot of work coming out from Sonoma every single weekend, Sonoma, California. They traverse the country to bring you guys the live images and audio that you're consuming currently. Unfortunately, they have nothing to say. They have no control over the announcer. That's me. There he is, Jason Loria. He's wearing that chest pack. He's got the camera up. He's working hard. And he's going to bring you fine folks the live images that encapsulate what the Florida Winter Tour is all about. Look at that. Whoa, Jason, you're a little shaky. Jason. Oh, it's an earthquake down there in turn 9. All right, we're back. We're ready. It's Zanella Racing, heat race number 2 for ROK Mini. Marco Samet, Nico Orbezo, your front row, slowing them down, getting them ready. Waiting to see that red light go out. When it does, we go racing. Here we go. Samet on the inside. Orbezo goes around the top. We got one facing the wrong way. That's the 199 of Nicholas LaRusso. LaRusso pointing the wrong direction, but looks like getting it fired up and going back around the correct direction. We are off and rolling here. Orbezo in that 158 using the outside or the off-pole starting position to get a really good jump here as drivers work the opening lap here in Zanella Racing. ROK Mini heat race number 2 out of turn number 9. Down the back straightaway they go here. Samet and Orbezo, 2 drivers inside your championship top 5 coming into this third and final weekend. I almost said 5th and final weekend, but there's only 3 weekends with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Out of 10, track bends back as they set up for the left-hander, right, left, and then this final corner right here, that long left-hander. You spent a lot of time with wheel into the cart. Lap 1 in the books, the 158 of Orbezo, your race leader. We almost had a challenge right there of Varela going after Samet for the second spot, but Laurencio Varela stays in line. Will he stay in line here in turn 4? No, I don't think he will. Varela to the inside of Samet in turn number 4. Move Varela up a spot now from 3rd to 2nd. And this is the tightest we've seen a pack cart stay to the race leader on the initial start here. So Orbezo coming from the outside. Look at Jason, man, down there at ground level, bringing you the speed shots. Don't you feel the sensation of how fast they're going? Love that shot. But this is the best we've seen as far as a leader not being able to check out, not being able to drive away. And these mini drivers, sometimes, I'm really torn as we got a race for the lead. Picking up right here, you know what? Varela not torn on going after Nico Orbezo. And Orbezo's just trying to stop the bleeding right here. Look at the 140 of Josh Bergman making this a 4-kart race. Orbezo scored in the 6th position. How's that possible? Somehow, and I swear I was staring right at the same monitor all of you were, somehow Orbezo just went from 1st to 6th, and I didn't see how that happened, but I watched him go by outside the window, and that is correct. He is the 6th cart in line right now, so I don't know how that happened, but the 164 of Varela is now your 2nd place driver. As they're all following the 118 of Mika Baruka. Baruka on the Sodi, your race leader. And I'm honestly, I apologize. I'm just trying to recount how Orbezo went all the way from first back to sixth. Baruch, your leader. Varela second. Samet, Bergman, Vega, the top five. And then it's Orbezo, Santillan, Kotowski, Simone, Nakawati, Supkero, and Park. Fight for third position, as that's the 140 of Bergman. Bergman, I believe, just got around the 175 of Samut. He did. So that allows Varela and Baruch right here to get a little bit of breathing room. There you see those front two carts, the 118 and the 164 now. Josh Bergman in the 140 runs in third. There go your two race leaders, the 118 of Baruch and the 164 of Varela. And then Josh Bergman. Bergman just a few cart lengths back in that third position. They unwind the steering wheel, come out of the backstretch hairpin, turn number 10, and they'll come back in towards the infield. The track kind of bends to your right, but you set up for a left-hander. And a quick S combination spits you back out onto what you would typically call the front straightaway, but it's not really in the front of anything. It's tucked in the middle of the Orlando Kart Center track configuration. Orbezo, your quickest kart on the track, so instead of calling it the front straightaway, we're going to just call it the main straightaway here this weekend. And Baruch and Varela running good laps right now, a 59.87 for your race leader. But Josh Bergman not much slower to 59.96. And Bergman, he gets another half a lap here, has a few good corners, and he's going to be right on the back bumper of Varela and Baruch. Such a cool shot right there that Jason Laurie is bringing us down in the infield of what I call turn number 9, that right-hander that spits you onto the back straightaway. And Bergman is now there. Josh Bergman has caught up to Varela, the driver in the second position. Only question is, what can he do now that he's there? Bergman has over 3 minutes left, plus 2 laps in this race. Here we go. Bergman wants to take a look. Is he close enough? I think he's close enough, but he bides his time. Orbezo has gone from 6th now up to 4th. Orbezo, quickest kart on the track, 59.29. Now Bergman to the inside of Varela. That's the fight for second position. Give it to Josh Bergman. He's into second. He wants to take a look for the race lead. Not close enough. Not yet. Varela battles back on the exit of turn number 5. Varela and Bergman trying to sort themselves out. Who's going to run in second? It's going to be Bergman. Bergman holds on to the second position through 6, over 7, now out of 8, into 9. Varela stuffs it back on the inside. Move the 164 back into second. Oh, boy. Josh Bergman thought he was out of the woods there for a moment, but not so fast. Varela stayed at home, hit his marks, did what he had to do. And this has allowed Nico Orbezo and Marco Samet to catch up. And Josh Bergman made a move 1 lap ago in turn number 4. We're going to be there in a moment. Under 2 minutes to go now. Here's where Bergman made his move. You know Varela's going to be thinking about it, defending against it. He enters a little bit more inside to cut off that entry for Bergman. It seems to have worked. Orbezo now starting to get a little racy. Bergman has other thoughts on his mind as he's going to wait a corner longer than he did last lap. But Bergman once again gets around Varela. Bergman back to second. This is where we saw Varela get him 1 lap ago. In turn number 9, can't get it done. Bergman pinches his exit off a little bit right there to try to keep Varela behind him. Varela not happy with it. Now Varela's got to keep a mind on or an eye on the 158 of Orbezo. Psych, no he doesn't, because Varela once again gets around Bergman. Orbezo now raises his hand in confusion. Now Orbezo to the inside in turn number, 13. And Orbezo now to the third position. Josh Bergman is in the washing machine right now. Getting all mixed around, up a spot, down a spot, side by side, close to a cart, far behind. Lots going on right here in Zanella Racing. ROK Mini, heat race number 2. Marco Samet wants to get in the middle of this as well. Royce Vega not far behind either. In the 133, Baruch, Baruch is just doing what he's got to do as the leader. And that's hit marks and drive away. Baruch now with a solid lead over Varela. Varela has got to stay mindful of 3rd, 4th, 5th, all behind. That's the likes of Orbezo and Bergman and Samet. The clock expires which means they should be seeing 2 to go. And that's exactly what they see now as drivers fly by the start-finish line. Orbezo and Samet and Bergman all having a good go of it right now. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter as they're running out of time. White flag will wave when they get back to the start-finish line through turn 9. There they go. The 164 of Varela. Orbezo could still make something happen here on Varela. He's got a lap and a half, less than that realistically to go here. They unwind the steering wheel out of turn number 10. Back into the infield they go. Good pickup right there as Varela chases Baruch across the start-finish line, and the white flag waves. Only 1 lap remaining here in Zanella Racing ROK Mini Heat Race number 2. Now here we go, the 158 of Orbezo to the inside, and he's going to bring the 175 of Samut along with him. Josh Bergman loses 2 spots in one corner. Orbezo and Samut get back up around for 3rd and 4th. Bergman to 5th. Look at that HD. That might be 4K. That might be 8K footage we see right there as the leaders come through turn 9 for the final time. A little bit of defending going down into the corner. Bergman in the 140 trying to find a way any way he can around. Bergman looking high, looking low. Through the last couple of corners, checkered flag is going to wave. The 118 of Mika Baruch is going to score the victory here in Zanella Racing. ROK Mini Heat Race number 2. Baruch's your winner. Varela in second. No, Orbezo and Samet got Varela in the final lap. Orbezo second, Samut third, and Varela fourth with Josh Bergman in 5th. I thought for a moment that was a Sodi Kart that Josh Bergman was looking around on the exit of the back straightaway, but I just kind of thought my eyes were lying to me. They weren't. Bergman was trying to find his way around Varela, who had slipped from 2nd back to 4th. Baruch, your winner. Orbezo, Samet, Varela, and Bergman, your top 5. Vega, Nakawati, the top 7. I'll give you the rest of the top 10 here momentarily. Good look right there at the scales as Baruch gets the job done. These are always the best shots, especially in Mini, because these kids get out and there's no real filter. Sometimes there's a discussion. Sometimes there's congratulations. I love this shot right here. That is so cool to see those drivers hop out of the carts down there at the scale line. Baruch's your winner. There he is right there. Got that f-stop cranked all the way down. Blurred background. Oh, boy. Is this the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour or Formula One we're watching right now? I'll tell you the answer. It's the Florida Winter Tour because F1's not this exciting. That's the fact right there. It's not as good a racing. Look at that. Our racers pass each other. Good stuff right there. Baruch, your winner. Orbezo second. Samut third. Varela, Bergman, Vega, Nakawati, Santillan, Kotowski, and Ruiz, the top 10. ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour is rolling along here. We're already through our first 4 heat races of round number 2. ROK Shifter Masters coming up next. VTM Racing brings us the action here in ROK Shifter Masters. Jose Montalto, he has been the man to beat here in this category, and the funny thing is no one's been able to do it. Montalto, your championship point leader, coming in with 2 wins. Luis Gaudier right behind him in second. Scott Presti in third. Laurencio Mardon fourth, and then Morn Van Tak. Morn always sees me, has something nice to say, says hello. It's good to see Mr. Van Tak when he's here, and it's been a fun Florida Winter Tour with these guys. But Montalto, he's been deadly. Scott Barnes, sketchy in that 509, the driver that comes to a stop down there on what would be your left at how you're looking at him, but he's in the right-hand lane. That's Scott Sketchy Barnes. Talked about him back in Homestead, Miami, the Bermudian who promotes races down there. I've had the great honor and pleasure to work with him and for him down at some of his street races in Bermuda. He's racing with us here in Florida. We didn't get to have Scott with us in round 1. And there's Luis Gaudier. He's a little late to the party, as I don't know if he left pit lane late or what the issue was, but Shaggy, our chief starter, backs him into the starter's box. So Barnes, your pole sitter after getting the job done in qualifying yesterday. Gaudier in second, and Skitchy says, visors down, gentlemen. We're going to the lights. When all 5 red lights become illuminated, drivers know it's go time. When the lights go out, it's race time. There they go. They're out and we're racing. 8 minutes on the clock. It seems as if we've chopped a few minutes off of the clocks here for our junior, senior, and masters category. Scott Barnes getting the whole shot on the start of the VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters heat race number 2. Cool shot right there, as that should be the right-hander turn number 6 as karts come flying through that corner. Lap number 1 is what we're working right now. Levanto tires coming up to heat, and that's what that warm-up lap, that's one of the things the warm-up lap is so crucial for, especially in these shifters, because then they come to a stop over there on the main straightaway, and those tires start to lose temperature immediately as soon as they sit and are not having friction as they roll across the pavement. So you want those tires to get up to temperature during the warm-up lap, and then this first lap they just completed is spent really getting heat and pressure back into those Levanto tires. Barnes has a battle for the lead on his hands already right here. Is that Montalto? It looks like it is. Jose Montalto not wasting any time as he sets his sights on the 509 of Barnes. And the championship point leader shows us how he has scored 2 wins already this season in our first 2 races, and it's by being aggressive. That's right, be aggressive. Be aggressive. And that is what Montalto has done here. But Scott Barnes isn't just going to take it lying down, though. He's going to do his best to keep up with Montalto here and give him a run for his money. Looks like the 533 of Fonseca has gotten around Luis Gaudier, so move Fonseca from fourth up to third, rather. Apologies. Look at Scott Barnes. Yeah, Montalto's your quickest kart on the track at a 53.26, but Barnes is staying right to him. Yeah, Scott Barnes is not letting Montalto get away. Barnes to the inside right here in turn number 5. Scott Barnes goes right back to the front. Good stuff for the fisherman by trade, badass racer by leisure. Maybe this is his trade. I don't know. He goes home to Bermuda, works as a fisherman, and gets out to race whenever he can. And Jose Montalto has not smelled someone else's exhaust very often here in the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. He does that now for only the second time in this heat race. Barnes picked up the pole position in qualifying. Now he's the quickest kart on the track. Well, that wasn't until Charlie Fonseca rattled off a 52.74. Phenomenal lap for Fonseca. For perspective, Fonseca's 52.74 compared to Scott Barnes' 52.86 is what gives Fonseca those purple lap, fast lap honors. You do have to keep in mind Barnes is up there racing in traffic with Montalto and, concerning himself with getting the lead and maintaining the lead. Fonseca is kind of on an island by himself right there. He's that third kart in line with that bright white bumper. Fonseca can kind of just hit his marks, do what he needs to do right now to run really, really fast laps. Gaudier, the second place starter, is now down to 4th. Morn Van Tak 5th. Laurencio Mardon 5th. Farshad Bagheri Farshad Bagheri was a part of the Florida Winter Tour field back in 2015, 2016 when I got to be a part of the series last, and he's back with us. We didn't see him in Homestead, Miami in January or February, but Farshad Bagheri is here. I'm sure he's on his old trusty TB Kart. Renato Jader David runs in the 8th position. Corey Matthews and Luis Quinones, two guys that we've seen. Oh, we got one facing the wrong way over here in turn 4. The 546 of John Desselswig is up and out of the cart. He is facing the wrong way on the exit of turn 4. He's got some time. He's got that cart pointed back in the right direction, and he's kicked it back into gear. I only saw that because turn 4 is right here below our press box window. And the drivers come at the start-finish line. I'll tell you this, Scott Barnes is looking mighty impressive right now. Montalto's just been impossible to stop, it feels like, here in VTM Racing. ROK Shifter Masters so far in 2024. But Scott Barnes, now that he's got a little bit of time in that cart and time back racing here stateside, Scott Barnes, I mean, it's not over. Heck, this heat race isn't even over yet, and they still got another heat and a pre-final to go to just find out how they'll line up for the final, and that's tomorrow morning. But right now, Barnes looks really good. If you're betting against Jose Montalto, though, I'd say it's probably not a good idea. He's your championship point leader, and not by a little. He's got the only 2 races we've run this year in the Florida Winter Tour. He's got both the victories on Sunday in the main events. Gautier sits second, Presti, Mardan, and Van Tak, your top 5. 5th is Waremore, and Van Tak runs on track right now. Gautier is 4th after qualifying 2nd. Charlie Fonseca up to 3rd. Fonseca took the lights out for this race in the 4th position. He's up to 3rd right now. And there's your leaders, Montalto, and they're all chasing the 509 of Scott Skitchy Barnes. 2 minutes left before we see the flags come out here in this one. Take a look here at the Alpha timing, scoring, and tell you a little bit more about how this race has gone for Scott Barnes. 0.6 of a second is how far out in front Barnes is over Montalto, and Barnes just rattles off the fastest lap of this race, 52.26. Barnes goes quickest lap on lap 7 here, so he's obviously doing a good job maintaining his Levanto tires. 52.26. We'll see if he's able to do anything here. I'll tell you what, the 533 at Charlie Fonseca has been chopping wood. Fonseca a 52.48, his best lap a 52.30, and that is only 0.04 of a second off Scott Barnes, your race leader's best lap. 52.26 last time by. Barnes goes quicker again, 52.19, but it's Fonseca, a 52 flat, 52.00 is Charlie Fonseca, and he has all but caught Montalto here. Jose Montalto is done worrying about Scott Barnes and going up there and racing for the lead and the win. Now Montalto is in defense mode because Fonseca has turned on the afterburners. There you see the 533 fly by turn number 9. It's hard to keep up with that cart because it is going so flat fast right now. 52.1 for Barnes, 52.2 for Montalto, 52 with a 0 on the back for Fonseca here. Out of the final corner. Clicking off another one here. What do the lap times look like this time? I don't want to look away from the monitor because we might miss a pass for the lead. 52.17 for Barnes, 52.4 for Montalto, 52.18 for Fonseca. Fonseca 1/100th of a second slower than race leader Scott Barnes. Fonseca has come to work today. Race leaders will see the sticks when they get back to the start-finish line, signifying 2 laps to go. And Fonseca now, he's there. He's there. What's he going to do about it? We'll have to wait and see. They come out of the final corner, turn number 13. The sticks are up in the air. Scott Barnes continues to drive away. His gap has now grown to 1.1 seconds over Fonseca. And again, Fonseca just so fast. Montalto was a 52.46. Fonseca a 52.47. Lap and a half as they work their way around the perimeter of Orlando Kart Center before they run down the back straightaway and dive back into the infield here. Scott Barnes, he's got nothing to worry about. He's just got to keep that thing on the black right now. Jose Montalto having himself, it's a whole new world here in Orlando, Florida. Fonseca is close. He's shown great speed, great precision, and great execution up to this point. With the white flag in the air, though, all that speed and all that pace and all that execution doesn't really mean much if you can't go get the guy you've been chasing down the whole race. They run wide on the exit of 3, now down into 4. Montalto plays his cards perfectly, takes away the entry from Fonseca. Fonseca's going to have to find another way around. Is he going to have to try something on the outside? It's going to be tough here, but not impossible. Out of 5, now through 6. Barnes leads him through one more time. Montalto trying to do everything he can to keep Fonseca behind him. 7, 8, 9, now onto the back straightaway. Barnes looks behind him, goes, you guys are way back there. Montalto says, don't worry about me. I'm trying to keep Fonseca at bay. Fonseca gets a good exit out of 10. They're side by side into the final 2 corners, but the track bends back to the left. Fonseca's going to force the issue to the inside. He gets around Montalto. Charlie Fonseca with 2 corners to go gets to second. Barnes is your winner. Montalto slips to third as Charlie Fonseca picks up the second place finish. Good stuff there in VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters. Scott Barnes, your winner. Charlie Fonseca second. Jose Montalto third. Gaudier fourth. And Laurencio Mardan, the top 5. Von Tock, Javier David, Bagheri, Ferragozzini, and Matthews, the top 10. That was heat race number 2 for the VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters. There's Scott Barnes right there. He gets up, he gets out. Montalto, and that should be Fonseca right behind him. Montalto hits the Superman pose right in front of Jason. I don't think he's hitting a pose. I think he's looking at probably the scoring monitor. Listen, all the racing here in the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour is always entertaining. And the Masters guys, I just don't think get their fair respect. Scott Barnes and Montalto and Fonseca, all of them. That was a really entertaining race to watch right there. And we would have loved to have had Fonseca and Barnes both with us at Miami in round 1. Barnes showed up for round 2, but now they're all here to play in round number 3. And, boy, it's a cool thing to see the racing very, very good here in the VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters. Scott Barnes gets the job done. We're going to step aside as we get ready for a little bit more heat racing coming up next. We're back on track with the RPG ROK GP Pro Senior. Lots of letters here at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. The ROK, FWT, RPG, ROK GP. Drivers making their way into the tram lanes. We have one adjustment here for qualifying. It looks like the 376 of Noah Jackson from 13th will now go to the tail of the field after adding engine after the declaration time. He will start at the back for heat race number 2. Harley Keeble and Diego Ramos are up front. Keeble in that Sodi Kart gets a really good start. Everybody else behind tries to just stay on the black as they exit 1, 2, and 3. Now they'll head for a great passing opportunity right here in turn number 4. Looks like everybody keeps it pointing in the right direction, and Harley Keeble is your race leader as we start the RPG ROK GP Senior heat race number 2. Now already past the halfway point in our heat races here on this Saturday morning. If you've watched the Florida Winter Tour, you know our schedule, you know our program. We're going to get done with these second round of heat races, break for lunch, and then we will be back. It looks like Keeble's lost the race lead and is going to slip all the way back to third. The 313 of Diego Ramos runs second, and that's Alessandro De Tullio, your race leader. So De Tullio going from third to first, Keeble first to third, and Diego Ramos, well, stays right there in the second position. Fernando Luke up to fourth, Jacob Kohler fifth, your championship point leader coming into this third and final weekend with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour in this RPG ROK GP Pro Senior category. Jacob Kohler leads the championship march with a victory last month in round number 2 at Homestead, Miami. Stephen Miller is second. Your pole sitter, Harley Keeble, runs third in this race currently. Keeble comes into the weekend third in the championship points after scoring the opening round victory back in January at the Homestead, Miami Motorplex. Blake Nash is fourth, got a good chance to talk to, got a really good opportunity and was very gracious with his time. Seth Nash was. We got to talk to Blake's dad and team owner, Seth Nash, in an interview we're going to try to air either later today or tomorrow here on the broadcast. Nash sits fourth in championship points, and then your race leader, De Tullio, is fifth in the championship standings, but he's not your race leader any longer. Diego Ramos aboard the Burrell takes the 313 to the race lead. So Ramos now out in front, shows De Tullio the number plate of that 313 Burrell. And then it looks like, has Harley Keeble maybe lost another position and is back to fourth? Fourth maybe would be gracious. Keeble trying to stay inside the top 5 right now, it looks like. So yeah, De Tullio wants to do what he can to keep Diego Ramos in his sights. But this is a good look right here at second, third, fourth, and fifth. Fernando Luke in that 325 runs third. And then right behind him, Harley Keeble, your pole sitter. There we go. Keeble. That's third and fourth you're watching on your monitor right now. And then behind them, fifth and sixth. Hasn't slowed down either. That's Jacob Kohler and Joseph Lowney. Kind of 2 kart breakaways here all the way through the top 5 or 10. First and second, Ramos and De Tullio. Now here comes Harley Keeble down to the inside. Keeble's going to get around Luke for third. Fernando Luke goes back to fourth. After Harley Keeble making a good move at the end of the back straightaway. Move Keeble up from fourth to third. Then you got Kohler, Lowney, Garduno, Miller, Nash, and Turaboyski. We saw Turaboyski back in VLR Senior, heat race number 2, after picking up the pole position in qualifying. Harley Keeble, fastest kart on the track, your pole sitter. That shouldn't be too much of a surprise to those of you keeping score back at home. Keeble went a 52.18 in qualifying. Wow. The next quickest kart with Diego Ramos at a 52.3, so that's a gap of 1.8, nearly 0.2 of a second. 0.18, I hope I said that correctly. That was a gap of 0.18 in qualifying from Harley Keeble back to Diego Ramos. So the fact that Keeble, your quickest kart on the track right now, comes as no surprise. Again, it looks like Keeble clicks off a very fast lap, 52.68. Harley Keeble has definitely caught Alessandro De Tullio now, as there you see second and third. Check back really quick right there with, that should be fourth and fifth, Fernando Luke and Joseph Lowney. Here come your second and third place drivers onto the back straightaway. Diego Ramos able to kind of just run by himself. There goes Keeble to the inside at the end of the back straightaway. Keeble's made that pass before. He does it again. Harley Keeble around Alessandro De Tullio. De Tullio back to third now after Keeble making quick work at the end of the back straightaway. Good work there for the Sodi Kart driver. Joseph Lowney, Fernando Luke have swapped positions. Blake Nash has gotten up around Garduno. Taraboyski from 10th and out of 9th. Miller slips back to 10th. Now Harley Keeble and Diego Ramos, they got it done in qualifying yesterday, obviously. Keeble going P1, Ramos going P2. De Tullio was third, quick. It's where the driver of the 320 runs right now. Fernando Luke, however, in the 325, qualified seventh quick up to fifth now. Fernando's run as high as fourth or third already in this one. Keeble, though, just gets faster and faster. Harley Keeble goes purple, 52.42. Diego Ramos is out in front with a 52.66, and the gap is not insurmountable, not at all. 0.90, that's 9/10 of a second. There you see a good look at your leader in the gap right there as Diego Ramos comes through the outside of Orlando Kart Center back towards the back straightaway now. Keeble's lead last time by 9/10 of a second. Ramos's lead last time by 9/10 of a second over Harley Keeble. It's going to be less than that this time by because Keeble's quicker by nearly 2/10 of a second over, well, by more than 2/10 of a second, 52.42 to a 52.66. Let's see what Ramos can do here this time by 52.64 to a 52.36. The lead shrinks nearly 3 full tenths of a second. Keeble has got the fishing gear out, and he is beginning to reel in Diego Ramos here. 52.36 to a 52.64. That takes nearly 3 full tenths of a second out of Diego Ramos' lead. They're clobbering the curbs over there on turn number 8 through the right-hander, turn number 9. Now down the back straightaway they go. They'll get back around to see 2 laps remaining in this one. Keeble, a monster on the brakes, able to get even closer to the 3:13 of Diego Ramos. Ramos knows that he's got company. Has to stay ahead, has to focus forward here. Clock's going to strike 0. They do see 2 to go. They see 2 to go right there. Right there. Keeble goes 100th of a second quicker, 52.36 to a 52.35. But Diego Ramos did just run his personal best lap of the race up to this point. Ramos a 52.60. That's Diego's best lap of the race. But Keeble was a 52.35. That's the best lap of the race overall. The lead was 9/10. Then it was 6/10. Now it's down to 3.5 of a second. Lap and a half to go here. Harley Keeble, round 1 winner. Sitting third in the championship points. Can do well in this heat race. Gets a little bit closer to a good starting spot in the pre-final. Out of the final corner. White flag waves here. 9/10, 6/10, 3/10. What's the deficit to now? 2/10 of a second. Harley Keeble fans, get up, stand up, wherever you are. Watch this final lap because he's going to go after Diego Ramos with everything Keeble's got. Ramos defends hard to the inside in turn number 4. Keeble says that ain't no thing. Sets up wide, tries the crossover through turn number 5. Not able to get the momentum where he wants. Now they'll head into the clubhouse turn. Corner number 6, a long, fast right-hander. Then the right-hander 7, the left-hander 8. Onto the back straightaway through turn number 9. Keeble's gotten closer every single lap. We've seen him make 2 moves down here at the end of the back straightaway. Ramos defends to the inside. Keeble's trying to make something happen around the high side. Not happening. Not there. Not now. Into the final corners. One more time. Ramos has the spot. Keeble wants it. It's going to be a drag race out of the final corners. Ramos, Keeble, who's got it? Ramos wins RPG ROK Pro Senior Heat Race number 2. Great racing right there. As there's Noah sitting down on the barriers. What's Noah doing? He's making sure everybody's safe. That's what he's doing. Ramos, Keeble, and DeTulio, your front 3. Lowney and Nash, your top 5. Kohler, Luke, Turaboyski sit 6th, 7th, and 8th. Bonilla and Garduno, the top 10. And there's Noah. He's just hanging out. He's making sure the grass doesn't grow too quick in that one spot. He's thinking about his life. He's going, how'd I end up here? How'd I get so lucky? He's taking it all in right now. There he is. He's just thinking about stuff right now. He goes, I love my life. I get to work for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. More racing coming up next. U-Race brings us the action here in ROK Micro Heat Race number 2. Heck, they bring us the action in ROK Micro all season long, thanks to U-Race. I always got to make my stupid joke. You race, I race, we all race. That's U-Race here in ROK Micro. Man, how good was that last heat race we just saw in ROK GP Pro, ROK Senior. Really cool on-track action right there. And, again, the good news is we got a lot more of that to come today and this weekend. U-Race, ROK Micro out on track right now. Santiago Orioli is your pole sitter. He comes into this weekend sitting 4th in the championship standing. Zane Burgess scored the win last month in round number 2 of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Burgess will start 2nd in that Sodi Kart. Orioli in the MPG, that stands for My Parents Garage. That is the Billy Vincent operation. Although I don't think Billy Vincent and Chase Jones are here this weekend, so I don't know how that works. Orioli and Burgess, your front row. Win Gottschalk and Marina Brandejo. The second row, Nico Salazar 5th, Logan Arteta 6th, Jaden Francisco 7th, Leo Simone 8th, Luca Beckrell and Zev Gottschalk the top 10. Miguel Suarez, Jacob Agudelo, Anthony Mateo Montesinos Garcia, Nolan Carney, and Liam Francisco, the top 15, as these drivers make their way onto the main straightaway to go racing here. This is the U-Race ROK Micro Heat Race number 2. And after this, we've only got 3 heat races left in this morning program. U-Race ROK Micro coming into the tram lanes. Orioli on the inside. Burgess on the outside. Lights go out. Here we go. Burgess is trying to make something happen on that high side. He's doing a good job hanging tough. Now the track's going to bend back to his advantage. Burgess not able to take the race lead, but does not lose any spots. Burgess stays in 2nd as Santiago Orioli gets the whole shot and the early race lead here in ROK Micro. Everybody makes it through the opening corners safely and cleanly. We are racing here in U-Race ROK Micro. Orioli, Zane Burgess, Win Gottschalk. As they make their way down the back straightaway here, a couple karts starting to pull out and make an attempt for position down the back straightaway. Good chance to get them while they're all bunched up together. Almost 3 wide right there on the end of the back straightaway into the corner number 10. You can already see the rubber marble starting to build up around the outside of the Orlando Kart Center. These Levanto tires provide drivers plenty of grip all weekend long. And they do that by putting a good amount of rubber down into the track. And unanimously throughout the pit area, I've heard really good things from these drivers about the lifetime of these tires. Now here we go, race for the lead. Zane Burgess is going to put his Levanto tires to a little bit of a stress test right there as he gets on the brakes hard, slides wide on the exit of the corner. Billy Vincent checking in. Billy says he and Chase are in Sebring racing IMSA Pilot Challenge. Santiago's father, Bruno Orioli, running the show. Oh, and Chase finished second. Oh, and now Chase is texting me. Chase says, I sound terrible on the microphone. Okay, I get that. They just left Sebring after a P2 finish in the Michelin Pilot TCR Series. Orioli was with his dad in partnership with MPG Motorsports, and Orioli Kart Performance ran by his dad, Bruno Orioli. Man, Billy Vincent and Chase Jones, they're just like my personal, statisticians. I love that. I just wish they would hang out with us at the racetrack. I mean, being a part of the 12 hours of Sebring weekend, that is pretty cool and all, but we miss them here. That's all we're saying, guys. Big thanks to Billy and Chase for tuning in and watching. Their driver is running second right now after qualifying on the pole position. Wynn Goldschalk, though, is trying to take that second spot away from Santiago Orioli. Nico Salazar and Logan Arteta complete the top 5. Torres, Brandejo, Suarez, Francisco, Mateo, and, oh yeah, that is your top 10. Mateo Montesinos Garcia. Anthony Mateo Montesinos Garcia, and that number 71 is the driver running in the 10th position. And Gottschalk has gotten around Orioli. So Orioli goes from first to second, now back to third as Burgess and Gottschalk get around. Good shot right there, the 55 of Zane Burgess. Pulls up on the steering wheel, tries to get down out of the air just a little bit. Seems to work. Burgess goes purple that time by. Fast lap of the race so far, 1:01.01. Belongs to the race leader, Zane Burgess, and things are pretty calm throughout the pack right now. Everybody's sorting themselves out. Higher you finish up in these heat races, the lower point total. Higher up you run, the less points you earn, and in this scenario, that's a good thing. Less points you earn, the higher up you'll start in the pre-final later on today. And then where you finish that pre-final is where you start the final of the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Now, Orioli has done a really good job at hanging with Wynn Gottschalk right there for that second position. Gottschalk with that bright white helmet with the gold visor, the middle cart in this pack you're watching right now. Gottschalk runs second, and Orioli's done a really good job at hanging tight. Zane Burgess, I noticed that at Homestead, and I'm seeing it now here too. He seems to almost be falling out of the cart a little bit when he takes those really fast corners. And I don't really mean he's falling out of the cart. He's just got a helmet that's swaying on him a little bit right there, and you can see him. All he's doing is getting a neck workout. Okay, he's strengthening those neck muscles, those trapezoids. He's getting out on the track, and he's getting stronger every time he goes around the track. He's getting stronger, and he's getting faster every single time. He's looked phenomenal with us here at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour so far this year. Again, ran P3, Zane did, back in January at the opening round, and then picked up the victory. Yeah, scored the win back in February at Homestead Miami Motorplex. So now Gottschalk has reeled in Zane Burgess, and that's allowed Orioli to stay right there as well. So this three-cart battle is for the race lead, and it's going to be for the race win here before too long. Now here we go. Gottschalk with a good run out of that final corner. The track's going to bend back to the right-hand side, and Gottschalk goes up and takes the race lead from Zane Burgess. Now Burgess has a chance to answer back really quickly right here in turn number 4. Thinks better of it, stays in line. And Gottschalk is going to lead as we come back towards the outside of the track here. Didn't make the pass till they got past the start-finish line and into turn 1, so he won't get credit on the scoring monitor for leading this lap. But if he can hold Burgess off till they get back to the stripe, then of course you will see those numbers flip-flop, and the 25 will go to the top, and the 55 will go to second. Santiago Orioli still right there in the 16, running third. And these three drivers have just made a battle for the lead, and they've also checked out on the rest of the field here. Burgess not going to be able to make something happen here going into the final corner. So Wynn Gottschalk's going to lead this lap. Now Burgess wants to maybe make something happen down there in turn number 4. No, thinks better of it. Let's take a look at the lap times here really quick and just see what these young drivers are doing as far as, hitting their marks and racing in traffic right now. Gottschalk, quickest lap of the race so far, was a minute flat, 0.71. Last time by he was a minute 1.06. Now Orioli throws it down to the inside in turn number 9. Moves Santiago Orioli back to second, and there he goes. I love it. Taps his helmet the second he gets by. And it's not an Orioli thing. It's an every driver kind of thing. Every karter right now has the strategy of, we can't work together when I'm behind you. But once I get in front of you, then we can work together. And Santiago Orioli just hit him with the tapping of the helmet, letting Zane Burgess know, okay, now we can work together. Let's go get Win Gottschalk. We're going to see if they can do just that and try to reel in your race leader. A little bit farther back, who do we got here? Nico Salazar and Logan Arteta. Orioli took a look, kind of an advantageous one at that. Not close enough yet to really make something happen on Gottschalk. But I'll tell you this, Orioli has not lost any pace. He's not lost any speed. Last time by a minute 1:05. He was quicker than Burgess and Gottschalk. Orioli was. So now he's just got to find a way to make that speed and make that pace play into his advantage. Clock's going to hit 0 here, so they should be coming around to see 2 to go. And Orioli and Burgess both. They both have plenty of time here to make something happen. Luca Beckrell is up to 10th. Miguel Suarez 9th. Francisco up to 8th. Ethan Torres, that is in 7th. Marina Brandejao is 6th. Logan Arteta starts us off in the top 5. Then it's Nico Salazar, and here we are, our top 3 once again, continuing to try to find out who's gonna run where. Orioli, man, he keeps kind of pinching off his own entry and taking a look to the inside. You hope that's not hurting his lap time too much. Burgess is 3rd, Orioli 2nd, and Gottschalk, the driver, out in front, keeping everything behind him. Out of turn number 9, down the back straightaway. They'll do this one more time. So really good passing opportunity right here at the end of the back straightaway. And Santiago Orioli knows that he's got to be careful right now because, yeah, he wants to go after Win Gottschalk, but he's got a very fast and very patient Zane Burgess behind him. Now he's got Burgess besides him. Now he's got Burgess in front of him. Zane Burgess from 3rd up to 2nd as they come to the white flag, 1 to go here in heat race number 2. Again, it's a classic example because Orlando Kart Center races so well. You don't need the guy in front of you to make a mistake to try to make a pass. You can just go after him and make a pass on your own, and that's exactly what Zane Burgess just did right there. I'm kind of preaching this whole, Orioli's in 2nd and he can't make a mistake. He's on the hot seat. Well, forget that, man. Forget that, says Zane Burgess. I don't need him to make I don't need him to make a mistake, and Orioli doesn't need Burgess to make a mistake. Orioli goes right after Burgess in turn number 9. He gets way down to the inside, though. He knows Burgess is going to try to pass him low, and Burgess says, I can go lower. Orioli crosses him back over at a 10. They touch side pods, wheel to wheel, literally, as they come into turns 12 and 13 for the final time here. 1 corner left to go. Burgess, Orioli, how are they going to sort it out? Win Gottschalk's going to win heat race number 2 here in U-Race ROK Micro, and it's going to be the 55 of Zane Burgess holding out Santiago Orioli. My, oh my. Whether we got it in Masters, our oldest drivers, or Micro, our youngest drivers, 3 wide here at the start-finish line for a finish right there. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's for 1st or 12th, the older guys, the youngest kids. The ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, it slaps. It's what the kids say, it slaps. It's good racing. Deal with it. Sorry about you. This is such good racing to watch, and it's a lot of fun. Win Gottschalk scores the win in heat race number 2 after coming from 3rd on the grid. Zane Burgess ends up 2nd after starting 2nd. Santiago Orioli goes from 1st back to 3rd, but not for lack of effort. That was a really good race. Salazar, Arteta, and Brandejao, the top 6. Westbrook, Torres, Francisco, and Suarez, the top 10. Just a couple heat races left to go here in our morning session. Orsalon Racing in the ROK GP Junior category on track now. Orsalon Racing bringing us the competition here this season with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, and talked about some interviews we got to knock out yesterday that we're going to try to cram into the broadcast here for you guys later. One of those was with Fabio Orsalon, the Orsalon behind Orsalon Racing, and man, that was a really fun interview, really cool guy to talk to. If you don't know Fabio, I recommend you get to know him. He's an awesome guy, really good dude. Fast in a go-kart, and he's got a bunch of really fast kids racing for him these days. Fabio's a good dude, and we thank him and his team for their support here of the ROK GP Junior category all year long in the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Sarah Bradley. Okay, so I was building her up, pumping her up, talking all about her, and then I realized we were doing VLR Junior. This is ROK GP Junior, and Sarah Bradley is your pole sitter in this category. She comes into the weekend sitting second in the championship, and she's just a phenomenal young lady. We also got to talk to her yesterday, and that was a lot of cool. Hails from the state of Texas originally, did a short stint in Indiana. Now she lives not too far from right here in good old Orlando, Florida. She'll bring them down into the tram lanes. She and Diego Ardiles will do battle as they head for turn number 1, and Bradley successfully holds on to that inside front row starting spot, and she brings them out and down into turn number 4, but she has got an absolute freight train behind her of aggressive young Orsalon Racing ROK GP Junior drivers. Bradley got shuffled a little bit past the halfway point in yesterday's first heat race from the pole position. She ended up coming home in 4th place. So I think the name of the game for Sarah here in this one is what we've seen a couple pole sitters do, and that's get out front, stay out front, and drive away as quickly as you can. Diego Ardiles makes a move for the 2nd position there, so Ardiles back from 3rd. Might have been as low as 4th early in this lap, Ardiles was, but goes back to 2nd. That should be Gassiot Lee right behind Diego Ardiles. Gassiot Lee was in 2nd for a moment. Ardiles went back and got him, and that is, in fact, Chase Gassiot Lee, a National Motorsports driver, running in the 3rd spot. Nathan Dupuis 4th, and Alexander Vanchev rounds out your top 5. Victor de Alencar, Cole Medeiros, Edward Kennedy, Jose Halfin, and Luca Cariotti, the top 10. And Diego Ardiles just been deadly again here in the ROK Cup, or in the ROK Junior category with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Scored both wins back in January and February with the series back at Homestead, Miami. Ardiles is going to rip a piece of tape off and get a little bit more air on his ROK GP Junior power plant. So Ardiles has been deadly. We talked to his mechanic yesterday, Brady Yeager, who claims that all that he is, Brady claims that all Brady is a kart stand pusher, and maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But whether he's a kart stand pusher and a kart mechanic or not, his driver has done a great job this season. We just had a little bit of a Tokyo drift right there in turn number 1. One driver kicking it sideways. Ardiles runs 2nd. Gassiot Lee, the National Motorsport driver, in 3rd. And then Nathan Dupuis went on this crazy march back in VLR Junior, going from 14th inside the top 5 before the race was done. Dupuis runs in 4th right now, and he's come from 8th. Man, Nathan Dupuis, I don't want to say that anybody's bad at anything here at this level. because to race at this level and to even be up there in the mix, you're clearly not bad at anything. Dupuis qualifying seems to not be as good as his ability to pass Kart. Speaking of passing Karts, Gassiot Lee gets around Ardiles and is going to bring the 257 of Dayalenkar along with him. So Gassiot Lee and Dayalenkar go up to second and third. Ardiles drops to fourth, and Dupuis is going to drop a position as well. Now Dayalenkar down to the inside of Gassiot Lee in turn number 4. Gassiot Lee says, man, what the heck? I just brought you with me up to third. Now you're going to go and do that to me? You're going to take second away? Not cool, fam. Not cool. But the good news is there's still a lot of racing left in this one, and Gassiot Lee has plenty of time to go after Dayalenkar, and this is exactly what I said Sarah Bradley needed to have happen. She needed to have a smooth, clean start, get out in front, stay out in front, and then drive away. And you do that two ways, by either just laying down flying laps, right, screamers, where they can't keep up with you no matter how hard they try, no matter what they're doing. And you also can do that by the drivers behind you if you're Sarah Bradley, or the race leader, it doesn't matter what your name is, as Vanchev makes a move right there on Nathan Dupuis, move Vanchev up in position. You can also drive away from the field and have a comfortable lead if the racers behind you are battling and going side by side and trading positions all the time. I talked about it at Homestead, probably way too much. I harped on it. But if you're in second, third, if you're in fifth, sixth, and you're chasing the guy in third or fourth, whatever, if you're behind anybody, doesn't matter if it's dead last and you're chasing the guy one spot ahead. If you get into a battle with somebody, it's going to slow you down, right? So when Sarah Bradley is able to just focus on hitting her marks, and Dayalenkar, Gassiot Lee, and Ardiles, those drivers we're looking at right now, when they race with each other, they slow each other down, and that's going to help the leader and hurt those drivers in second and third. That's clearly the case right now, as another spot being traded right here. That might be Medeiros getting around Dupuis in the 207. It is. So Medeiros goes from 7th to 6th. Dupuis continues to backslide here. Bradley, she's aided by the fact that the drivers behind her are racing side by side, but it doesn't hurt that she's the quickest kart on the track right now. Bradley, a 54.53. That's the fastest lap of the race so far. She did not have a great heat one. She went from the pole back to fourth when the checkered flag flew. But now she's laying down purple laps. She's the fastest kart on track is what that means. And the guys behind her are racing a little bit. 1.59 seconds. Last time by was the deficit from Bradley's rear bumper to Dayalenkar's front bumper. They come around to complete another lap. Bradley, last time by, 54.53. She goes even quicker, 54.51. What's the lead do now? 1.53 seconds. But there is a new quicker kart on track, and it's the 207 of Medeiros, Cole Medeiros, a 54.42. If he ran a 52-second lap, people would be freaking out. They'd be teching that go-kart. He's a 54.42. Medeiros, now your quickest kart on the track. Bradley's lead grows from, actually, I believe it shrank a little tiny bit. Bradley's lead goes from 1.59 to 1.53. A very small difference, but it is a difference. So as we watch the Orsalon Racing ROK GP Junior Heat Race number 2, that means we only have 2 classes left here in heat number 2. 3 rounds of heat races for drivers here at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Big thanks to OPAC Racing for watching live on YouTube right now. Great job, ROK video guys. Killer shots and calls. That's nice of you to say. Here we go. Dayalenkar, Chase Gassiot Lee going side by side once again into turn number 6. Give the spot back to Dayalenkar. Gassiot Lee had gotten him, but Dayalenkar got him right back. You got, is what Dayalenkar says to Gassiot Lee. It's a 3-kart pack right there, the 257, the 211, and the 297. Diego Ardiles dips the helmet down. They'll get this lap. They'll get this lap before they come around to see the 2 to go. Gassiot Lee with a big run of steam out of turn number 13. Close, but not close enough. Bradley's lead now opens all the way up to 1.96 seconds, nearly 2 seconds from Bradley back. There goes Gassiat Lee to the inside in turn number 5. Gassiat Lee after Dale Carr. Talked to Seth Nash yesterday, the team owner, for that driver in second place, Gassiat Lee, and Seth said, man, we got a West Coast style. They got a West Coast swag. That's how I'll say it. And Gassiat Lee is driving right now with a little bit of that West Coast style. I'll be honest with you, I don't know where Gassiat Lee is from, but I know his team is from the West Coast right now, and he's driving with a little bit of that lean to him. He's up into second now after getting around Dale Carr. 2 to go at the line. Sarah Bradley is loving all this happening behind her as her lead is now 2.13 seconds. Dale Carr takes a look over his shoulder, sees where Ardiles is, and he throws a bomb down to the inside in turn number 4. Ardiles sits back and watches as Dale Carr and Gassiat Lee continue to just throw haymakers on each other right now. And this 3-cart train's about to become a 5-cart pack. Gassiat Lee, Dale Carr, Ardiles, Vanchev, and Medeiros. They're slipping and sliding out of turn number 9. Dale Carr takes a look over his shoulder. Ardiles wants to get up in the mix as well. Nathan Dupuis is going to come along for the ride. It's a 6-cart pack, second on back. Here they come into 12 and 13. When they get to the other side, they'll see the white flag waving. 1 lap to go here in Orsalon Racing. ROK GP Jr. Sarah Bradley way out in front, but behind her, it's anybody's guess. Dale Carr leads this pack. He's in the second position, but he's out in front of this group we're watching. He's in second. Gassiat Lee, is he close enough to try something here in 4? It's not going to matter because Dale Carr takes such a narrow entry into the corner, and that's what Dale Carr is going to do the rest of the way around the Orlando Kart Center. He's going to try and cut off Gassiat Lee's entry every corner they go to. Gassiat Lee, I've said it once, I've said it 100 times, as that middle cart in the pack, he's got to be careful because he's got Ardiles, Vanchev, Medeiros, and Dupuis all behind him. Out of the back straightaway. Only 3 corners left to go. Gassiat Lee trying to find a way back around Dale Carr. This is it. Through 13 for the final time. One driver gets a little bit of airtime. That's Vanchev taking a look at the sky. Checkered flag wave. Sarah Bradley scores heat race number 2 here in Orsalon Racing. Oh, and a couple carts get together on the exit of 13. That looks like Vanchev and the 207 of Cole Medeiros. Medeiros with a side pod perked up on the side. And Medeiros is going to slip and fall all the way down to 14th, and Vanchev barely stays inside the top 10 after running inside the top 5. Wow. Gassiat Lee is from Miami. Thank you very much. There you see the 207 of Medeiros. He is up and out of the cart. Oh, boy. Was running so well that whole race. And is that our boy Noah consoling him? Yes, it is. Oh, Medeiros can't believe it. Down to his knees. Oh, that's just, it's heartbreak. But the good news is that's only a heat race. There's still another one to go. Medeiros knows that these points are so critical that you earn in these heat races, and he knows that that just put him behind the 8 ball for where he'll start in the pre-final later today. But unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about it, and all Medeiros can do is get that cart back to the RPG pit. They got a great team of mechanics and folks underneath that tent. They're going to work at that thing tuned up, pointed back in the right direction, and now Medeiros has got to get his head back in the game. And just like that, we are back after a quick track cleanup. And this is the Mosport Karting Center VLR Masters. Alfonso Santiago comes in as your championship point leader. But he will take the green flag, or rather the lights out, as we are trendy here. We don't have a green flag. He will take lights out in the 7th position, your championship point leader, Alfonso Santiago, after scoring the round 1 victory back in January. Luis Quinones is second in the championship standings. Quinones will start 5th. It's Ariel Castro in the 779 and Tony Paulo in the front row. Mark Pavan and Christian Vomir are row number 2. Quinones and Dalbon. Alexander Dalbon and Luis Quinones make up row number 3. Alfonso Santiago, Gallo Barros, Andre Isaac, Wayne Whitson Jr. Frankie Beans starts 11th. Gotta love that name. Javier Montilla and David Middlesworth are the field here in ROK VLR Masters. Again, brought to you by our friends at the Mosport Karting Center. This will be our penultimate heat race here in round number 2. Penultimate, of course, means second to last. And I did not just Google that. I knew that. I knew what that word meant. I promise. Allegedly. Erroneous on all counts. Mosport Karting Center, VLR Masters. Castro on the inside. Paulo on the outside. Very critical how you get through these opening 2 right-handers on the starts at the Orlando Kart Center. Paulo in the Fernando Alonso kart bodywork on the outside. And then you got Castro right there on the inside. Paulo, pretty good jump right there. They're going to let that start stand. I don't know if it was Paulo getting a good jump or Castro not getting away from the lights at all, but either way, no matter how you slice it, Paulo is your leader. And I think Castro slipped all the way back to 1, 2, 3, 4th position. So not a very good start. Initially, truthfully, I kind of thought, well, maybe Tony Paulo jumped that start, but I don't think that's the case at all. I think Ariel Castro did not get away very cleanly. And now Paulo is going to have to defend, as there goes the 725 for the race lead. That's Alexander Dalbon, who went lights out in the 6th position. And Paulo's going to lose another spot here. I think that's Quinones in 2nd. It is. So the 6th place starter of Alexander Dalbon has now taken over the race lead, and he brought Luis Quinones all the way from 5th. Those guys went 6th and 5th, all the way up to the race lead in less than 1 lap. Great start there as we get things going here in the Mosport Karting Center VLR Masters heat race number 2. So Quinones is going to stick right in the tire tracks, the Levanto tire tracks of his teammate, Alexander Dalbon. Tony Paulo, Mark Pavin. Pavin in the 754 up to 4th. Pavin started this race in the 3rd position. I thought maybe he was another one of those big movers and shakers like our 2 race leaders right now, Dalbon and Quinones. But that's not the case. Pavin actually started this race in the 3rd position. He's back 1 to 4th. Masters here in the VLR category, working lap number 3. Alfonso Santiago, your championship point leader, started this race in the 7th position. He's currently scored only up in 6th, but he was the fastest kart on the track last time by. And now Quinones has pulled up to the back bumper of Dalbon, and it's kind of saying, hey, hello, I'm right here. I'm next to you. Don't forget about me. Man, the 725 of Dalbon, really good through that 7, 8, 9 complex that chews you out and spits you out onto the back straightaway. Chews you up, not chews you out. Chews you out is what your parents do to you. They chew you out. But that section kind of chews you up and spits you out onto the back straightaway. And Dalbon is just so good through that section over there, 7, 8, 9. Quinones trying to do everything possible to make a run for the race lead. Vomir now your quickest part of the track, 58.42 at the 4th place of Christian Vomir as Tony Paulo slides down again from now 4th to 5th. The 754 of Mark Pavin now has caught up. This is a 3, make that 4 kart race lead, as Vomir, the quickest kart on the track last time by, has joined this battle. It's a straight up 4 kart race right here. Vomir a 58.42. Pavin in front of him. Race for the lead. As I look down at the monitor, I look up to see a fight for the lead. The 721 of Quinones seems to have wrestled the race lead away. And that opened the door for the 783 of Vomir. Vomir has stepped on through. So Quinones goes from second to first, and Vomir goes fourth to second. Oh, man. Wild couple of corners right here in Mosport Karting Center VLR Masters. And Vomir's not done yet. Race for the lead in turn number 5. Vomir's there. He says hi, then he says bye. Vomir points the finger to the front, says, I'm leaving. You coming with me? Wow, Christian Vomir, fourth to first in just a couple of laps. Alexander Dalbon here needs to kind of stop the bleeding a little bit. Early race leader now down to fourth. And that shakeup at the front has really allowed this whole field to kind of bunch back up again. And I'll tell you who that seems to have really helped is the 710 of Alfonso Santiago. He's a few karts back in this train right now. First, second, third, and fourth. There he is, fifth and sixth. Santiago is right behind that yellow and blue Fernando Alonso kart. He's the last kart onto the straightaway. He's got one more behind him, Gallo Barros. But there we go, the 710, that Tony kart for Ursulon Racing. Championship point leader. Did not have a great qualifying session. And he's still probably not very happy with running in the 6th position, but he can see the leaders, and he's a lot closer to being able to do something right now. Again, Christian Vomir, another guy that has kind of just popped out of the woodwork here to look really, really good. Big pack of karts right there as they all make their way out of turn number 10 into 11, the left-hander. Then the right-hander, turn number 12, and then that long early apex, turn number 13. But just because you apex doesn't mean you're done with the steering wheel as you come onto the main straightaway here. Vomir has laid down really good laps. He goes purple again that time by 57.88. And he is getting ahead of the guys behind him. I was going to say he's really fast, but he hasn't been able to really check out on Quinones and Pavin and the rest of these guys. But in reality, he has. His lead is now nearly 0.7 of a second. Vomir back to Quinones. So he's doing exactly what he needs to do right now. And I think the biggest part of that is not destroying his tires. You have to manage your tires through all these heat races and the pre-final going into this last round of competition here for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. So Vomir, a tip of the cap to him, because I think he has the potential to go quite a bit quicker than he is, and he's doing a good job at just making sure, hey, let's keep the Levantos underneath us. Let's not burn them up. Let's not melt them. Let's make sure we have enough to survive, because he's going to have to go back and start from where did he take the green flag for in this heat race? Vomir starts fourth, so he's going to have to do that again in heat race number 3, and then we'll find out where they sort out for the pre-final. But yeah, Vomir's doing a really good job right now, I think. Again, he goes quick that time by 57.76. Really good lap. And Quinones, Pavin, and De Albon all just laid down their best lap of the race, as did Santiago and Isaac. They all just laid down their personal best laps of the race. It's just Vomir's going a little bit quicker than him up in front. And again, you know, it's to be expected. Clean track. You're not worried about anybody getting behind you because he's got such a healthy lead right now, right at nearly a full second. So yeah, it's no surprise that Vomir can lay down really fast laps. Coming around here to see 2 to go. This time by, he'll hit the start-finish line right there with 2 laps left. And for the first time in 3 laps, Vomir is not the quickest car on the track. That honor now belongs to Mark Pavin. Pavin, the driver in 3rd place, now your quickest car on the track, a 57.75. Quinones lays down his own best lap. De Albon lays down his own best lap. It's Vomir who finally takes his foot off their neck a little bit and backs off to a 57.99. Quinones was a 57.95, and Pavin the quickest overall with a 57.75. So Pavin not out of time, not yet, but he's got some work to do if he wants to catch up to Quinones here to make something happen. Through 13 for the second to last time. They'll see the white flag waving. 1 lap left to go here in the Mosport Karting Center. ROK VLR Master category. 57.86, 57.87 for the front 2. Very, very good, very close lap times. Vomir peeks a quick look over his left shoulder as he exits the turn 3 complex. Works him through turn number 4. The track gets pretty narrow down there on corner entry. You run out of room a lot faster than you think you're going to. Pavin's 2 laps ago was your quickest car on track at 57.75. He might have used those tires up a little bit, 57.96. Now he's letting them breathe a little bit. He's not going to catch Quinones. Quinones just laid down his, I think, 3rd or 4th consecutive best lap to this point. That was a 57.87. Nobody's going to have anything here for Vomir. Through 11, out of 12, now into the left-hander, turn number 13. The checkered flag is going to wave. Heat race number 2 in the Mosport Karting Center VLR Master category goes to the 783 of Christian Vomir. Quinones comes home 2nd, Mark Pavin 3rd, and De Albon. Alexander De Albon comes from 6th to finish 4th. Gallo Barros rounds out your top 5. 1 race left to go here in round number 2 of our heat races, and that means it's almost time for the PSL Karting Pro ROK Shifter. PSLkarting.com brings us the final run of the morning. This is the ROK Pro Shifter Heat Race number 2. Mateus Morgado. Well, he's been pretty good this year, hasn't he? Scored the first 2 wins of the season back at Homestead, Miami. Round 1, round 2, both belong to Morgado. David Trefilov making his ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour debut, I believe, with us here this weekend. He will start 2nd. Justin White, we've seen him all season. He runs 3rd. Vincenzo Ceracino will start fourth. Colin Daly fifth. Jared Ramanarayan, Andre Merca, and Leonardo Escarpioni complete the top 8, and that is your field here for the PSLkarting.com ROK Pro Shifter. After this heat race concludes, we will go into a quick and brief lunch break. We'll be back with live coverage of the third round, the last round of heat races for the weekend, and then we will immediately proceed right in to the pre-finals, and those starting grids are tabulated, or the starting grids are formed after tabulating all the points from these heat races. So I'd love to tell you what those pre-finals look like, but I need a whole nother round of heat races before we can do that. So stick with us on this beautiful Saturday morning. Still the morning for like a few more minutes out here. Yeah, 3 or 4 more minutes. It's still the morning out here in Orlando, Florida. That's our chief starter, Shaggy. He puts him into the tram lanes. Ryan Egan gives him the green flag. Shaggy says, visors down, to the lights, gentlemen. We are ready to race. The lights are going to come on. And when they go out, we go racing. PSLkarting.com ROK Pro Shifter is underway. Mateus Morgado had a good challenge right there from Trefilov, but Morgado got him off the lights. And now Trefilov and Justin White are both going to try everything they can here. Down into turn number 4. They're already out of 4. Now they're out of 5. Dang, these ROK Pro Shifters are fast. Trefilov right in those Levanto tire tracks, and so is his teammate Justin White as they chase down Mateus Morgado, or at least try to chase him down. Morgado rips a piece of tape that gets a little bit more air onto the radiator, cools the water that circulates that ROK Pro Shifter 125cc power plant. All these drivers and teams have a number, or at least a range of optimal temperature that they want to see on those microns on their steering wheels that tells them how hot the head of that engine is getting and what they need to do, whether they need to cover it up and heat that water a little bit more. Sometimes you'll see drivers put their arm and their hand down in front of the radiator to restrict airflow that heats that water up, and it brings the engine up a little bit quicker to temperature. Or you'll see what Morgado just did right there, and those karts go out on track with so many strips of tape sometimes, and based on the number that those mechanics and tuners want to see the engine's temperature get to, and of course that's completely dictated by ambient temperature and what the workload of that ROK Shifter engine is doing. But they'll go out there with some tape on the radiator, and the driver knows to look for a certain number, and if it's already to that number or getting close quickly, then that driver will rip a piece of tape. That allows more air to get into the radiator, and that cools the water, which cools down the engine. And it's all about operating in a certain range. Whatever those mechanics and tuners, heck, I want to call them engineers, as much science goes in to getting these karts to do what you want them to do. They have a set number, and the driver can see all that information on that small computer on their steering wheel. You can see a quick glimpse of it on Mateus Morgado's steering wheel, and they can see all that information, including RPMs. I believe most of them, if not all of them, have wheel speed, so you can tell your mile per hour, and engine temperature is a big part of that. So Morgado ripping that piece of tape. I know a lot of you watching are probably like, yeah, we know all that. Well, not everyone watching knows why they rip the piece of tape. Not everyone watching knows why they cover up the radiator, and why they do things like that out on the track. So Morgado, something tells me whether he had that extra piece of tape on or not, he'd probably still be looking pretty good right now. He's your race leader with Trefilov in second, Seracino in third, and Justin White with Colin Daly rounds out your top 5. Rama Narayan, Escorpione, and Merca, 6th, 7th, and 8th. The leaders make their way down the back straightaway here. Not too much going on. These ROK Shifters, wildly fast machines. And once they can get a little bit of clean air and clean track, you'll see what Morgado's doing right now, and that's driving away. Morgado, again, he's just been lights out. He's been so good this year. Wildly talented young driver. Fun to watch him. But unfortunately, sometimes he makes races, a little bit too calm, a little bit too, action lacking when he's able to get out in front and drive away like this. It's great if you're a Morgado fan, if you're a PSL fan, but he's very fast and he's been very impressive through January in Homestead, through February in Homestead, and once again here. He had Ryan Norberg making his debut back in January in the ROK Pro Shifter. Then he had Danny Formal come out, and man, he and Formal had great battles back in February in Homestead, Miami for round number 2. But this weekend, Morgado not missing many steps as he's consistently been about a 1/10 of a second quicker, 51.07. Oh, I say that, but then Trefilov rips off a 50.96. Morgado was down in the 50s in qualifying. Morgado, Trefilov, White, Saracino, and Daly were all in the 52nd bracket in qualifying, but so far through race conditions today, that's the first 52nd lap we've seen, and it comes from the 4:13 of David Trefilov. Now, is that going to be enough to go up and catch Morgado? I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm just a go-kart announcer. The lead does shrink, though, by a little bit to 0.6 of a second. And it's going to be how Morgado answers here. And really, if Trefilov can continue that hot streak of good laps. 50.96 last time by. It's a 51.22. And Morgado's able to go his personal best lap, a 50.98. And that allows the lead to grow once again back to nearly a full second. So right at 2.5 minutes to go here in this one before we see the sticks. We're letting them know 2 laps to go. No real battles out on the track right now to speak of. Morgado still hammering the curbs, treating this race like it's the final on Sunday. That lead was 0.9 of a second last time by. It's going to grow to a 1.3 second advantage because Morgado rips off a 50.80. Great lap right there for Mateus Morgado. That's the quickest lap we've seen in racing today out of this PSLKarting.com Pro Shifter category. Still not quite as good as his lap in qualifying was. Morgado went 50.36 in qualifying yesterday afternoon. That's just fast, okay? That's just a fast lap is what that is. But something tells me Morgado is going to continue to try to turn up the wick here and get a little bit quicker. Last time by 50.80. That was his best lap. That was the race's best lap overall. He backs it down a little bit there. It's a 51.03. So Morgado knows that he's got a pretty healthy lead. 1.2 seconds last time by. And he just needs to make sure he nurses that 462 Birel back to the pit area. Again, this heat race will conclude round number 2. We'll break for lunch, and then we'll be back. Speaking of lunch, our friends Pizza Point, they have stepped up and presented like an extra little award to the winners in Micro and Mini back in January and February. Pizza Point is here. They've got their trailer set up over by the other food vendors. We have lots of great food vendors here with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, but I don't know if I've ever had a better pizza at a go-kart track, at least, than from the trailer at Pizza Point over there. So, no, this is not a paid advertisement. No, nobody in here is forcing me to say it. I've had their food a couple times during the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, and I think it's very good. So if you're here at the track hanging out with us, if you got the TVs on in your pit area and you're thinking to yourself, man, I'm pretty hungry, well, go get a pizza from Pizza Point. If you don't like it, then I didn't recommend it to you. Okay, how about that? I think you're going to like it, though. Mateus Morgado has seen the clock expire, which means when he gets back around, there will only be 2 laps to go. And Morgado's lead over Trefilov actually has gotten smaller the last 2 laps. It went from 1.3 to 1.2. Now it's down to 1.18. 50.80 is Morgado's best lap. 51.01. And the lead levels out right at about 1.24 seconds here. So Morgado, Trefilov, Seracino, White, and Daly, the top five. Raman Ryan, Escarpione, and Mirka are how they run here in PSLKarting.com Pro Shifter. Sun just starting to peek out a little bit behind those clouds. There was a fear of rain a little earlier in the day, I guess, but things look good now. It was an overcast start to the day, and yesterday was much more sunny, much warmer, and less of a breeze. And I think that's definitely always a concern for the mechanics and the tuners here. Fabio Urslan talked to us a lot yesterday in our interview with him about just how far the technology in karting's come and how easy it is to tune and set up these go-karts these days. But just because it's easy to set up the go-kart doesn't make it any easier to go out there and drive it and beat the guys and the girls that have equally well set up equipment. And I thought it was a really good interview, and it always is cool, and it was great to talk to Fabio Urslan yesterday. Mateus Morgado, he's got a great team of mechanics and tuners over there at PSL Karting. The PSLKarting.com ROK Pro Shifter Heat 2 belongs to the driver of the 462. Mateus Morgado gets the win. David Trefilov runs second, with Vincenzo Seracino in third. Justin White and Colin Daly are your top five. Well, folks, just like that, can you believe it? We're already done with the morning here on Saturday. Heat races 1 and 2 are complete. We're going to break for lunch, and then we will be back with round 3 of the heat races. You're watching live coverage of the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour here on ROK Cup USA TV. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour season finale here in Orlando, Florida, the Orlando Kart Center, home of the third and final weekend of 2024. And if you're with us, I hope you also had a great lunch. We did. We had some smoked meats. I believe there was chicken, a steak, and even some smoked sausage. It was very good. Mike Burrell and the folks at ROK Cup do a great job of taking care of us when we're out here working. And I don't know if you got the chance to eat. I sure hope you did. But we're back and we're ready to go. And we got 2 rounds of races coming up. First up, it'll be the third and final round of heat races. And then we will go right in to pre-final on-track action. So how you do in this third and final heat race will really determine, will have a lot to say about where you start in the pre-final later on this afternoon. The Levanto Tires, Briggs 206 Senior and Master. Heat race number 3 is on track now. Christopher Wakefield, he has been perfect here in 2024. He is in that number 11 Sodi Kart, and he brings the field of 206 Seniors, as well as Owen McCarthy, Sebastian Ribeiro, Sam Felipe, Mac Brown, and Anthony Bissett, all into the tram lanes. The lights go out. We're heat racing here for the final time in Briggs 206 in the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Well, did you expect anything different? Christopher Wakefield jumps out to a whole shot lead, and now we're just going to sit back and watch him try to grow that lead as much as he can. Right behind him, Owen McCarthy, Sebastian Ribeiro, Sam Felipe, Mac Brown, and Anthony Bissett. The 206 Masters drivers have picked up the lights out, and they are racing already through turns 4 and 5. Off to a quick start here. The 206 Masters are clean and green. There's a good look at your senior field. Christopher Wakefield in that black and orange number 11 Sodi Kart. Won at Homestead, round number 1. Won at Homestead, round number 2. He's been just dominant all season long. He's been rock steady here at the final weekend through qualifying in the first 2 rounds of heat races. Now he's trying to lock things up with a Heat 3 win and make sure he starts on the pole position for that pre-final a little bit later on today. And then all we've got tomorrow are everybody's main events, the finals, the finals. 206 Senior, 206 Masters, all on track. The senior drivers make their way past us here above turn number 4 for the first time under green flag conditions, working lap number 2. And then our 206 Masters drivers are coming into view. That's the 100. So Diego Rodriguez Bravo out in front, Michael Garrido in second, Portillo in third. There's a look at your 206 Masters top 3. Rodriguez, Garrido, and Portillo hooked up with each other, nose to tail, as they make their way through turn 6, and then they'll set up for the right-hander 7, the left-hander 8, and then on to the back straightaway through right-hander turn number 9. These heat races have been shortened, 8 minutes for all classes plus 2 laps. So 8 minutes across the board, and it sounds like the pre-finals have been brought down to 10 minutes per class. So these 206 Seniors and Masters drivers already inside of 6 minutes to go before they see the 2 laps remaining in their third and final heat race of the day. If you're watching live on ROK Cup USA TV on YouTube, thanks very much for joining us. Hope your Saturday is going well. Ours is going great. We're at the Orlando Kart Center, a phenomenal kart track right smack dab in the middle of Orlando, Florida. We can't be more than 20, 25 minutes from MCO, the Orlando International Airport. And I think that's one of the reasons this track is so popular and so well known and so well liked. Very easy, very accessible for folks to get to, drivers, families, friends, teams, it doesn't matter. If you're coming out here to do some racing at Orlando Kart Center, it's easy to get to it. Rodriguez starting to get a little bit of attention here from Michael Garrido. This is the fight for the lead in 206 Masters. Again, Levanto Tires bringing us the on-track action in 206 Senior and 206 Masters. Masters drivers unwind the steering wheel for turn number 10, and they'll set up for 11, 12, and then that last left-hander, turn number 13. There they go right there. This track races really, really well, and we had awesome on-track action at the Homestead Miami Motorplex, the AMR Homestead Miami Motorplex, back in January and February. Flipped directions between January and February, and Had great racing out there, and this is just an awesome place to end the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour here at Orlando Kart Center. Got a full pit area and the walkway. We are in the media, the booth, the tower, right above turn 4. We used to announce from that booth right over there. They just passed above turn 6, but now we're over here at the end of the catwalk between turns 4 and 3, and the whole walkway out our door all the way over to the kart rental building is full of people. Every session hanging on the fence, watching the racing here. So it's great to have a full pit area, campers, trailers, everyone's here taking in the weekend and soaking up the last little bit of Florida for those of us who come from out of state to come down here to race every single month. Across the start-finish line, Christopher Wakefield, well, he's way out in front in 206 Senior. He's already got a 2.3-second lead, so we're riding along here with our 206 Masters drivers. Rodriguez has got, let's call it maybe a kart length and a half, but now it's that fight for second place as Portillo's going to throw it down to the inside, but it doesn't look like he's going to have enough as Michael Garrido able to hold on to that second position. Portillo, hey, and that's why we hang with these Masters drivers, because sometimes they have some really, not sometimes, pretty often, they have very close, very intense battles, and it doesn't matter if it's for the lead or for third or for fifth, whether it's a heat race, whether it's a pre-final. Heck, sometimes these guys will race each other in practice. No, that's not always true. They keep it clean during practice, and they keep it clean during these races, and it's fun to watch the 206 Masters drivers. Levanto Tires bringing you 206 Senior and 206 Masters here on the final round of heat racing. This is the final time these drivers will heat race at the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. How crazy is that? Yeah, they got pre-finals and they got finals coming up tomorrow, but this is the last time every one of these classes will heat race at the Florida Winter Tour. And that's just, that's one of the good and one of the bad things about a short, kind of miniature championship that only takes up one weekend from January, February, and March. It's over really quickly, and that's the only bad part about the Florida Winter Tour with ROK Cup USA is it's over before you'd like it to be over. But as we talked about during the earlier round of heat races this morning, round number 2, the Florida Winter Tour for so long has just served as an ultra-competitive way to start your year. And in no way does the time of year that these races are run, being the winter, in no way does the time of year these races take place take away from their importance or their weight or their value or anything, but just how the calendar works and how the seasons change. You come down here to Florida, you run the Winter Tour, and then you get ready to go run your big summer series, the ones that take more time out of the calendar, the ones that take more weekends. But the Florida Winter Tour is just always a really well-attended, well-supported, and incredibly closely fought battle in all these classes. And it's been that way since it started, and it's still that way here in 2024. Christopher Wakefield, he's maybe the exception to that rule, as he has just been wildly dominant in 206 Senior. His lead already is now at over 3 seconds, and they're going to come around to see 2 to go when they get back to the line. So, in all honesty, 3 seconds with 2 laps to go, that's kind of that's like a small day's workload for Christopher Wakefield. Sometimes he's way out in front by a lot more than 3 seconds. But this battle in 206 Masters is still really good. Rodriguez, Garrido, Portillo, the front 3, and then Eric King and Miguel Romero round out the 206 Masters field. Boy, the 106 of Portillo locking him up at the end of the front straight, or at the end of the main straightaway. I told myself I wasn't going to say front straightaway, and I already messed that up. And we're only in heat 3 for the 206s. But Portillo locking up those brakes, getting into the turn 1 at the end of the main straightaway. And don't let anybody lie to you. Second place in a heat race means a lot more than third place does. It's all about those points. And Portillo wants as good of a starting spot as possible for the pre-final, which is the next time we're going to see these drivers out on track. And how they finish in that pre-final, that is exactly where they will start for tomorrow's final of the 2024 season. Christopher Wakefield has come across the start-finish line. He has seen 2 laps to go. Here come our 206 Masters into the final corner. They will see the sticks now. 2 laps left. Wakefield out of turn 4 through turn number 5. Behind them, no real change. So Ribeiro and McCarthy run second and third. Oh, we got somebody off. The 106, that's Portillo. Portillo up and out of his cart right before he can cross the line for 2 to go. And he's looking over the right rear corner of that go-kart, trying to find out exactly. I looked down at the monitor at the last second. Don't know if it's if possibly a chain came off. I don't know if maybe he got something wrapped in the axle, but he's still bending over, staring at the back end of that 106. He doesn't know what the problem is. He just knows that he's out of this race. Wow. So that keeps Garrido kind of calmly at bay in second position. Rodriguez just needs to nurse it around the track one final time here. Checkered flag is going to wave. Christopher Wakefield scores the win in 206 Senior, and the 47 of Mac Brown was getting up there. Oh, this is the white flag. Apologies. We got the white flag. I thought Shaggy was showing him the checker. So 1 lap to go here, and look at Mac Brown, Owen McCarthy, and Anthony Bassett all having themselves a good race right here. The 7 of Felipe back to the inside of turn number 5 on Mac Brown. Anthony Bassett's going to go out there and make it 3 wide as they head to turn number 6. You can't do that in that fast right-hander. Anthony Bassett backs out of it. He falls back in line. Mac Brown runs in 5th. Sam Felipe in 4th. Look at this. They're still side by side. They're door to door, and these go-karts don't even have doors. Anthony Bassett wants to make it 3 wide once again. Mac Brown changes lanes. The 7 of Sam Felipe has that 4th position. I know we're getting awful excited for 4th place in a heat race, but all these points matter. Checkered flag waves. Wakefield, Ribeiro, and McCarthy are the top 3. And how about it? How are they going to sort themselves out here for 4th, 5th, and 6th? It looks like Felipe is going to hold off Mac Brown, and Anthony Bassett rounds out the 206 Senior field, and then our Masters, Diego Rodriguez and Michael Garrido, stay in lockstep after losing Jesus Portillo with 2 to go. So it's Rodriguez, your winner, Garrido in second, King, Romero, and Portillo in Masters, and Christopher Wakefield scores a pretty impressive victory over Sebastian Ribeiro and Owen McCarthy. Sam Felipe, Mac Brown, and Anthony Bassett, your top 6 in 206 Senior. Heat race number 3 is underway. Rocket Racing Company brings us our third and final heat race of the day and the weekend and the season for the ROK VLR Junior category. Again, got a good chance to spend a little bit of time last night in the pit area with Cole Matthewson over at Rocket Racing Company. Paul Elefante stepping in and taking over what was ANSA and turning it into Rocket Racing Company, and hopefully we're going to get some time to talk to those guys a little bit more, but we are definitely grateful for Rocket Racing Company stepping up and bringing you the action here all Florida Winter Tour long with the ROK VLR Junior category. This was a good one. Heck, they're all good ones, right? But this was a really good one back in heat race number 2, and we're ready to do them again. We're racked, we're stacked. We got them stacked deep. We're selling them cheap. Here it is Saturday at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. What are we selling, Tony? I have no idea what we're selling. We're selling good times, and they're free. That is right. They are free to you, folks, because this broadcast, you're not paying a dime for it. The ROK Cup USA TV package, it comes free of charge. It costs free $75. That's free $99. I know I screwed it up. I'm not hip like Brandon, our director. Dig Ardiles and Alexander Vanchev are your front row once again. Cole Medeiros and Jordan DeLeo with Dean Peterson, Chase Gassiot-Lee, Ty Fisher, Sebastian Garzon, Matty Grace, and Amador Martinez Sainz are your front row. Ardiles on the Cosmic down on the inside, and his outside, Alexander Vanchev. Lights go out, we go racing. Vanchev's going to try to stay alive on the outside. He's going to go from second to second, maybe back to third. We cut to our turn 4 camera. No, Vanchev's still right there in that second position. And I know what you're thinking, Tony, it's more important who the leader is. I agree with you, but what's more impressive than using that inside front row starting spot and just not letting anybody by you, it's when you start on the outside here at Orlando Kart Center and you have that immediate pair of right-handers that are very slow. You can allow that guy on your inside to really take advantage of you if you're not careful. And a couple times now we've seen that happen, but also a couple times we've seen the drivers that qualify second do a great job at defending and being able to hold on to that second position. That is exactly what Alexander Vanchev has done. And just like that, lap 1 is in the books. Diego Ardiles is your race leader here in the Rocket Racing Company VLR Junior Heat Race number 3. Cole Medeiros goes back to third, but I'm not sure how that's possible because he started in third. So he stays in third. Let's put it like that. Jordan DeLeo fourth, then Chase Gassiot-Lee. A bunch of these drivers, Gassiot-Lee included. Oh, we got one off-roading right here. That's the 879. Doing a little bit of lawn mowing here at the Orlando Kart Center. Tiziano Rosso Orso. I'm positive I've messed up that young driver's name, and for that I apologize. But that was the 879 that we caught going off-road a little bit, and that driver continues to have problems over on the exit of turn number 5. The 879 gets pointed and going in the right direction, but I was talking about how Gassiot-Lee and Vanchev and Ardiles, a lot of these drivers we see running double duty between VLR Junior and ROK Junior, ROK GP Junior, and that definitely can't hurt you, right? That really cannot hurt you, getting all that extra seat time and track time to go out there, see what the track's doing, find out where the rubber is, and find out what you need to do when you get back out there on track. That looked like, could that have been Nathan Dupuis in the 841? I believe it was. He's involved in a good scrap right now with the 870 and the 834. That's Gassiot-Lee behind him and Medeiros up in front of him. Now, it wasn't this class, VLR Junior, but Medeiros did suffer a bit of a heartbreak back in ROK GP Junior. Look at third, fourth, and fifth just snake down to the bottom of the back straightaway. That's Medeiros' best way to keep Dupuis, Gassiot-Lee, Garzon, Ty Fisher, and just a few others behind him as they come down into that right-hander, turn number 10. Man, it is lock, stock, and loaded barrel back here, third, fourth, and fifth. They are bumping and shoving and pushing and sliding. And Ardiles and Vanchev are like, whatever, you guys do whatever you want. And third, fourth, and fifth are saying, yeah, we will do whatever we want. DeLeo, Medeiros, Gassiot-Lee, Garzon, Dupuis, just to name a few here. Dupuis is able to take over he's going to become the engineer of this pack right here as he goes to the front. And when I say front, I obviously mean of this pack. He's third overall. This is the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh through like 12th train you're watching right now. Ardiles is your overall race leader, but he and Vanchev are out in front right now, so we're keeping an eye on this battle. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Like I said, it's literally probably 3rd back to at least 10th. Drivers Jordan DeLeo, Cole Medeiros, Gassi Ali, Garzon, Dupuis, Chaparro, Fisher, and Peterson. The unwind of the steering wheel and come out of 13 to click off another lap. Meanwhile, Diego Ardiles is your quickest car on track, 56.16. His lead over Alexander Vanchev. Nearly a full second early on in this one. Now a battle for that 3rd position, as that's the 834 of Gassi Ali going after DeLeo. DeLeo, no, that's Dupuis. No, it's not. That was DeLeo. That Gassi Ali got around. And they come out at turn number 9, and look at that as they all snake down to try to defend any passing opportunities heading into turn number 10, which we've seen a lot of great passes take place in that corner already. Look at this freight train of go-karts right now. Oh, a couple get together farther back on the entry to 13. We saw 2 or 3 carts hop up on top of each other. That's the 837 and the 828. The 837 is Ty Fisher, and the 828 of Lillian Scarborough. Oh, no. You hate to see that. Scarborough caught up in it with Ty Fisher. You never want to see anybody get knocked out of a race early. Anybody, doesn't matter. And I hate to see that for those young drivers. That helps out Sebastian Garzon a little bit, as now Garzon finds himself fighting for a top 5 position. You see it right there. That should be Nathan Dupuis that Garzon is fighting with right now. Dupuis and DeLeo and Gassi Ali. So, yeah, it's Gassi Ali in 3rd, DeLeo in 4th, Dupuis. Oh, check that. Dupuis and DeLeo swapped positions, so it was DeLeo that Garzon was racing with. Third, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th all still pretty stacked up and close to each other. More side-by-side racing, and a few rubbed up tires onto side pods here as they fly by us in turn number 4. Not a lot of time left in this one here now as you look up and see your clock on the top of the monitor hits 1.5 minutes right there. When they get back around, they'll see 2 to go after that clock expires. So they really only have a couple laps left here in this one. And now Garzon has lost the pack just a little bit of DeLeo right up in front of him. Dupuis is in 4th and Gassi Ali is in 3rd. Really trying to get these karts to rotate the best they can and allow these drivers to carry as much speed as possible. It's all about picking up that inside rear wheel, right? You got to pick up that inside rear wheel, carry as much speed as possible. You're going to lean on that outside rear tire. You don't want to lean on it too much, but ultimately you have to. Getting these karts to hike up and rotate and lift that inside rear wheel is really what these tuners and mechanics are trying to get these karts to do, and that's the feeling these drivers are searching for. Drivers can cause that inner wheel to lift up and affect that in a few different ways. Alexander Vanchev, now your quickest kart on the track, but drivers can manipulate the chassis to kind of work the way they want to or the way they think they need it to by doing a lot of different things, and sometimes you will see drivers really clobber the curbing. And here at Orlando Kart Center, there's plenty of curbing to clobber. Say that 5 times fast. Plenty of curbing to clobber. And it's all about getting that inside rear wheel to lift up and rotate that go-kart so you don't have to slow down as much. And the reason those karts lift that inside rear wheel is these are solid axle go-karts. The axle itself is hollow, but it's solid in the sense that it connects both rear wheels, and there's no differential like on your road car back at home. When you turn down the street around a corner in your road car, or most professional race cars, there's a differential that allows the outside rear wheel to spin at a different rate than the inside rear wheel. Go-karts don't have that. They're extremely bare bones. They're extremely simple racing machines, which is what so many drivers love about them. So when you don't have that differential to change the outside wheel's speed versus the inside wheel's rear speed, you have the go-kart flex and twist, and that's what these chassis are built and designed to do. They're notoriously soft metals that are used in karting chassis because you want that chassis to literally, the metal to twist and torque, and that way the rear wheel on the inside of whatever corner you're going through hikes up and lifts and allows that rear wheel to continue to roll through the corner at the speed the rest of the go-kart is. There's probably much better ways to explain that. There's visual aids out there on the internet, but that's the reason these drivers are hitting these curbs and flying through these corners, and quick snap movements of the steering wheel are all designed to lift up that rear wheel, that inside rear wheel. White flag has been displayed here. Diego Ardiles and Alexander Vanchev have had pretty smooth sailing in this one since the early part of this race. Vanchev is the quickest kart on the track. It is important to mention that. A 55.62 is Alexander Vanchev's quickest lap, and Ardiles' best lap is a 55.74. So Vanchev is about a tenth of a second and a little bit more, a tenth plus some change quicker. Fight for position right here. Gassiat Lee's watching them trade positions behind. Dupuis and DeLeo going at it here. Dupuis had the spot. It looks like DeLeo may have gotten it back. Oh, and Medeiros runs into the rear wheel as those two fight for position. Garzón flies right on by. Checkered flag is going to wave. Ardiles wins heat number 3 here in VLR Junior by Rocket Racing Company. Vanchev ends up second. Gassiat Lee was safe in third, but it was DeLeo and Dupuis who had that little bit of a hucklebuck on the exit of turn number 10 coming away from the back straightaway. DeLeo comes out on the winning side. Garzón picks up a spot. Medeiros ran into the back of, I think it was DeLeo, and then Dupuis slips all the way to 7th. Dean Peterson 8th, Javier Chaparro 9th, and Amador Martinez Sainz the top 10. ROK VLR Junior, thanks to our friends at Rocket Racing Company, is done with their heat races. We will see them back on track in just a little while for their pre-final. So coming up on track now, this is and don't check your television sets, folks. We messed up here in the booth. This is the Rocket Racing Company VLR Senior. VLR Junior is brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Well, we apologize. I was even a part of that mistake, throwing up the wrong logo, and clearly I read the wrong sponsor. So Nash Motorsports just brought us the action in VLR Junior, and we appreciate We appreciate their support. Rocket Racing Company, we still appreciate your support. We called out Rocket Racing Company as the sponsors of VLR Junior. They sponsor VLR Senior. It was Nash Motorsports who brought us VLR Junior just a few moments ago, and that was a really good race. I anticipate we're in for another really good race. Kasper Turaboyski on the inside of the front row will line up alongside Stephen Miller. Emma Scarborough and Alessandro De Tullio make up row number 2. Alan Isambard starts 5th with Stephen Eisert in 6th. Ryan Persing, Bernal Valverde, Acer Torres Jr., and Frederick Manning are your top 10. Questo, Martinez, Shimbasi, Alabahi, and Coleman Hall are the top 15 here in the Rocket Racing Company ROK VLR Senior. This race will be 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Turaboyski and Miller come into the tram lane side by side. The lights go out. Turaboyski gets a great start right there, as does Stephen Miller. Miller able to keep the field behind him from that second place starting spot. And we got a huge wreck over on the exit of turn number 2 heading into turn 3. That is a bona fide parking lot. Barriers strung all across the track. I am not sure they'll be able to get that cleaned up. I was about to say I'm not positive we won't see this go to a full restart, but the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour staff is on it already over there, and those guys are pulling carts off the track, getting barriers back in order, and Turaboyski is going to lead them down to the end of the back straightaway. And there is change for position all the way through the top 5 right now. Alessandro De Tullio is one driver who just picked up a position. We're going to wait and see how everybody sorts themselves out here as they come across to complete lap number 1. The cleanup still continues over on turn number 3. Boy, look at the lead now that Turaboyski has. Alan Isambard is up to 2nd. De Tullio 3rd. Scarborough and Ice are your top 5. Isambard started this race in the 5th position. He's up to 2nd now. Put that back to 3rd as De Tullio gets around in turn number 4. De Tullio is the driver who just picked up a spot as we go back to that battle, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. There we go. There's De Tullio. Isambard looks like Stephen Eisert in 4th. And the 928 of Emma Scarborough. So there's your leaders. Turaboyski. Oh, here goes Eisert. Eisert to the inside of the 932 of Isambard. Eisert, Isambard, De Tullio. Sometimes we have these classes where 2 or 3 names will just line up really, really similarly to each other. De Tullio obviously was not one of those, but Isambard and Eisert. So if I call out one of those wrong or combine them, there's a real good likelihood I'm going to combine Eisert and Isambard. So I just now apologize ahead of time. De Tullio goes from 3rd up to 2nd. He's the quickest kart on the track. If you're watching live and you want to keep up with live timing and scoring yourself, we are on the Alpha Timing and Scoring app. Man, look at that. Those Nash Motorsports drivers are making up for our mistake during ROK VLR Junior. The Nash Motorsports karts are making sure you know about that team from the West Coast. And Turaboyski has done a good job at getting out in front here, but with De Tullio being your fastest kart on the track, 57.16, we will see what that lead of Turaboyski's does here. 0.8 of a second last time by 0.85 was the deficit from Turaboyski back to De Tullio at the line here. Let's see if it grows or shrinks. It shrinks, but it's not De Tullio any longer who's the fastest kart on the track. The lead is 0.6 of a second, but it's now the 3rd place driver, the Sodi kart of Stephen Eisert, who's your fastest kart on the track. Eisert goes 56.44, and now Miller in the 973. I love it. I've gotten around you. Now let's work together. Can't work together when I'm behind you, but we're up in front now. We can work together, and that's what Miller just told Alan Isambard in that 932. So even though it looks like our front 5 and 6 here are starting to kind of thin out a little bit, that's not really the case. These drivers are just kind of being able to get into their groove now and hit really fast laps. De Tullio was your fastest kart 2 laps ago. 1 lap ago, it was Eisert. They're going to come out of 13 here to complete another lap. We're just at the halfway point in this one, on the time clock at least. Let's see if fast laps change hands here, and it does. So it's been De Tullio who's in 2nd. It was Eisert. Now it's Miller, and they've gone down the leaderboard. De Tullio was in 2nd, is still in 2nd when he ran his fast lap. Then it went to 3rd place Eisert. Now it's down to 4th place Miller. So by the law of logic, a law that I don't follow very often in life, logic would tell us, or at least the pattern would tell us, that next up, fifth place driver Eisenbard will have the fastest lap of this race. Eisenbard is working quite hard to keep up with the 973 of Stephen Miller. Let's see. DeTulio has nearly caught Turoboyski. There you see him. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth, all on your screen right there. DeTulio went from 9/10 to 6/10, now to 3/10 of a second. He was quickest, then it was Eisert, now it's Miller. Down the main straightaway. Fast lap honors this time stay with Miller. The 973 is Stephen Miller, 55.78, quickest card on the track. And I think we're about to have a race for the lead. We're certainly about to have a race for third as Miller takes that hot hand from a 55.78 and throws it down to the inside of Stephen Miller. No, I'm sorry, Eisert. He throws it to the inside of Eisert as Stephen Miller now goes from fourth to third. There's too many Stevens. And Eisert and Eisenbard sound very similar. I swear, sometimes I think they draw these classes up to mess with me. Race for the lead right here at the end of the back straightaway. DeTulio to the lead around the 997 of Turoboyski. And what's he hit him with? The old tap of the helmet. Now I'm by ya. Let's work together. This is great stuff right here. Turoboyski did not have a very good heat race. There was some contact getting down into turn number 4. I won't even say contact, as wow, Stephen Miller's not done picking him up and putting him down yet. Miller gets around Turoboyski, moves Stephen Miller up to the second position. Turoboyski's trying to stop the bleeding now because he's got the Sodi card of Steven Eichert right behind him, and Alan Eisenbard is right there. Turoboyski doing a good job. Now Eisenbard goes after his Sodi Kart teammate of Steven Eichert. No one is safe. Nowhere is safe out here. Look at this as Turoboyski looks over to his left and sees Steven Eichert right there. He's able to hold Eichert at bay, but for how much longer? Eichert now pokes out, tries to look to the inside, thinks better of it, stays in line, racing for the third position right here, right now. And soon, Stephen Miller is going to have to contend with Alessandro DeTulio is going to have to contend with Miller. And there goes Eichert, and he brings Eisenbard with him. Eichert and Eisenbard. Can we get a cart between these two last names, please? They get around Turoboyski. And now Emma Scarborough enters into the chat. I was saying DeTulio very soon here, I think he's going to have to contend with Stephen Miller in that 973. Farther back here, Eisenbard, Scarborough, Turoboyski. Less than 40 seconds left. They're going to come around turn 13, and the clock will not have struck 0, not yet. Sometimes they'll cut it a little closer and show them 2 to go. No, that is not the case, so they're going to get this lap and then see 2 to go. Or as they say in France, 3 laps to go. Here they come. Great shot right there as those leaders come flying out. Now it's going to be Miller down to the inside in turn number 4. He's around DeTulio. Miller to the race lead on DeTulio. The 997 right there, Turoboyski and Emma Scarborough have changed positions. So moves Scarborough up to 4th in front of Turoboyski. Oh, terrible heat race fortune here for Turoboyski. He started on the pole position all 3 of these heats. I don't recall where he finished heat number 1, but after some close racing down into turn 4, ended up slipping back to like 7th or 6th, I believe, in heat number 2 earlier this morning. Now he's down to the 6th position, or the 5th position. Now, look at DeTulio come from way back to take the race lead away from Stephen Miller. DeTulio, not done, not yet. They see the sticks, 2 to go. Miller, DeTulio. Miller's your quickest card on the track, at least he was last time by. Now DeTulio needs to be very careful here in turn 4, and that's exactly what he is. He's careful. Miller has taken the race lead right away from Alessandro DeTulio, so we know he can do it. DeTulio went back and got it right back from Miller. They'll head up the back straightaway. Here comes Miller. wants to take a look. Took a look. Went back in line. Out of 10. Now they'll come in. Fast section of corners right here. Left-hander 11. Right-hander 12. Hop the curb. Set up for the early apex turn number 13. Unwind the steering wheel. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go. Who's going to settle it? How are they going to settle it? And who's going to win? Rocket Racing Company, VLR Senior, heat number 3. Meanwhile, Emma Scarborough, your quickest go-kart on the track, 55.53. DeTulio defends way down to the inside. Miller's going to try and cross him over. Gets 4 wheels up in the air on the curbing, but DeTulio has the track go back to the left, and that's able to keep Miller at bay. Miller wants this heat race win. He wants those minimal points, and he wants the pre-final pole. Up the back straightaway. One final time. DeTulio looks once, moves down. Miller goes even lower. Miller's there. DeTulio has to give way. Here comes Steven Eisert in the Sodi Kart. Miller, Eisert, DeTulio, they're all working it out amongst themselves. Out of the 13 for the final time. Up the track to the start-finish line. Rocket Racing Company, VLR Senior, is going to go to Steven Eisert, who picks up the pieces after Miller and DeTulio slide themselves. Coming out of turn number 10, Miller went all the way down to the bottom. And DeTulio had to get out of the gas and check up a little bit, and that allowed Steven Eisert to walk right on by Rocket Racing Company VLR Senior. Saw a pretty hectic start, as you can see, of just a few of the go-karts that were involved. Sitting out there on the exit of turn number 2, heading into 3. And boy, that was a really good heat race. Rocket Racing Company, VLR Senior. Nash Motorsports brought us VLR Junior. And we're gonna have a little bit of cleanup to do here. So as they go out there to pick up those carts, we will step back and see you in just a few moments for our next couple of heat races.
everybody likes to smoke their cigarettes here. Oh, do they? And I don't really want to be the dick and be like, yeah, here, oh yeah, there's you too. Yeah, there's like every race, there's a different guy. Awesome, Americans, man. Lots of smokers.
Well, folks, welcome back to live coverage of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour here in Orlando, Florida. My name is Tony Laporta, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that it's time for the U-Race ROK Mini Heat Race number 3. You race, I race, we all race. I say that every time, and I think it's hilarious, and it's probably not. We got the track cleaned up from that incident in the VLR Senior lap number 1. Back over there in turns 2 and 3, there was a big melee of go-karts and barriers all over the place, but the good news is everybody sounds like they are okay. Barriers were replaced. Karts are back in the pit area, getting worked on, and we will see all those drivers back on track, or at least we expect to see them all back on track for the pre-final. Look at that shot right there, folks. Here at ROK Cup USA TV, we take you down into the infield, and we make you feel like you are standing amongst these heroes that battle at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. And how much does it cost you? Free $99. That's right, free $99 to join us here every single weekend at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. And why? Well, that's because ROK Cup USA, we love you. We love you, and we want you to have good things. So we bring Jason Loria and his staff out from California. Some of these guys have never even seen Florida before. Can you believe that? And now they're working a camera at a go-kart race. Marco Sammet, and Nico Arbezo are your front row. Mika Baruch and Lorenzo Varela are in row number 2. Field sees the lights not go out and the yellow flag waves. Look at Noah working that yellow flag. So we will not go green that time. Marco Samet, Nico Orbizo, your front row. Mika Baruch is third. Lorenzo Varela, fourth. Royce Vega will start fifth in this U-Race ROK Micro, heat number 3. Josh Bergman starts sixth. Valentino Santillan is your championship point leader after a win last month in February. Santillan will start seventh. Liam Nakawati rolls off eighth. Nico Katowski ninth. And Asher Pavin, the top 10. Man, they are slowed down. Looking to see a little bit, I think, slower pace grid as they come into the tram lanes this time by. Oh, we got one around on the exit at turn number 10. That's the 180 of Liam Nakawati, and that's not good because Nakawati is scheduled to start this race in the 8th position. I don't know if they're going to wait for him. I don't believe they are. As the field comes into the tram lanes, lights go out. Now we do go racing. And it's your pole sitter losing way to Nico Orbezo. Orbezo's going to jump out to the hole shot through turns 1, 2, 3, and now down into 4 as Samet did not get a very good start. Oh, one goes around. Second place gets turned around right in the front of the field. There in turn number 4. The 175 of Marco Samet is involved. The 164 of Varela and the 118 of Baruch all caught up in that. And Samet is just trying to get his kart back on track. Baruch is having troubles getting started as well. Oh my goodness. We have had some calamity in these heat races. Finally, Samet and Baruch get going. Oh boy, I don't even know how that got started. I think it possibly may have began when second place Marco Samet was tagged from behind and went around after losing all control of that 175. Again, if we can get a replay, we'll work on that. We'll try, but that was a wild way to start the U-Race ROK Mini heat race number 3. We've got all those drivers collected and back on track here out of turn number 4. Good move right there is the 140 of Josh Bergman. Was that Callan Berghofer? Love that camera shot down there on the inside of turn number 9. ROK Cup USA TV taking you places you've never been before. Riding along right there with the 158, that is your race leader Nico Orbezo. Orbezo took the lights out for this race in the second position, but had a great jump, had a really good start, and was able to go from the outside of row number 1 to the race lead. And who knows if Orbezo had been in that second position where Samet was, is Orbezo the one getting turned around and going backwards? Does that wreck still even happen? I mean, it's impossible to know, right? But Orbezo, through luck or through skill or through whatever you want to call it, was able to get out in front and avoid that incident behind them. Good shot right there as a few more karts work their way through turn number 9, passing for position down into turn number 10. The 192 of Nico Katowski, and that should be the 140 of Josh Bergman. Bergman, I think, had his hand kind of up in the air as they came onto the back straightaway. That's the 192 of Katowski and the 111 of Santillan. I apologize. So Bergman is in 5th behind these two, but it's Valentino Santillan, your winner from last month down in Homestead, Miami, Florida, who's racing with Nico Katowski right now. Royce Vega up in second. Nico Orbezo, your race leader. That's 3rd and 4th you're watching right now. Look at that as they make that turn from turn 9 towards the back straightaway. Behind these two, Josh Bergman kind of runs all by himself right there in the 5th position. Maddox Ruiz is in 6th. Colton Scheigenberg, apologies, in 7th. Asher Pavin in 8th. Geronimo Zualaga and Callan Bergho for the top 10. These ROK Mini and ROK Micro races were scheduled to be 8 minutes plus 2 laps, and all other categories were 10 minutes plus 2 laps. I think they have shortened those down. I know they have shortened those down to 8 minutes all the way, and then the plan, at least at last I heard, was 10 minutes for all pre-finals, and that's just the pre-finals later on today. That'll be the next time you see these karts on track, as this is their 3rd and final heat race. So when they go back out on track for their pre-finals, the original schedule read 10 minutes for micros and minis plus 2 laps, 12 minutes for all other classes plus 2 laps. But now it sounds like those pre-finals have been cut down to 10 minutes for everybody, as these heat races are down 8 minutes for everybody. Not much time, speaking of the clock, left here. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left as Josh Bergman rattles off a really good lap, 59.92. And now it looks like Valentino Santillan has kind of backed up away from Nico Katowski, and now Josh Bergman is there. Bergman very close to Santillan. Bergman's going to pull to the inside in turn number 6. Oh, it's such a tight corner with the speeds that they're hitting through there. And Santillan keeps Bergman behind him. For at least a little bit longer. Here we go. Bergman to the inside of Santillan right there in turn number 10, or rather 11, apologies. In 11 is where Bergman gets around Santillan. So move Bergman from 5th up to 4th. Santillan now to P5. Royce Vega, meanwhile, is now your fastest kart on the track, 59.84 for the driver in 2nd place. So what can Royce Vega do, and what can Josh Bergman do now that Bergman has caught up to the 192 of Katowski? Bergman's in 4th. That's the 173 of Maddox Ruiz you just saw roll through turn number 9. Looks like Royce Vega has caught up to Nico Orbezo, and there you go right there. Orbezo on that 158 has Royce Vega very, very close behind. And a couple laps ago, Vega was your quickest kart on track. They're going to see the clock run out before these drivers can get back to the start-finish line. So you are effectively working 3 laps to go right now. 30 seconds on the clock. They're not going to be able to complete this lap before the clock hits 0. Man, cool look right there as Royce Vega does everything he can to reel in Orbezo. The lead last time by 0.2 of a second. Orbezo hard on the brakes at the end of the back straightaway. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Katowski, Bergman, Santillan, they're still sorting it out behind these top 2. It's going to be close. I called out they wouldn't get there in time. The clock hit 0 pretty much right as they get to the line, but it does time out pretty much perfectly where they're seeing 2 to go. Look at this here. Katowski out in front of Bergman and Santillan, but they are right there trying to make something happen. They fly out of turn 3. Now they'll come down to the late braking, late apex, turn number 4. Santillan tries to set up for a big overarching sweep move right there. And now Maddox Ruiz will join this fight. Maddox Ruiz right there in the Praga kart in the 173. Ruiz to the inside of Santillan. Ruiz cracks the top 5. Move Ruiz to 5th. Josh Bergman right up ahead. Ruiz is not done yet. They got a lap and a half to go. This is great action for third, fourth, fifth now. Here comes Josh Bergman. Bergman pulls out to the inside of Katowski. Bergman to the inside at the end of the back straightaway. Bergman now to third place. Bergman looks over his right shoulder. Katowski's going to try in 10 or in 11 rather. Can't get it done. Look at that Praga Kart of Maddox Ruiz. Ruiz coming out of nowhere to fight for a top 5 here. He's in the top 5. Don't worry about that, as Ruiz has gotten around the 192 of Katowski. Katowski's going to try and come back on Ruiz right there in turn 4. He gets the pass. Ruiz stays at home, keeps foot in the gas, and unfortunately is going to swing too wide, and that lets Santillan back inside. As these drivers work the final lap here in the U-Race ROK Mini, heat number 3, Katowski, Ruiz, and Santillan all fight it out amongst themselves here. But up front, the checkered flag is set to wave. The 158 of Orbizo has had challenges all race long, mostly from Royce Vega, but Orbizo holds him off for the win here in heat number 3. Royce Vega ends up in second. Third place is going to go to Bergman. Fourth place is Ruiz, or at least I thought it was. Katowski seems to have gotten him at the line. So Bergman third, fourth place Katowski, and fifth place Maddox Ruiz. Ruiz started this race in according to my grid in front of me. Maddox Ruiz started this race in the 26th position and ran in 5th. Now we know that one driver at least did not get to their starting spot. And believe me, I'm not trying to discount Maddox Ruiz's performance at all. I promise you, I am not trying to downplay what Maddox Ruiz just did. But to come from 26th to finish 5th is incredible. So if that is exactly where Ruiz started, regardless of where Maddox started, incredible performance to run as well as that 173 Kart did. And that will do it for the U-Race ROK Mini. So really, really great race there. And we're about halfway through our program. ROK Shifter Masters with VTM is coming up next.
That's correct. Camera C for Chris.
VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters. This one did not go the way that even I expected it to. Scott Skitchy Barnes gets the pole in qualifying, and Jose Montalto, who has been the man to beat here in this category so far in the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Hey, I'm a big fan of Scott Barnes, right? He's a good friend, and he's employed me, and I like him. But Montalto's just been, like, you know, incredibly fast this year already. So I fully expected Montalto, once he got up to the race lead, I kind of thought, okay, it's going to become another kind of snoozer for Montalto here, and he'll drive away with this one. But Scott Barnes did not let that happen at all. In fact, he went up there very quickly, had some seriously confrontational racing. Not long after, I don't think Montalto held the lead maybe for an entire 2 laps before Barnes went back and got him. And then Barnes was able to actually drive away and score the Heat 2 win earlier this morning. So that made me kind of look like I don't know what I'm talking about, but I make myself look like I don't know what I'm talking about most of the time anyway. So Scott Barnes just, you know, he kind of sped the process up a little bit, but it's great to see. you know, at the end of the day, you just want to see an exciting race, and that's exactly what we got in VTM Racing, Rock Shifter Masters, heat number 2. Barnes will be on the inside of that front row once again, and Luis Gaudier, who was a little late getting to the starting spot outside front row in heat number 2, Gaudier is there and on time, and it's Jose Montalto who will line up right behind Scott Barnes, and if he can get the lead this time, he's definitely going to try as hard as he can to not let Barnes reclaim it, nor Gaudier or any else of the top 3, 4, or 5 drivers here in this one. VTM Racing, Rock Shifter Masters, heat number 3, we are racing. Barnes gets off to a clean start, and Montalto just absolutely sticks himself to the back bumper. One kart around. One other car gets up in the air, stays on all 4 wheels. We got drivers running off the track in several different places here in this one. Oh, boy. Hey, don't let anyone tell you these heat races don't mean anything, right? Scott Barnes looks like he may have already given up the race lead here to Montalto as we watch the 5:15 fly by us here. And no, Barnes still has that top spot, so check that. Barnes and Montalto work their way out of turn 10 from the back straightaway, now back into the infield. And Luis Gaudier, well, he's been fast all Florida Winter Tour as well, but Barnes clicks off lap number 1 as your race leader here. Quick time, 54.47. Montalto about half of a second behind. And Barnes and that team are just working on that kart every single time it comes back in to get it to do a little bit more of what Barnes wants it to do. This is definitely not Scott's first time racing with the Florida Winter Tour or racing here in Florida, period. Right there, 3rd and 4th, that's Gaudier and Charlie Fonseca. Fonseca dive bombs to the inside in turn number 9. Gaudier has to get completely out of the gas and gather it back up. Fonseca not making many friends with Mr. Gaudier out here, and I think that allowed Mardan to slip on by both of them. The race leader is Scott Skitchy Barnes right there. The 525 of, that was Renato Javier David, who was able to slip by after Fonseca and Gaudier got together. Fonseca is just, he's just throwing bombs, dude. He doesn't care. And now Gaudier answers back with a bomb of his own. Gaudier takes a look over his left shoulder, says, hey, I can do exactly what you just did. That's where you saw the contact one lap ago. Gaudier does not get a very good run out of the corner. He grabs gears, and he's going to come all the way down in front of Charlie Fonseca, and Gaudier kind of cooks himself right there on the exit of turn number 10. Fonseca says, thank you very much, grabs a gear, gets gone. Boy, oh boy, 3rd, 4th, 5th right here is what we're watching. Renato Javier David in 3rd, Fonseca now back to 4th, Gaudier 5th, and now Gaudier's got to worry about Laurencio Mardan. It is good when the racing is this exciting. Mardan wants to make something happen with Gaudier, but Gaudier defends on the entry to turn number 4, the hairpin there, as they come back now into the infield. VTM Racing, Rock Shifter Masters. Don't tell us we didn't warn you. So the 524 of Javier David, he started this race back in the 9th position. And runs in 3rd right now. Montalto looking out our window for our race leaders here. There goes Scott Barnes by us down into turn number 4. And I'll tell you what, Jose Montalto is he's not used to this. He's not used to smelling exhaust smoke and reading a number plate for as long as he has been with Scott Barnes. Good look right there at Fonseca as he has reeled in Renato Javier David here down on the braking zone in the end of a turn, going into turn number 10 at the end of the back straightaway. And Fonseca has had speed and he's had courage. And those are two things you really want if you want to see a guy make a lot of moves and make passes here. And we've seen that already in these heat races here today. Javier David is the next Renato. Javier David is the next item, the next name on Charlie Fonseca's list here. Barnes just gets quicker and quicker. That time by Barnes clicks off the fastest lap of the race, 52.62. And man, oh, there you go, Fonseca to the inside in turn number 9, and he slides wide. Crossover City. Getting onto the back straightaway right there. Renato Javier David has reclaimed the third position from Fonseca, and this has allowed Gautier and Mardan to join the fray here. The Fray, a great band from Denver, Colorado, if you remember. Over My Head in a Cable Car. Anybody get the reference? No? They were big. They were big in like 2012. But the Fray, not the band, the Fray is in the action here in VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters. Here we go. Fonseca goes back to the inside in turn number 5 on Renato Javier David. Fonseca takes the 533 back to the third position. Gautier sitting back here watching all of this, just taking it all in. Now Gautier pulls out. Can he make that pass stick? Oh my goodness. Gautier from downtown gets on the brakes, bumps it down a few gears, and is able to get by Renato Javier David for 4th position. Now Javier David is going to lose one more. That's Laurencio Mardan. Mardan gets himself one. Oh, man. So Barnes and Montalto, 1.1, 1.2 seconds is kind of how they're sitting right now. And then Fonseca puts the moves on Renato Javier David, and David ends up giving way 2 more times to Gautier and Mardan. At least I'm pretty sure Mardan is still out there. Yeah, he is. So Gautier and Mardan show the way to Javier David. And then Corey Matthews, Francisco Vassallo, they call him Frank the Tank. And Matthew Sanford, I almost thought it was Matthew Stafford, the quarterback from the Detroit Lions, but it's Sanford, not Stafford. And Quinones complete your top 10. There you see Mardan. Mardan moves up to 5th, and he's the quickest car on the track. Laurencio Mardan, 52.55. And when you got this much going on, you don't realize the clock is down to 30 seconds already. VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters nearly coming to a close here. Does Mardan have anything for Luis Gautier? Gautier's kind of gotten on his horse here now and began to ride. Scott Barnes takes back Purple Lap Honors, fastest part of the track, 52.42. And his lead now 2.5 seconds. Scott Barnes over Jose Montalto. Leaders will come around and see 2 to go when they get there. There's a good look at Scott Barnes, the driver from Bermuda. Heads down the back straightaway. That should be Montalto. There we go. First and second. 2.5, less than that really, laps to go. Through 11, onto the right inner 12 and into 13. Barnes will come around to see the sticks. 8 minutes down, 2 laps to go. Would have been entertaining if we could have gotten Barnes at round 1 of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Fortunately, not able to make it, but we saw him back in February, and we definitely see him here in March. you see Barnes there just plucking a few gears, not having to really stress that thing too much. He flies across the start-finish line, white flag waving. 1 lap left here. And if he can lock it up here, he will have locked them out of heat races, at least today. Barnes takes a look over his left shoulder, says, wow, I have a little bit of breathing room here. I can just make sure I do what I need to do. And you know that's what he's going to do. Cool look right there as he gets on the back straightaway for one final time here. Next time we see these drivers into the VTM Racing Rock Shifter Masters category back on track, that will be for their pre-final. We ride with Barnes here on his victory lap into the final S combination. One more time, VTM Racing Rock Shifter Masters heat race number 3 goes to the Bermudian, Scott Skitchy Barnes. He gets the win. And behind him, your championship point leader, Jose Montalto, in second. Charlie Fonseca, he made some moves in that race. He ends up third. Gaudier fourth, and Laurencio Mardan, your top 5. 5 down, 5 to go here in round number 3 of heat races at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour.
I think it's moves cars that don't have motors and shit. It's insane how busy it is. Parking lot's full.
There we go, folks. Halfway through our third and final round of heat races here today. And now it is time for the RPG ROK GP Pro heat race action. Harley Keeble picked up the pole in qualifying yesterday afternoon. So, Harley, your round one winner, will bring him to the green flag, or the lights out here in heat number 3. Diego Ramos in the 313 will start second. Alessandro De Tullio will roll third with Jacob Kohler, your point leader here in the RPG ROK GP Pro category. Kohler will start fourth. Joseph Lowney starts fifth. Christian Garduno sixth. Fernando Luke starts seventh. Santiago Fernandez eighth. Patricio Gonzalez ninth. And Donovan Bonilla, the top 10. Stephen Miller, Rodrigo Gonzalez, Noah Jackson, Rahim Alabahi, and Joshua Sumvalis are your top 15. Kasper Turaboyski, Gabriel Amarillo, Esteban Hernandez, Jaden Hundle, and Blake Nash, the field here in the RPG ROK GP Pro heat number 3. Keeble and Ramos, the front row. Harley Keeble on the Sodi Kart with the number 311 on it. Diego Ramos, looks like the Burrell on the outside. They come into the tram lane side by side, 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Lights go out. And look at Harley Keeble stay side by side with Diego Ramos, but I think Ramos is ultimately going to slip back a position from second to third, as that should be Alessandro De Tullio getting up into the second position. Oh, now De Tullio from third to second, now to first. De Tullio to the lead. De Tullio making very quick work and using that inside row 2 starting spot very well. The sun shines down on the back straightaway here at the Orlando Kart Center. A couple of the Nash Motorsports drivers trying to make moves farther down the track. De Tullio, your race leader after one lap. Harley Keeble, the pole sitter, says, hey, whoa, what happened? You were behind us. They come out of turn number 3 and then into turn number 4. Keeble down to the inside, and that 311 is going to take the race lead back. De Tullio keeps the momentum up on the high side, but as the track bends back to the left, De Tullio will lose second, if for only a moment, as the 313 of Diego Ramos shuts the door on De Tullio, and now Ramos. So now we're back like how we qualified. Keeble, your leader, Ramos in second, and De Tullio in third. Jacob Kohler right behind De Tullio. And that was the 329 of Donovan Bonilla getting up inside the top 5, it looks like. Race leaders click off another lap at the stripe here. Keeble, your quickest card on track, 53.96. Diego Ramos, De Tullio, Jacob Kohler, and in fact it was the 329 of Donovan Bonilla cracking the top 5. Garduno 6th, Santiago Fernandez 7th, Fernando Luke 8th, Noah Jackson, and Rodrigo Gonzalez, the top 10. As you are watching live coverage of the RPG ROK GP Pro third and final heat race of the weekend. There's the 313 of Diego Ramos, hot on the heels of pole sitter, race leader Harley Keeble. Keeble discards a piece of tape, wants a little bit more air. Keep that engine temperature right where he wants it. And now these race leaders, as they unwind and work their way through yet another lap here. Keeble staying right on the grind. Purple lap once again. Harley Keeble, your quickest card on the track. As these drivers work through this third and final heat race, okay, they're thinking, they're aware. All right, how did I do in heat 1? How did I do in heat 2? Where does it look like I'm going to finish up here in heat number 3? And they're already thinking about how and where they're going to start in the pre-final, which is coming up right after this third round of heat races is complete. How you do in those pre-finals, that's kind of a lot of what the weekend comes down to. I mean, ultimately, the main event, the final on Sunday, that's really what is important. But that pre-final, how you run in that thing determines where you start in the most important race of the weekend. So these drivers have been accumulating points all of these heat races, and that sets them up for the lineup for the pre-final later this afternoon. And if you're Harley Keeble and you got a little bit of clear track ahead of you, you're definitely thinking about that right now. You're also thinking about hitting your marks and laying down really fast laps, but you're also thinking about what are we going to do to this go-kart when it's time for the pre-final? Are we going to change things? Are we going to go a different way on air pressure? Do we need to take a tooth off or add a tooth on gearing? All those things are going through these drivers' minds, and I don't say that because they're distracted. I don't say that because they're not focused. I say that because these young drivers and the mechanics, the tuners back in the pit area, they are all hyper-focused on their job. They are all very aware. Oh, we got a wheel off the 365. That's a wheel knocked off completely the right rear corner. The 365, that's Joshua Sumvalis, and that thing is missing a wheel. And it's not just missing a wheel, it's missing an entire rear hub. Boy, I mean, we've seen wheels break, and we've seen tires go flat and send guys spinning. But the 365 was not just missing his rear wheel, he was missing the entire right rear hub assembly. That's probably a scary moment. You're going around the track, you got all this grip, and then the next thing you know, you're spinning backwards, and you're watching your wheel fly away from you. A wide variety of things can happen that can cause that rear hub to come off. Hubs can crack, hubs can break. The bolts that hold those hubs on can crack and break. Obviously, there's always that unfortunate chance that the bolt may have been left loose. You can undo those rear hubs very quickly to make rear width adjustments, depending on what the kart's doing. Sometimes you might bring those rear wheels in a little bit. You might bring the rear wheels out. There is a maximum width that these karts have to live within. A long time ago when I was racing, rear width was 55 inches. I don't know if that's still what the rule is today. But again, don't know why the rear hub came off on the 365 of Sumvalis. But it looks like they were able to get him up and out of that go-kart and to somewhere safe. Passing for position coming onto the back straightaway. Looking for our race leaders now. That should be Harley Keeble coming onto the main straightaway. First place, second place, third place, all pretty much by themselves. Fourth and fifth. That's fourth is Jacob Kohler. And that's the 325 of Fernando Luke with Blake Nash. Nash reeling in Fernando Luke right here as they race for sixth position. Nash currently in seventh with less than a minute and a half to go here in this ROK GP Pro heat number 3. Blake Nash looking high, now looking low. Blake Nash threads the needle, and Blake Nash is into the sixth position. As that was Fernando Luke, he got around. Now Christian Garduno is going to try to come along for the ride here. Minute to go before we see the sticks. 2 laps left once they see the clock hit 0 here. Good move right there by Blake Nash. Talked to his dad Seth yesterday and was just really proud of how Blake is progressing and coming along in this category and at this level of national, and really the Florida Winter Tour is not national, it's international competition. When you see the names and you realize where some of these drivers and these teams come from, the Florida Winter Tour may just be the most eclectic group of racers really in this hemisphere. And there's lots of great summer championships, and Andy Saisman has a fantastic series on the West Coast for drivers who can't come all the way over to Florida and teams that want to compete on the West Coast during the winter. And all these series are great. We're not taking away anything from any series, but it's just for the Florida Winter Tour's long-standing history and what they've done for as long as they've been around. You really do have to kind of tip your cap and go, this is an extremely competitive championship. I think personally, for my money, it is definitely one of the most eclectic and internationally diverse fields assembled, really in karting, at least on this continent. I know over in Europe you have drivers from a lot of countries and a lot of different places, but here in the U.S., I just have a hard time thinking of a series that has as many drivers come and as many teams come from different places to compete for a championship. And yeah, it's even more impressive when you think about this is such a short championship. It's January, 1 weekend in January, 1 weekend in February, 1 weekend in March, and then it's over. So it's a lot of time and it's a lot of energy put in to a very, very short series. 2 laps to go for Harley Keeble and Diego Ramos. Great look right there at Diego Ramos, your off pole starter, who got shuffled back to third on the start after a battle with Alessandro De Tullio. De Tullio even went on to lead this race for a very short time, but Keeble and Ramos were able to get back around. Harley Keeble's lead over Diego Ramos here as they come around to see the white flag. 2.2 seconds. Keeble, your quickest kart on the track. A couple laps ago, lap 7, went a 52.76. He's a 52.94 coming to the white flag, so really not slowing down much at all as we ride along now with Harley Keeble, your pole sitter, race leader, and comes into this weekend sitting third in the championship standings in this RPG-sponsored ROK GP Pro category. Through 6, over 7 and 8, now into 9. He'll head down the back straightaway. Diego Ramos can only sit back and watch and wave goodbye as Harley Keeble hangs the right-hander off the back straightaway, looks over his shoulder one last time, now into the infield. The left-hander 11, 12, and 13 through the final corner and out to the other side. He'll see the checkered flag waving. Heat race number 3 in ROK GP Pro goes to Harley Keeble. Diego Ramos behind in second, and Alessandro De Tullio ends up in third. Jacob Kohler, your championship point leader, coming into the final weekend, runs 4th in that final heat race, and Donovan Bonilla. Great to see Donovan crack the top 5. Fernando Luke 6th, Christian Garduno 7th. Look at that little mess of karts right there. Santiago Fernandez 8th, Noah Jackson 9th, and Patricio Gonzalez was 10th. Rodrigo Gonzalez was 11th. I wonder if they know each other. Stephen Miller 12th, Rahim Alibi 13th, and Turaboyski 14th, with Hyundai completing the top 15. That will do it for heat racing action for the ROK GP Pro seniors. They are done. They will be back on track a little bit later on for their pre-final. ROK Micro is coming up next.
Why doesn't he use the cannon use so hard to get that same shot? I feel like we can't miss that corner. It's so crucial. Yeah, sure, I'll take the break. Stupid. Ooh, fuck, you hit something, bud. You got a chain. Okay, that's it. I can take it, Ben. If you come here, I'll take it to the booth.
U-Race ROK Micro on the track now. We had the U-Race logo up during ROK Mini. Zanella Racing brings us the action in ROK Mini, so again, apologies there. This is the U-Race ROK Micro third and final heat race of the day. Santiago Orioli and Zane Burgess, as well as Win Godschalk, had a really good race. We got a couple karts stopped and fanning off of the track here at the end of the back straightaway in the middle of turn 10. We got 1, 2 karts, at least 2 karts stopped, and we got a couple kind of trying to figure out where they're supposed to be. I don't know. I don't want to say that we won't go green here, but I would be surprised if we do. They're going awful quick here. They are definitely not going green. That's a flying pace to come around for, so they're going to try it again here. Orioli and Burgess are your front row. They're going to need to get this field slowed down quite a bit more. And I was looking at the officials on the track. They were not telling those kids to wave around and keep going. I think those drivers were just getting a little anxious, so we're going to try it again here. When those lights go out, those drivers can see on the other side of the track. They can see that other side of the board, and when those lights go out, they know that's when they are allowed to race and begin racing. So when the lights don't go out and the officials are waving those yellow flags, the drivers know they got to come back around and give another shot. So Orioli and Burgess are charged with the responsibility as the front row of setting a safe and fair pace for the entire field. You can't go in front of the front two, so as slow as the front two go is how slow the rest of the field has to go. U-Race ROK Micro, Zanella Racing sponsors ROK Mini, and we are getting ready to go here with the third heat race for ROK Micro. Next time you see these drivers on track, it'll be for their pre-final a little bit later on. Look at that. That's a great looking grid there of all of our ROK Micros making their way for the main straightaway. Talked about Burgess, Orioli, and Godschalk had a really good race back in heat number 2. Let's try it again here. They still want him slowed down a little bit. Orioli, Burgess, underneath the lights. They go out. We go racing. And Burgess is going to get the whole shot, I believe. Orioli still trying to fight and survive down on the inside. And it's Burgess. Burgess holds the race lead as they come in and now out of turn number 4. Orioli right behind him. And Win Godschalk in that bright white helmet runs in the third position. But boy, Orioli and Burgess had a good drag race right there off the start into turns 1 and 2. Now Godschalk taking a look on the inside of Orioli. Do they touch? No, they don't. They get close. They may have touched, but everybody keeps it going in the right direction here. A couple drivers that I think had trouble back at the start are up and out of their go-karts. You can see them standing with their helmets on behind the barriers. And now Orioli and Burgess have themselves a pretty healthy gap at the end of lap number 1 here. It's Win Godschalk right behind, who's having to fend off some challenges. Let's take a look at the running order as they come across the line here. Godschalk is having to deal with Nico Salazar, as well as Jaden Francisco. Now here we go, battle for the race lead. Orioli to the inside in turn number 4 on Burgess. Orioli to the race lead. Santiago takes over the top spot. So Zane Burgess now will slip to second. Win Godschalk loves to see all this going on. Nico Salazar and Jaden Francisco probably don't hate it that much either. As well as this Orlando Kart Center races, we have seen several instances here already today where the pole sitter or the early race leader can get out front and then really drive away. And I think that's because Orlando Kart Center races so well. When you're second on back, you're probably got your hands full with somebody, with maybe a few somebodies. But when you're the leader, you can kind of focus on hitting your marks and driving away a little bit. Right now, as Win Godschalk gets around Zane Burgess, these drivers need to work really hard to make sure that Santiago Orioli does not just check out. Of course, if you're an Orioli fan, you're thinking, no, that's okay, he can check out. But Win Godschalk now is in second. Now Zane Burgess is going to have to defend once again That's the 28 getting around Nico Salazar. Salazar has gotten around Zane Burgess for the third position. And I think maybe that he just bring Jaden Francisco along with him. I believe so. There you go, Orioli. Good shot as they come down the barrel. Win Gottschalk in second. Zane Burgess was in third. He's back to fifth now. That should be Nico Salazar and the 3 of Jaden Francisco. Field makes their way unwinding from the 180 from turn number 10 into the infield. 11, 12, now 13. The left-hander, early apex. You got to hit that curbing early, but you keep a lot of steering wheel in that cart as you roll through the corner and you get spit out onto the main straightaway. And in fact, it is Salazar and Francisco. Zane Burgess has fallen back to fifth. Wow, and there's a big gap from the 3 of Jaden Francisco back to the 55 of Zane Burgess, rather. Marina Brandeau, Luca Beckerel, Miguel Suarez, Leo Simone, and Liam Francisco are the top 10 here. Really, look at this race right here, third and fourth. Salazar trying to keep Jaden Francisco at bay. And it looks like Win Gottschalk has slowly crept up behind Santiago Orioli. Third and fourth taking a look at each other. They darn near can look at each other in the eyes. They're so close right now. But this fight for the race lead is coming to you. And here they come out of 1 and 2. There goes Gottschalk down to the inside. And that's for the race lead. Gottschalk around Orioli. Good pickup there. Orioli's going to try and come right back at him in turn number 4. No, not yet. Not close enough. Behind them, third and fourth have swapped positions and continue to do so. That's the 28 of Nico Salazar and the 3 of Jaden Francisco. We got too many battles all around the top 5 right now. Win Gottschalk has the lead. Santiago Orioli wants to go back up there and get it. Francisco and Salazar are having a great 2-cart battle as well. Leaders come off the back straightaway through 10. Looks like Salazar and Francisco have swapped position. Salazar should be scored in that third position. We'll take a look as they come back around here. Inside of 3 minutes to go for these U-Race ROK Micros. And in fact, Salazar does go back to that third position on your scoring monitor. Let's see, is Orioli close enough right here in turn 4? Orioli wants to take a look, but no, still not close enough, not yet. Now it looks like Salazar, I don't want to say Salazar's comfortable, definitely not comfortable, but Salazar has a little bit more room over Francisco. And what's really impressive about this race for the lead between Orioli and Gottschalk is as often as these two find themselves racing each other, they haven't really given up too much ground, but it's also because Salazar and Francisco are racing each other. So you're both equally slow when two groups of carts are racing each other and passing back and forth. Nobody's going to gain and nobody's going to lose on each other, that's for sure, as far as the gap, the distance between the two packs. Tuning back in here, it looks like with our fight for, that's the 3 of Francisco, who has gotten back around the 28 of Nico Salazar. Miguel Suarez rounds out the top 5. And Francisco's got a tiny little bit of breathing room. Francisco does over Nico Salazar. Not close enough to make any kind of run happen, or at least make any kind of run start here on the back straightaway. 60 seconds now remain here in this U-Race ROK Micro, heat number 3. And when Gottschalk is not out of the woods, Santiago Orioli very well just may be sitting back and biding his time. Remember, these drivers see the clock. They know exactly how much time is left, and they know that once that clock hits 0, it's plus 2 minutes. So when Win Gottschalk and Santiago Orioli and all these other drivers fly underneath the start-finish line, there's a gantry here, and gantry is just a fancy word for like small bridge over top of the front straightaway. I guess it's not really a bridge because you can't cross it. People can't walk on it, but regardless, there's a clock hanging above the start-finish line. It's a signboard that shows the clock and how much time is remaining. And I'm a firm believer that these young drivers are coached and taught, hey, when you see that thing getting down closer and closer and closer, that's when you want to start to get ready to make your move. And different drivers have different levels of when they're comfortable with waiting until to make that move. Now the clock has run out. When they come around turn 13 here and onto the main straightaway, Win Gottschalk and Santiago Orioli will see the sticks, 2 laps to go. And now they know that there are not a lot of opportunities left if you're Orioli to make something happen here. But Gottschalk, that turns up his intensity too, because Gottschalk knows, okay, he's probably going to try something right now if he's that close to me. He doesn't have a lot of time left. You got to think as the race leader, you're very cognizant of, okay, there's only a few chances left to make a move. I have to defend every single one of those opportunities. Orioli doing a good job of just staying very smooth, very consistent, but Gottschalk has not been bothered, has not really been messed up in his head by worrying about the go-karts behind him. One driver slow on the exit of turn number 4. That looks like the 88. They get it continued and rolling in the right direction. Lap and a half, less than that to go. The white flag's going to wave this time by when Gottschalk walks him out way wide on the exit of corner number 13. Santiago Orioli has 1 lap, 13 chances at a pass left here in heat number 3. Out of 1 and 2. Now they'll head for turn 3. This turn number 4 has been a great passing opportunity. Orioli dives to the inside. Right there, he's going to go to the inside. He's going to go to the lead. Santiago Orioli takes over the top spot with just a few corners left to go here. Half of a lap left. He hikes up on the steering wheel. Win Gottschalk. He's not just going to go away quietly here. Gottschalk's going to give Orioli everything he's got. Gottschalk sets up for a big arc into turn number 9. That runs him onto the back straightaway. Orioli goes low. Gottschalk might just say, I'll go a little bit lower. Here they go into the final corner, or at the end of the back straightaway, rather. Gottschalk dives to the inside, but he carries too much speed. He washes out. Orioli now back for the race lead. 3 corners left to go through 11, 12, now into 13. Gottschalk gives him a tap. He's not close enough. Out of the final corner. Heat number 3 is going to go in U-Race ROK Micro, a drag race, in fact. Which one of them is going to get it? Gottschalk scored as the winner. Orioli had the lead coming out of the final corner, but our timing and scoring show that Win Gottschalk crossed the line first. And that one driver thought they won the race. I'm checking my Alpha timing app just to confirm. The margin at the line is scored at 0.01 second. That is 1/100th of a second between Win Gottschalk and Santiago Orioli. Jaden Francisco finishes 3rd, Nico Salazar 4th, Miguel Suarez 5th, Leo Simone 6th, Luca Beckrell 8th, Marina Brenzau 8th, Liam Francisco, and Logan Arteta, the top 10. Good action there in the U-Race ROK Micro. And we got a couple carts to pick up, so stick with us, folks. We'll be right back with more live coverage of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. the Orsalon Racing ROK GP Junior Heat Race number 3 on track now. Sarah Bradley picked up the victory after her front row starting spot, her pole position here in qualifying yesterday. She will do it one more time there from the inside of the front row. Bradley and Diego Ardiles will line up side by side. Chase Gassiat-Lee start third with Victor De Alencar in fourth. Jackson Morley, Cole Medeiros, Alexander Vanchev, Nathan Dupuis, Jose Halfin, and Edward Kennedy. Your top 10, Orsalon Racing, ROK GP Junior. Coming down into the tram lanes, can Sarah Bradley go back-to-back in heat race victories, or will the point leader, Diego Ardiles, have something to say about that? Bradley gets a really good jump on the start. Ardiles is going to go from second to third, maybe back to fourth off the initial start. That's exactly what happens. Ardiles slips 2 spots, but there's a fight for the lead at the front already. That's Chase Gassiat-Lee. Gassiat-Lee from Nash Motorsports goes to the front around pole sitter Sarah Bradley. Gassiat-Lee is your race leader halfway through the opening lap here. And Sarah Bradley did a really good job on that start, making her cart nice and wide. But it was heading down into turn number 4 that she could just not defend against. And turn 4 is a prime passing opportunity here at the Orlando Kart Center. And don't be too worried if you're a Diego Ardiles fan, because we've seen this all Florida Winter Tour. He might get shuffled back. He might lose 2 or 3 spots on the start, but very quickly he is back and in the mix, not just for a top 5 or a podium or something like that. He's back in the mix for the race lead and the win. So whether it's a heat, whether it's a pre-final, or the main event on Sunday afternoon, the RPG driver on that Cosmic, Diego Ardiles, does not miss very, very often. That would, of course, be why he's the championship point leader in both VLR Junior and here in Orsalon Racing, ROK GP Junior. 1 lap in the books, and Gassiat-Lee is your race leader. Sarah Bradley back to second. Jackson Morley and Ardiles in the front 4. De Alencar in 5th. We look at the leaders as they come down the back straightaway. Ardiles rips 2 pieces of tape off the radiator there. Right behind Ardiles is scored De Alencar. But actually, I believe that's Jackson Morley, as Ardiles has gotten up into the 3rd position. On your scoring monitors, he's listed in 4th, but he's about to cycle up to that 3rd position. That should be Jackson Morley now right behind him. No, that's De Alencar. Morley slips all the way to 5th, actually, so the 257 of De Alencar is the driver in the 4th spot. And Sarah Bradley doing a very good job right now of not letting Chase Gassiat-Lee get very far ahead of her and get down the track. And it's probably because Bradley last time by was quicker than the driver in front of her. A 55.60 for Sarah Bradley to a 55.63 for your race leader. Quickest cart on the track is actually the 271 of Romero. Marco Romero goes 55.48. Is he the only driver in the 55 second bracket? Well, no, the sub 5 second bracket. I believe so. 55.63, 55.56. No, Morley was a 56.39. Now Sarah Bradley, your quickest cart on the track, until Nathan Dupuis takes over those top honors. 55.10. Nathan Dupuis, your quickest cart on the track, but Sarah Bradley laid down a flyer at 55.22. Again, that's a little bit quicker than the driver she's chasing. Gassiat-Lee was a 55.27. As there's your leaders out of turn 9, heading for the back straightaway. Bradley working with the Speed family, Speed Concepts, over there this weekend. Got Mike and Alex and Mario, the whole group over there helping get Sarah Bradley tuned up, and obviously all that brain power working together paid off with their tuning and setup knowledge paired with Sarah's skill behind the wheel. They were able to go out there and grab the pole position honors in qualifying yesterday afternoon. She ran 4th in Heat 1 yesterday. She scored the Heat 2 victory just a little while ago this morning. And Diego Ardiles, you see him right there with teammate De Alencar right behind. So they want to work together and try to go up there and get these top 2 of Bradley and Gassiat-Lee. Cole Medeiros, Vanchev, Romero, Morley, Dupuis, and Cariotti are your top 10. Now let's just watch here and see. Man, Sarah Bradley goes 54.69. That would have been a purple lap if it weren't for Diego Ardiles going 54.52. I think you're about to have your front four all over each other here in about a lap and a half, maybe less than that. The two Cosmic drivers right there of Ardiles and De Alencar reeling in Bradley and Gassiot Lee. Yeah, I think it's going to be very soon here. You're going to see all four of these drivers bunched up, racing not just for the lead, but this heat race win, as we're about to hit 2.5 minutes to go before the 2 laps remaining point of this race. And you just wonder what Victor De Alencar is thinking right now. Does he stay glued to the rear bumper of his RPG teammate and point leader, Diego Ardiles? And I'm not insinuating by any stretch for a moment that there's any kind of orders given. I don't think that's the case at all. But you just wonder what the young driver of that 257 is thinking. Does he go, hey, you know, Ardiles can probably go up there and catch these guys. I want to stay stuck right to him. And then once we're all up there, we can sort it out. Does De Alencar think, hey, maybe I can go up there and get him even quicker. Maybe I can do this a little bit better than Diego's doing right now. And that's what's so amazing about this sport, is especially at this level with this age of drivers and juniors, 12 to 15-year-olds, they're making these major decisions at fractions of a second, right? And all of it affects their day, their season, their, you know, heck, their career at some level, one way or another. So that's what's amazing about this kind of racing, is you're putting these young kids in a lot of pressure situations, as now Sarah Bradley finds herself in a pretty pressure-packed situation, because that was Diego Ardiles' front bumper. Ardiles opens the door, and De Alencar may answer my musings, my question, my rambling, by just going ahead and getting ahead of Ardiles. Yeah, De Alencar points forward, and I think Ardiles sort of threw his hand up in the air like, what was that about? I thought you were staying behind me. Again, it never fails. Once I'm by you, let's work together. That's always the strategy, and I love it. So Sarah Bradley got just the tiniest tap by Diego Ardiles, and I think just that small bump was enough to slow Ardiles' momentum down. De Alencar was right there, kept the revs up, kept the motor spinning, and was able to slip right on by going down into, what was that? Turn 5, I think, is where they made that pass. So there is not a lot of time. I'm sitting here going on and on about, oh, they're making these big decisions, and oh, what do they factor into that and everything? Well, De Alencar goes, I'm just going to factor into if I'm faster than him or not. If I'm faster than him, then I'm going to pass him. And that's exactly what Victor De Alencar did. Diego Ardiles slips from third now back to fourth. Sarah Bradley in that second position. The clock's going to hit 0 here in 10 seconds. And then they will see 2 to go. Sarah Bradley has not lost touch completely. Oh, man, Gassiot Lee, you could see it just there for a split second. That back end of that cart stepped out just real quick, and that's him locking up those rear brakes and those rear tires losing 100% of their grip, and then that thing getting real light in the back end, and that's why it gets a little squirrely like that. Now with 2 to go, Gassiot Lee, a 54.27 to Bradley's 54.38. The deficit between first and second, 0.7 of a second. And now Bradley gives way in the second position as Victor De Alencar has gone from third to second. Bradley has to go on the offensive now and either go right back after De Alencar or make sure she does not give up any more positions to Diego Ardiles, Cole Medeiros, or Marco Romero. This is great if you're Gassiot Lee. This allows that lead to grow bigger and bigger and bigger. When you have these drivers second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth battling with each other, De Alencar doesn't have enough time, I don't think, to go up there and get the race lead from Gassiot Lee. White flag waves now, 1 lap to go. But Bradley is certainly close enough to go back there and get the second position. 1.2 seconds is the lead now from first to second. Bradley close, but Dale Alencar's going to defend on corner entry. Half a lap left now as they head for turn number 6. What about Ardiles? What does he have? Out of 9, down the back straightaway, one last time. Behind Ardiles, that's Medeiros and Romero defending against each other. Romero trying to get the kind of the crossover right there aboard the 271. Ardiles trying to use up every bit of racetrack that he can find. Bradley might have left the door open a little too much. Checkered flag waves. Gassiot Lee wins heat number 3. Dale Alencar's second, and Bradley outlasts Diego Ardiles, and Marco Romero does make the crossover pass stick. Romero goes 6th to 5th, coming to the line. Medeiros slips to 6th, Nathan Dubuis 7th, Vanchev 8th, Morley and Chaparro the top 10. Chase Gassiot Lee wins the Orsilon Racing ROK GP Junior heat race number 3. Only 2 heat races left to go, and we'll be right back with those. Mosport Karting Center brings us the action here in ROK VLR Masters. Ariel Castro and Tony Paulo are making their way around as the front pair here after qualifying. Mark Pavin and Christian Vomier. Boy, how good did Vomier look back in heat race number 2, scoring that victory. He starts this one in the 4th position. And then it's Luis Quinones rolling off 5th, Alexander Del Bon in 6th. Your championship point leader, Alfonso Santiago, will roll off 7th, with Galo Barros, Andre Isaac, and Wayne Whitson Jr., the top 10. Frankie Beans will roll 11th with Javier Montilla in 12th, and David Middlesworth 13th here in the Mosport Karting Center ROK VLR Masters heat number 3. This will be our second to last heat race of the day. This, again, just like the others, we've been shortened down to 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Earlier there was a good threat of weather, so race control wanted to do what we could to make sure everybody got their laps in. And now Ariel Castro and Tony Paulo will bring the field of ROK VLR Masters. Thanks to Mosport Karting Center for bringing us this class here in the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Field makes their way into the tram lanes. Paulo takes a little bit of a shot in the rear bumper right there. And again, Paulo gets a phenomenal start. And it's going to be Castro slipping from 1st to 2nd, now back to 3rd. As I think that was Pavin, Mark Pavin, who's going to go +1 on the start and go from 3rd to 2nd. And look at that. 1st and 2nd. Pretty much shoving each other around the track here at Orlando Kart Center. This, like I said, is our second to last heat race. So our ROK Shifter pros, our ROK Pro shifters, are getting ready to make their way out onto the track next. Battle for the lead right here, as that's the 725 of Alexander Dalbon. So I was completely off in calling Mark Pavin as the driver that was up there in second and racing for the lead. That's the 725 of Alexander Dalbon. So Dalbon goes from all the way back in sixth to second, now to first. He's your race leader. Tony Paulo back to second, Mark Pavin third, Quinones and Vomir your top five. And Vomir's that last kart in this train that we're watching right here. He runs fifth. Battle for second, as that should be the 754 of Pavin. Pavin gets around Paulo, and Vomir goes to work here. Vomir from fifth, I think, up to third. Yep. So Vomir already not wasting time. That's what I was about to say when we saw that battle for second was, watch the driver back there at the end of this train. The fifth place kart is Christian Vomir. He's already now up to third, and I don't think he's going to stay there for very long. Keep an eye out here on all of these VLR Masters in the Motorsport Karting Center sponsored category. Dalbon, man, what a great start for Alexander Dalbon to go from sixth to second in the first half lap to then taking over the race lead coming through the line. Christian Vomir goes purple as he is now that driver third in line, third overall on the track. Vomir a 58.68. And he was very impressive, made very quick work of this Motorsport Karting Center VLR Masters field back in heat race number 2. So his first target he's really going to work on here is Mark Pavin in that bright green helmet, number 754. Vomir, smooth on the brakes, smooth on the gas. VLRs, the 100cc category. You really got to keep your momentum as the focus in a 125cc kart, so you really, really have to keep momentum as your focus here in VLR Masters. Here we go. Pavin comes to call on Dalbon. Pavin gets the spot, and now he's going to bring Vomir along with him. It's a 3-kart swing as Vomir goes third to second, Pavin second to first, and Dalbon first all the way back to third. And it looks like Quinones joins this fight. So it's a 4-kart train. There goes Vomir on the inside of turn number 9. Vomir to the race lead. Takes one look, takes 2 looks over his right shoulder. He's going to work down the middle part of the back straightaway. Looks like Dalbon's going to try to answer back, and I believe he does. Dalbon and Quinones are right there, but it's Dalbon who breaks things wide open once again, retakes the race lead. Vomir's got to get elbows up with Quinones. If you're Mark Pavin and Tony Paulo, you're just sitting there watching all this going on around you like, dang, these guys are serious. They're not messing around. Under 4 minutes to go here, just past the halfway point on the clock before we see 2 laps remaining here. Dalbon, Pavin, Paulo, Vomir, and Quinones. Vomir starts this thing in 4th, gets up to 2nd, then to the race lead. Then he falls back as low as 5th. Now he's back in front of Quinones. So Vomir is scored in 4th. He did a lot of work to get by guys like Pavin and Paulo. Now he's going to have to do it all over again. But yeah, in these 100cc single speed VLRs, man, momentum is really important and it's valuable. Your RPM are so valuable in these karts. You want to gear it to a point where you know you're going to have some serious bottom end, but also you don't want to sacrifice too much top end. And the goal is, right, the goal is, okay, I'm going to give myself a lot of top end or just enough top end, and then it's up to me. That's the problem, right? It's up to you as Vomir goes down to the inside in turn number 5. That's Vomir getting on Tony Paulo for 3rd position. But the constant battle, the line you're always walking in these karts, right, is as Quinones and Paulo go side by side for about 3 corners. What do you do with gearing, right? Do you give yourself a lot of bottom end and say, okay, if I mess up, I can stand on it? Great, and that helps you get out of the slow stuff, which here at Orlando, there's plenty of that. but you're cooked on the long straightaways, right? You are cooked coming to the finish line and down the back straightaway, and those are very important parts of this racetrack. Or do you say, all right, I'm going to gear it a little bit more for the top end, and I'm going to really put the pressure on myself and my right foot to keep my RPMs up? Whoa, contact right there. The 154, and is that the 754 and the 725. Dalbon and Pavin, and Dalbon not happy at all with Pavin. And did that allow Vomir to just get on through and take over the race lead and drive away really quickly? Yeah, it did. So Dalbon and Pavin made contact coming through turn 1. Dalbon not happy about it at all. Pavin ends up in second when it's all over. He takes a look behind him. He might not want to see what's back there, because what's back there is a very upset Alexander Dalbon. But yeah, it's such a battle. It's such a strategy call, right? What do you do with the RPM? What do you do with the gearing? And in these 100cc VLRs, it's the ultimate game, right? It's do you give yourself a lot of top end and say, all right, I'm going to risk it and not have much on the bottom end out of the slow corners, and it's up to me to keep my RPMs wound up through these slow corners? Or do you say, well, I'm going to let the engine do the work for me, but then I just know that I'm not going to have anything at the top? It's a lot more difficult probably than it sounds. I hope it doesn't sound very simple, because tuning decisions like gearing and things of that nature in these 100cc single speed karts, they are not easy to make. They are definitely tough decisions, and a lot goes in, and there's a lot of adjustments and changes that go on in these karts. And that's, I think, one of the reasons so many people love shifter karts and single speed karts like these, because tuning and just straight up skill. No matter what you're doing, whether you're the tuner, you got to have skill. You got to have knowledge. If you're the driver, you got to have skill. You've got to have knowledge. And karting is not something that you can just kind of luck into success with. You've got to put the time and the resources in to any level of karting that you operate at. And I think that's why a lot of guys love it. Fight for position a little bit farther back. Those are teammates, the 725 and the 721. Quinones and Dalbon have themselves a little bit of a back and forth here. You know, the movie Lionheart just came out about Dan Weldon. That's available on HBO right now, I understand. I haven't seen it myself, but I talked about it in Homestead, Miami. Dan Weldon, a champion of all kinds of motorsport. And I don't mean he won championships. I mean he was a champion in the fact that he championed those motorsports. He spoke about them. He brought them to light. He brought exposure to them. He did good things for different levels of motorsport, and maybe none so more than karting. And that movie just came out. If you haven't heard about it, look up the Lionheart film. Lionheart. That was a nickname of Dan's, and he meant a lot to Florida karting. He was a part of the OGP team for quite a while, and he just meant a lot to karting, period. Two-time Indianapolis 500 winner, and a guy that loved racing no matter what it was. Dan Weldon really enjoyed coming back and being a part of karting at any level, but especially the Florida Winter Tour. And lots of great races, lots of great moments featuring that guy. And unfortunately, a racer that was taken just way too soon. But he's got two young boys, and they're coming up. They've done a lot of karting. I know they've been doing a lot of SCUSA racing, and they're making their way up now through, I guess, what used to be the road to Indy. And Dan was just a guy that loved karting, and when you've gone off and done things like the Indianapolis 500, you think, why would you ever come back to go-karts? Well, Dan answered that pretty consistently with, well, because it's the purest form of motorsport. I love it. And guys like him, and I mean, Michael Schumacher ran the Supernats here in the U.S., and Schumacher did a lot of karting over in Europe, and IndyCar drivers, NASCAR drivers, all kinds of guys come back and do karting every single year, and it's because of what I was just saying. You've got to have skill. It's not something you can just luck into. You've got to be good, to be fast in a go-kart, whether you're the tuner, whether you're the driver. It doesn't matter. This is a very skill-dependent thing that you can't just back into. And I think that's why you see those guys come back so often. Meanwhile, up at the front here, Christian Vomir, he's got plenty of skill. He's got plenty of speed. He's putting it on display right now as Vomir is going to come around and head through the infield one final time here. He'll see the checkered flags waving. Heat race number 3 for the Mossport Karting Center, ROK VLR Masters, is done, dusted, and in the books. Christian Vomier goes back-to-back in heat race victories here on Saturday. He gets the job done. Mark Pavin comes home second. Quinones, Dalbon, and Tony Paulo, your top 5. Gallo Barros was 6th. Santiago 7th. Andre Isaac 8th. Wayne Whitston Jr. and Frankie Beans, the top 10.
I was making it tougher. I noticed yours, it was a little wobbly when I was looking at that, but this thing just is.
And we are back, PSLKarting.com, ROK Pro Shifter. This is it, folks. It's the final heat race of the final day. Well, not the final day, but it's the final heat race of the final weekend here with the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. PSLKarting.com brings us the ROK Pro Shifter category, and they will line up like this. Mateus Morgado, your pole sitter, will start alongside the 413 of David Trefilov. Justin White and Vincenzo Cercino make up row number 2. Then it's Colin Daly, Jared Ramarayan, Andres Murca, and Leonardo Escarpioni. The top 8, the full 8 here in PSLKarting.com, ROK Pro Shifter. This is the last heat race of the day, last heat race of the Florida Winter Tour. Shaggy tells them visors down, points to the lights, and when all 5 of those red lights on the other side of that pixels.com board become illuminated, drivers will know once they extinguish and go out, we are racing, and that's what we find ourselves doing right now. Look at the jump from the outside of row number 1 that Trefilov gets in that 413. Trefilov nails the lights, gets a great hole shot, and is leading them out of turn 5. Good start there. The driver of the 413, Morgado. He's kind of like he's a guy kind of like Jose Montalto, right? Where in Shifter Masters, Montalto's won both races back to start the year, and he hasn't really had a lot of challengers. Now this weekend, Montalto's really having to deal with Scott Barnes in ROK Shifter Masters by VTM Racing. So here in PSLKarting.com, ROK Pro Shifter, I think the same thing could kind of be said for Mateus Morgado. Morgado has not really had that many challenges, especially when you look at the box score and realize that 2 main events this year, January and February, both at Homestead, Miami, and both those features or both those final races have gone to Morgado. Now Morgado gets a little slideways on the brakes coming into turn number 5, going after Trefilov. But, Morgado's Morgado's got the speed, right? I don't think anyone doubts that. Justin White right behind Morgado. Morgado, it's not a lock. It's not a guarantee that he's going to get Trefilov right, especially when you think about, okay, now Morgado's kind of having to get off his rhythm a little bit. He can't just bang away and do qualifying laps for this entire heat race, right? He's got to work a little bit differently. And now drivers like Justin White and Seracino and Colin Daly are a lot closer to Morgado than sometimes they typically find themselves. And that works a lot of different angles, right? That allows Justin White and Seracino and Daly and some of these other drivers to, okay, what's Morgado doing? Why is he beating us? Well, what can we be doing differently? And they get a chance to run right up close behind the guy. It changes Morgado's style up. He's got to think about them behind him now. Lots of things go in to when you see a very dominant driver like Morgado have to work from behind the 8 ball a little bit. Morgado's going to pull out down the back straightaway, pulls right up alongside Trefilov. Trefilov is not going to make it easy on him, but eventually he must give way as the track bends down to that right-handed inside hairpin 180. And Trefilov just cannot stay alive much longer, although he's going to come right back at Morgado coming down here to turn number 1. They both get sideways under braking. Morgado's going to try the crossover. He can't do it. Trefilov stays out in front. Phenomenal stuff here at the front PSLkarting.com ROK Pro Shifter. Trefilov is giving Morgado headaches like he hasn't had all year long. Oh my. David Trefilov. Hey, he knows it, I know it, we all know it. This is far from over, and this weekend is far from over. But right now, Trefilov is making Morgado work a little bit harder than he has all year. Morgado once again down to the inside at 9. Trefilov defended just a little too hard right there, and that allows Justin White to slip through, or does Trefilov stay in the second position? I think Trefilov was able to hold on to second. No, that's the 432. I saw 3. That's Justin White up to second. Trefilov slips all the way back to 4th. So Morgado has the race lead, and this is going to open up a chance for those guys to have a good crack at Morgado, but not if they race each other. And that's what Seracino and Justin White are doing. They're racing each other right now, and that's going to really hurt your chances of keeping up with a guy like Morgado right now. 4 minutes in, 4 minutes to go here in the PSLkarting.com ROK Pro Shifter heat race. But what can you say about Trefilov, man? What an incredible start to this third and final heat race for these PSLkarting.com ROK Pro Shifter drivers. Trefilov not only got Morgado on the lights handedly, but he defended very well. And then after losing the lead, went right back and got it. And this isn't, knocking on Morgado at all. In fact, it's truly a testament to how good Mateus Morgado has been so far here in the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. And so when he's been as good as he is, it's a big deal. It's really impressive when someone like Trefilov shows up and takes the fight right to him. 3 minutes to go now. PSLkarting.com, they don't just bring you the class, they bring you the guy that's out in front right now, Mateus Morgado aboard the Burrell for PSL. Seracino, Justin White, Trefilov, Daly, Ramaryan, Marika, Escorpione are how they run right now. 2.5 minutes left in this one, and then this will conclude our heat racing action at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour finale in Orlando, Florida. OKC, just a terrific host. Andre has made this place look awesome in the 7 years since I've last been here. I know a lot has gone on in that time, but Orlando Kart Center is still a really cool place to come watch a race. So the time ticking by here, inside of 2 minutes now to go. Morgado, you can see his lead beginning to grow. Seracino and Justin White. just at about a second back from Morgado. As we get ready for these pre-finals coming up, I'll tell you those starting grids when we get to them. But all you need to know about those pre-finals is they are heads up. Where you start is how you did in these heat races, and where you finish is where you will start the final tomorrow afternoon. So these pre-finals are very, very important races that we're about to get into. Minute and 10 seconds left here in PSLKarting.com ROK Pro Shifter until they see the 2 minutes, or I'm sorry, the 2 laps left to go. Mateus Morgado making the shift, pardon the pun, to the ROK Pro Shifter category over the offseason. Definitely looking like a seasoned veteran of the class. But when you work with a group like PSL Karting out of Canada, I mean, those guys are just, they've been doing it for a really long time. Dominic and his whole team, incredible group of racers there underneath the PSLKarting.com tent. Saracino, Justin White, all they can do right now is try really hard to get set up well and maybe take another crack at Morgado here once we get to the pre-final. 3 laps to go now, as Morgado is definitely going to beat this 20-second clock back to the start-finish line. Trefilov is going to be a monster in that pre-final, I'll tell you that. I don't know where the points are going to shake out and where he'll start the pre-final, but if we can somehow get another front row of Morgado and Trefilov, that's going to be a race to watch, I promise you that. They'll see the sticks when they come around this time by. 2 laps left here in our last heat race of the day. Morgado's lead over Saracino here, growing to 1.3 seconds last time by. 51.28 to Saracino's 51.44. Saracino's kind of on an island all by himself right now. 1.4 seconds the lead for Morgado back to Saracino. And Morgado is just so smooth, man, I'll tell you. Now that he's out front, now that he's able to kind of get back to his, hey, just let's bang out qualifying laps. Let's just be consistent. Let's be smooth, and let's get out of here. He is, I mean, he really is smooth. It's incredible to watch him work a shifter cart around a place like this. I mean, it's incredible to watch him work a shifter cart around anywhere, really. But Morgado looks really, really confident in how that cart responds to what he wants it to do right now. Into the final couple of corners, he'll see the white flag waving. PSLKarting.com ROK Pro Shifter has the white flag wave on it here in heat race number 3. 1 lap to go. And Morgado saves maybe his best for maybe his last. Coming to the white flag, a 51.1. He must have heard me saying all those nice things about him. 51.17. Morgado opens the lead up to 2.1 seconds as he works this final half of the lap. And it's exactly what I was saying. Very rarely do I look like I know what I'm talking about, but we were just going on and on about how Morgado, he's out in front, he's able to lock into his rhythm, he's able to bang out qualifying laps, and that's exactly what he just went and did. He goes purple, coming to the white flag, fastest lap of the race to this point, 51.17. If he does it again here, I will really, really be impressed. At the line, Morgado's going to score the Heat 3 win, remaining perfect here in ROK Pro Shifter. He backs it off to a measly 51.83, but it's 2.2 seconds later until second place Vincenzo Saracino comes across the line. Mateus Morgado will definitely be the pole sitter when we get to the PSLKarting.com ROK Shifter Pro pre-final in just a little while. Heat races are done. Pre-finals are coming up next. The Levanto Tires Briggs 206 Senior and 206 Masters. Pre-final is on the track. Can you believe it? Saturday is just flying by. And like that, we are already down to our pre-finals. These races will be 10 minutes in length plus 2 laps. And we get going here with our 206 Senior and 206 Master pre-final action. Christopher Wakefield earned 0 points through the heat races, which means he swept. He won all 3 of his heats. Sebastian Ribeiro earned 6 points and will start second. Owen McCarthy rolls off third with Sam Felipe next to him in fourth. And then it is Mac Brown in fifth with Anthony Bassett in sixth. In the 206 Masters category, Michael Garrido will roll off on the inside of row number 1. Diego Rodriguez Bravo starts second. Jesus Portillo, Eric King, and Miguel Romero are how they start in 206 Masters. 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Where you finish in this pre-final is where you start. The last main event of the 2024 ROK Cup USA season tomorrow morning. Let's get ready to go. Pre-final racing. 206 Senior makes their way on to the main straightaway and into the tram lanes. Christopher Wakefield, Sebastian Ribeiro, the front row. They come in side by side. The clock begins to count down. We are racing. Christopher Wakefield gets a great start on that inside front row starting position. But did you expect anything less? I certainly hope not. The seniors are off and running here as Wakefield brings them down into turn number 4. Quick look at a pass for the lead right there, but nothing happening. 206 Masters make their way into the tram lanes. You can see them in the background right there. And the green flag and the lights go out for 206 Masters. We're off and running. Michael Garrido, your pole sitter, starting alongside Diego Rodriguez Bravo, the 107 and the 100. Run that way as they come out of turn number 4. And just like that, we've got 2 separate races, all on the same track. 2 pre-finals are underway at the same time. What a time to be alive. That looked like the 8 of Owen McCarthy, who has gotten around the 20 of Ribeiro. McCarthy giving a look back to Ribeiro here. They got to work together if they want any chance at catching Wakefield, and they definitely got to work together if they're going to stay in front of drivers like Felipe and Mac Brown and Anthony Bassett. If you remember in heat number 3 this afternoon, we saw Mac Brown and Anthony Bassett, and I think it was Owen McCarthy involved in a really close race on the final lap coming around to the finish line. There's our 206 Masters field, first, second, third, and fourth all over each other right there. There goes the 100 of Portillo. I'm sorry, the 106 of Portillo is going to give way to the 100 of Rodriguez Bravo. And up here for the race lead, it's not slowing down at all. Boom, little shot in the back right there as Rodriguez gives Garrido, hey, how you doing? I'm back here. And then there's a good look at Mac Brown, Bassett, and Sam Felipe. The 7 of Felipe. I love these 206 drivers. They use their hands so much. Garrido and Rodriguez Bravo. Just staying lockstep with each other right now. Not a lot going on. Farther up in 206 Senior, you see a little bit of side-by-side racing. Mac Brown. And I guess that'd be Sam Felipe going side-by-side with each other through turn number 5. We're trying to watch all these battles right now and bring all of the 206 Senior and Master action to you the best we can. These are our 206 Masters leaders, Garrido, Rodriguez, and Portillo. Here they come out of turn number 9. Garrido takes a look over his shoulder. Look at this. Rodriguez Bravo trying to find a way around. Maybe he goes to the inside. Maybe he can't go there, so maybe he tries the outside. All of it's tough sledding. And Jesus Portillo right there is now, it's almost a side-by-side race out of 13 for our 206 Masters drivers. Look at this, man. They are so close to each other right now. The 107 of Garrido started this race in the pole position. Hasn't had a lot of, stresses as far as getting back around guys, but he has absolutely not shook these two behind him at all. Right here, race for the lead. Could that be Rodriguez pulling off a move for the top spot? It is, in fact, and now Portillo wants to come along, but is going to run out of track as the road bends back to the right. And Garrido kind of occupied that piece of real estate already. So new leader, Rodriguez getting up in front of Michael Garrido, your pole sitter and early race leader, as they near the halfway point on the clock of this 206 Senior and Master pre-final. Looking here with our 206 senior drivers as the 7 of Sam Felipe, Mac Brown, and Anthony Bassett have been having themselves a really good fight through the heat races and now here into the pre-final. And again, it doesn't need to be, I don't know if it can be overstated, but every single position matters. If you can finish 5th instead of 6th, well, why is that good? That's an inside row 3 starting spot versus an outside starting spot. If you can finish 4th, you're up to row 2. Every position in these pre-finals is very important. And Anthony Bassett in that number 17 FK Kart, Mac Brown in the 47 Sodi, they're all chasing that number 7 up there of Sam Felipe. They make their way onto the back straightaway. And Owen McCarthy, in terms of where Christopher Wakefield, your race leader, is, McCarthy right now is 4.86 seconds back from Christopher Wakefield. That's crazy when you think of the fact we've only been running for 5 or 6 laps right now, and Christopher Wakefield holds a nearly 5, no, now it is a 5. It's a 5.5 second advantage over Owen McCarthy. I think Christopher Wakefield has got this 206 thing figured out pretty well, and he has just been deadly in this class all season long. Perfect here in the final weekend of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. The guy just cannot miss. He's been lights out, scored both feature victories back in Homestead, Miami in January and February, and now he's just running away with this pre-final here in 206 Senior and Master, again, thanks to Levanto Tires for not just keeping all of us on track here in 2024, but for being the sponsors here in 206 Senior and 206 Masters. Felipe, Mac Brown, and Bassett, they kind of calmed down just a little bit here. I say that, but now Bassett and Mac Brown want to try to get something going here against Sam Felipe in that number 7. Anthony Bassett comes into the weekend in the top 3 in points, if I remember my notes correctly. And what's impressive about that is he hasn't had a podium yet here with the 206 senior category, but he's been consistent through the first 2 races. He's finished them, and he's been there as close as he can be to the front. So right now he finds himself in 6th, but he's trying to get inside the top 5, the top 4 here for maybe a legitimate chance at a podium to end the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour here in 2024 with. Mac Brown hops the curb right there in turn 8, tries to get something going. He closes in on Felipe pretty well. but just not close enough. And these 206s are so wildly momentum dependent. Ribeiro and McCarthy. Ribeiro's gotten around McCarthy here. This is second and third. And it looks like somehow McCarthy's gotten damage to that front driver fairing. The piece that goes from the front bumper up towards the driver's hands on the steering wheel. McCarthy, that piece is kind of loose and dragging right now. Not dragging, but like it could be. It's dislodged. It's not on exactly how it should be. Sometimes when you have a bumper like that, when you have something dragging the pavement of the racetrack, that can result in a mechanical black flag, just mostly due to the fact it's not safe. If that bumper gets hit the wrong way and it comes off, that could really be bad news. But that driver fairing isn't, I don't think, right now in danger of coming off. Clearly the officials don't think so, or we would have seen a mechanical meatball flag come out laps ago. Just not sure what happened, or we didn't catch what happened to the number 8 of Owen McCarthy. He and Ribeiro are having themselves a good little scrap right now. Clock's about to hit 0. These drivers will come around for this lap, so they'll get this one, and then they'll see 2 to go, as the leader had already crossed the line, so working inside of 3 laps to go right now. Rodriguez, Garrido, Portillo, no change there in the front 3 of 206 Masters. Owen McCarthy defends down low coming into the 4th turn here, and Ribeiro, he's got people watching live on YouTube right now cheering him on. Hey, a 3rd place finisher in this pre-final would not be too bad of a deal, pending any issues in tech or the scale line. Ribeiro, if he finishes here in 3rd, would be looking at an inside row 2. That's the right-hand side of the track starting position for the final tomorrow. But also, Sebastian Ribeiro's a racer. And if he can go up there and get a position, he's going to go up there and get a position. And he's working on getting that position away from Owen McCarthy right now aboard that number 8 Burrell. Wakefield's seen the 2 to go. He's quite a ways up the track right now. And Ribeiro tries to set up a crossover right here on the exit of turn number 4 on Owen McCarthy. Couldn't get him there. What about here on the exit of 5? Gets a really good run of steam. But still, as the track bends back to the right, it's going to benefit McCarthy and not help Ribeiro as much. 10.5 seconds is the deficit from race leader Christopher Wakefield to these 2 drivers racing for 2nd and 3rd right now. Yes, that's right, 10.32 seconds, the gap last time by. Here we go. Look at Anthony Bassett getting around Mac Brown right there. Bassett from 6th now to 5th. It's a small victory, but it's a victory. And how about it? Here comes the 20 of Ribeiro. Ribeiro possibly around the outside of Owen McCarthy. White flag waves. Ribeiro now up to the 2nd position. San Felipe has cool, calm waters for the moment because Anthony Bassett and Mac Brown are trading positions back and forth. In Ribeiro, we cut back to that pass right at the very last second of it, but it looked like Ribeiro had gotten something going around the outside of Owen McCarthy as they ran through turn 13. No matter how he did it, outside, inside, high or low, whatever, he got that 2nd position away. That's 2nd and 3rd, and then ways behind them is the train of karts that make up 4th, 5th, and 6th. Great camera work here, being able to bounce back and forth. Big tip of the cap to our West Coast camera crew for coming out here and being able to keep up with 2 different classes on the track all at the same time. The checkered flag has waved. Christopher Wakefield, well, he saw that probably a minute or 2 ago. And then Sebastian Ribeiro able to hold off Owen McCarthy. And Anthony Bassett goes 6th to 5th in the final 2 laps to best Mac Brown. So Brown will end up in 6th, Anthony Bassett 5th, Felipe 4th, McCarthy 3rd, Ribeiro in 2nd, and Wakefield, your winner in 206 Senior. 206 Masters belongs to that man right there, Diego Rodriguez Bravo, Michael Garrido in 2nd, and Jesus Portillo in 3rd. Pre-final racing is underway here at the Orlando Kart Center. ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour Racing will be right back. Here we go. Next pre-final on the track, and this time it is the correctly sponsored Nash Motorsports ROK VLR Junior. Diego Ardiles going perfect in those heat races to earn the pole position here in this pre-final. Alexander Vanchev next to him in 2nd. Sebastian Garzone will roll off 3rd for Salon Racing, and then it is Chase Gassiot Lee in the 4th position. Dean Peterson starts 5th with Nathan Dupuis in the 6th spot. Jordan DeLeo and Cole Madero start 7th and 8th. Then it's Amador Martinez Sainz and Javier Chaparro, the top 10. Herrera, Della Vecchia, Christia, Dramaliv, Fisher, and Luke Tall start 5th or are your top 16. Lights are out, and we're going racing. Diego Ardiles wants to keep Garzone behind him. Garzone's got other plans. Garzone to the race lead. Wow, that was a big move by Garzone to go from 3rd on that inside row 2 starting spot, and he just absolutely forced his way into the race lead and taking over that top spot. Field makes their way down the back straightaway here. And Diego Ardiles finds himself stuck now in that 3rd position. I do believe that's Gassiot Lee in the middle of Garzone and Ardiles. As they come by to complete the opening lap, Ardiles gets a big run of steam down the front straightaway, and he's going to go after that's Dean Peterson, not Gassiot Lee. Apologies. Dean Peterson and Ardiles had a fight going down into turn number 1. Ardiles is the winner in that battle, and now Ardiles closes right back up on the bumper of Garzone. Garzone keeps his cards a little close to his vest as they come through 4 now out of 5. Garzone knows that he's got competition and company big time in the form of Diego Ardiles right behind him. So Garzone's going to run it pretty conservatively. We got one driver off the track, 2 drivers off the track gathered up together in turn number 5. They both get back into their carts and roll away from the incident. Garzone and Ardiles work at the front of the field right now. Ardiles made quick work of Dean Peterson in the 809 once Ardiles got to him. So that moves Peterson back a spot to third, but he's got Jordan DeLeo in fourth, and Gassi Ali, the driver I incorrectly called out, in second spot early in this race. Gassi Ali is in fifth, Vanchev sixth, Martinez, Sainz, Dupuis, Fisher, and Chaparro, the top 10. And Ardiles, check that, Ardiles has absolutely caught the 850 of Garzone, but catching him's one thing, passing him's another, as my friend Artie Carpenter would say. Peterson, I think, is giving way now to DeLeo. DeLeo there. Now it's Ardiles. Ardiles around the race leader as they came through turn number 10, but then Garzone got onto the back bumper of Ardiles, and that causes both of them to drop out of the top three. Ardiles now in fourth. And that should be DeLeo picking up the pieces as your race leader. Jordan DeLeo, Dean Peterson, and Gassi Ali go from third, fourth, and fifth up to first, second, and third after Ardiles and Garzone have contact at the end of the back straightaway through turn 10. Dean Peterson looking very good here in this pre-final. I haven't talked a lot about the driver of the 809 up to this point in the weekend. Certainly haven't talked a lot about him. Not sure if this is Peterson's Florida Winter Tour debut as Ardiles goes to work there on Gassi Ali at the end of the back straightaway. Move Ardiles now from fourth up to third. Garzone is still back there in the fifth position, so Ardiles getting closer and closer to where he wants to be. Again, not sure if this is Dean Peterson's debut with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. If it's not, I certainly apologize. We have lots of drivers, lots of classes, lots of races, and I sometimes forget things. But if it is Dean Peterson's debut weekend with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, then it's great to have him, and it's been fun to watch Peterson here throughout the weekend. And in this pre-final, like I said, Peterson looks really, really good. Now Ardiles is coming to call. And Ardiles is just, I mean, he's kind of the best in the class right now, right? I mean, championship point leader coming in and has a bunch of wins in the category already. So if you're DeLeo and you're Peterson, you got to do what you can. Ardiles is going to do what he can, and that's go around the second place driver, Dean Peterson. Now Ardiles up to second. He'll set his sights on DeLeo for the race lead. Ardiles, he's out there just trying to make sure Brady Yeager is proud of him. They unwind the steering wheel out of turn 3. Ardiles got Jordan DeLeo squarely right up in front of him. And Dean Peterson doing a good job staying close. And I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, how well you've done all weekend. We've seen leaders and top 2 and 3 drivers get knocked out of these things due to contact and close quarters racing. So that could always happen here. Ardiles doesn't want that to happen. What Ardiles wants is the race lead. Ardiles takes it. Ardiles around DeLeo at the end of the back straightaway. And of course, taps the back helmet, says, let's move forward. Well, Ardiles can't move much farther forward, but he can pull away from the rest of the pack here, and he's got Jordan DeLeo right behind him. Ardiles goes purple that time by, quickest lap of the race, a 56.05. Dupuis, Vanchev, Fisher, all of them move closer to the front of the board here. And inside of now 4 minutes to go in the Nash Motorsports ROK VLR Junior pre-final. Ardiles taking a little bit longer to get back to the front than I'm sure he would have liked. But all that matters is he's back up front right now. DeLeo and Peterson have a great chance here to give themselves a phenomenal starting spot for tomorrow's main event here in the Nash Motorsports VLR Junior category. VLR Senior coming up next. Ardiles' lead growing slowly but surely now as we hit nearly the 3-minute mark left. Ty Fisher up a spot after getting around Vanchev. We'll see if there's any battles maybe a little bit farther around behind the pack of leaders right here. That was a good ride along right there for a moment with Nathan Dupuis in the 841. Dupuis in the 4th position. 5th on back might be a good fight right here as they make their way towards the end of the back straightaway. These 4 karts will go by. And then 5th and 6th are back there. That's going to be Ty Fisher, who has just gotten around Alexander Vanchev. There we go. Good pickup right there. Fisher around Alexander Vanchev. So Fisher up to 5th, Vanchev 6th, Javier Chaparro 7th. And then Amador Martinez Sainz, Salvador Del Vecchia, and Declan Dionaire. Or no, Chase Gassi-Ali. Gassi-Ali up to the 10th position. So Gassi-Ali has just had a wild run here in the Nash Motorsports VLR Junior category. Started this race in the 4th position and now is back to 10th and was outside the top 10 right before this lap clicked off. No change in the front 4, but I'll tell you this. Alexander Vanchev seems to be getting a little bit closer to Ty Fisher now at the end of the back straightaway. I'm sorry, as they come out of the back straightaway. There you see those drivers in the 5th and 6th position. Now let's see if Vanchev can make something happen there in turn 1. No, not yet, but close. Gassi-Ali, quickest part of the track, 55.81. Quicker than your leaders, quicker than everybody in front. Vanchev right now, the second card on your screen that you're watching trail, the 837 of Ty Fisher, has just done phenomenal at just staying calm, staying cool, and staying right at home and doing what he has to do. That's Alexander Vanchev we're talking about. Vanchev trying to find a way around Ty Fisher, and then that's Chaparro behind them. 30 seconds to go now on the clock here before 2 laps are shown to these drivers. So they're effectively working 3 to go right here as they start this lap. And they'll see 2 laps remaining when they get back to the line. Vanchev carrying a ton of speed on corner exit. But all these corners at Orlando Kart Center, they flow so well together and they connect one corner to another. And meaning, I mean, obviously that's every racetrack, right? But what I mean by that is you got to be careful. Just because you fly out of one corner with a really good exit shot doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be very well set up for the entry to the next turn. You've got to be careful. You've got to plan your lap. You've got to plan your passes. And these VLR junior drivers, our mini drivers, our micro drivers, our seniors and our masters, they all know that. But it's always entertaining. That's why we watch these races, right? That's why we broadcast these things, is because how do they do it? What are they going to do? What are they thinking about? How will they execute it? That's what's so awesome about watching racing, is you get to see these real-time decisions take place in front of you. And in karting, it's so pure, it's so raw, it's so right now and basic and simple. And do I pass the guy now? Do I wait? What's that going to do to me after I get him? And it's just boom, boom, boom. Everything happens so quickly at this level. I don't know if Vanchev has what he needs, or if he feels like he has what he needs to make a move on Ty Fisher. He's done a phenomenal job at staying with them up to this point, and they haven't really lost too much ground to the karts behind them. He's running out of time, though. Vanchev is doing something with Ty Fisher. The white flag is waving. It's in the air as Diego Ardiles comes underneath the starter stand to see 1 lap to go. Jordan DeLeo held this lead for a little while. Ardiles clawed his way back up after contact sent him back to 4th or 5th. with Sebastian Garzone at the end of the back straightaway, near the halfway point of this race. And there we go. Diego Ardiles flies by. Jordan DeLeo, Dean Peterson, and Nathan Dupuis. It's really DeLeo, Peterson, and Dupuis who are still able to kind of trade positions here. Ardiles, he is way too far out in front for anything to happen here. So let's look at these drivers in second, third, and fourth. The 809 of Peterson and DeLeo trying to sort themselves out here, and Dupuis wants to get in the middle of this all as well. Checkered flag is up, it waves. Diego Ardiles wins the pre-final. He'll lead into the green flag tomorrow in the Nash Motorsports VLR Junior. Second is going to go to Jordan DeLeo. Peterson third, Dupuis fourth, and Ty Fisher is able to hold off Alexander Vanchev for that fifth position. Vanchev ends up in sixth. Gassi Ali seventh. Chaparro, Della Vecchia, and Garzone, your top 10. Nash Motorsports ROK VLR Junior belongs to Diego Ardiles. It's time to go with our next pre-final of the afternoon here on Saturday at the Orlando Kart Center. Rocket Racing Company, ROK VLR Senior, out on the track as they make their way towards the starting line. Emma Scarborough will be your pole sitter here in this one with Stephen Miller. Alongside her in second, Ryan Persing and Frederick Manning make up row number 2. Kasper Turaboyski starts 5th. Alessandro De Tullio in 6th. David Martinez and Aiden Shimbashi share the 7th and 8th starting positions. Acer Torres Jr. and Eric Cuesto are the top 10 here in the Rocket Racing Company ROK VLR Senior pre-final. 10 minutes plus 2 laps. We're going to see what Emma Scarborough can do here with that inside front row starting position, as she's got Stephen Miller right alongside. The lights do not go out. Lights do not go out on that attempt. So they're going to blow them up and try again here. So Miller and Scarborough will get another shot at it. That's your front row. Persing and Manning, row number 2. Turaboyski starts 5th. DeTulio 6th. Martinez 7th. Shimbashi 8th. Torres Jr. 9th. Cuesto rolls 10th. Eisenbart 11th. Alavai 12th. Matthews, Isert, Valverde, and Fernando Molina, the top 16. I'll tell you what I'm pretty surprised by is the fact that Steven Isert is starting this race back in the 14th position. Keep an eye back there. We'll do our best to keep a camera on that middle part of the pack, but boy, Steven Isert starting in the 14th position is surprising, and I don't expect him to stay there for very long. So Rocket Racing Company, VLR Senior, going to try it again here. Scarborough on the inside, Miller on the outside. Couple of Nash Motorsports teammates going to go at it here for the pre-final. Scarborough brings him into the tram lanes. Lights go out. Clock begins to count. We're racing. Scarborough, full shot, out of 1, through 2, now through 3. And it's a Nash Motorsports 3-pack up at the front of this field. Scarborough, Miller, and Persing show the way here on the first half lap of our Rocket Racing Company ROK VLR Senior category. Somebody drops barely a wheel on the left-hand side of the track as they come out of turn number 9 down the back straightaway. And Alessandro De Tullio right there as well. You can see that bright pink and silver Kart, the white suit and the orange and black helmet. De Tullio taking the lights out for this race in the 6th position. And Emma Scarborough leads lap number 1, but it's her Nash Motorsports teammate, Ryan Persing, who's the quickest Kart on the track, a 58.58. Stephen Miller. There we go, Miller to the inside, and Miller takes over the 2nd spot. Looking now for how our front 3 runs. Alessandro De Tullio has gotten up there near the front as well. What happened to Persing? So it sounds like maybe Persing, after that pass with Miller, Persing might have come out on the short end of that deal. As Miller now goes after his teammate, Emma Scarborough. You saw how quick he was closing on Scarborough. Steven Isert, told you to keep an eye on him. Started this race in the 14th position. Just a few laps in now, he's already up to 10th. Isert runs 10th. Acer Torres Jr. runs 9th. Cuesto 8th. Persing down to 7th after trading the 2nd position with his teammate, Stephen Miller. Persing down to 7th. So Simbasi to 6th. Eisenbart 5th. Eisenbart also started this race pretty far back as well, if I remember. Yeah, Eisenbart went lights out for this race in the 11th position. He's up to 5th. Frederick Manning. Now Manning back to 5th as Eisenbart has gotten another spot. So Eisenbart 11th to 4th here very early on in this race. And then Stephen Miller is the 2nd kart on your screen you're watching right now. Try to get around his teammate Emma Scarborough. Onto the back straightaway, our leaders go. And De Tullio has got Alan Eisenbart right behind him. Good little battles all the way around the track right now, it seems like. Eisenbart just, man, on a mission. From 11th to 5th here, very early on in this one. Now Miller pulls out on the inside of turn number 1. This is for the race lead. Stephen Miller to the front as he gets around his Nash Motorsports teammate Emma Scarborough. Quick work there. Stephen Miller in second, slip back to third, and now to the race lead here. Miller out in front. Oh, we got our man back in the middle of turn number 9, showing you that real raw, nasty speed at the Orlando Kart Center, the way only ROK Cup USA TV can do it. Right here at the halfway point now, Emma Scarborough, very impressively, has not just said, okay, bye, Stephen Miller, have fun up there at the front. Scarborough not letting him get away at all. And eventually here, DeTulio and Eisenbart are going to turn this 2-kart pack into a 4-kart race for the lead. On the curbing, Scarborough, a 56.81 to Stephen Miller's 56.67. And maybe Miller already even considering having to defend against his teammate, as he was a little narrow on corner entry coming into turn number 10. And I think DeTulio, you can officially say DeTulio is there. And Eisenbart right there as well. So 4 karts right now trying to figure out who's going to lead the field to the green flag, or the lights out rather. Tomorrow morning for their final of 2024. Scarborough is just like not letting Stephen Miller get away. This is so cool to see the Nash teammates having to deal with each other this long, and DeTulio kind of can't really figure out, I think, what to do right here. DeTulio's got pressure from behind in the form of Alan Eisenbart. But it's every driver for themselves at this point in the weekend and this point of the season. So if DeTulio can find a way around Scarborough, yeah, that's great. And Scarborough's not going to, sacrifice herself just to protect Stephen Miller. That's not happening. But it's still a lot harder to get around 2 karts than just one. And that's where DeTulio is right now. And the fact that Scarborough's doing such a good job. Oh, DeTulio wanted to make something happen right there on the entry to 5. He took a look. I'm not going to say for certain that he didn't slide all 4 tires there for a split second, trying to gather it up when he realized it wasn't going to work. But DeTulio is I think he's starting to get a little impatient here. He knows time is winding down, and the more that DeTulio spends behind Emma Scarborough, the less chance he has of getting Stephen Miller. So DeTulio, I think, is getting ready to really start pushing the issue here and make some big moves, or at least try to make some big moves. 2.5 minutes to go here at the line in Rocket Racing Company, VLR Junior. I'm sorry, VLR Senior. Check that. VLR Junior just wrapped up. Leaders make their way down the back straightaway. And the front 4 have really begun to separate themselves from 5th on back. Steven Eisert is up to 5th after starting this race in 14th. That is moving and shaking, folks. Steven Eisert making moves, not faking moves here today. And Emma Scarborough goes purple, 55.97. To her teammate Stephen Miller's 56.19. I'll tell you what, I think this final tomorrow is going to be pretty wild when you got Miller, Scarborough, DeTulio, Eisenbard. Now Eisert is up there in the mix once again. This is a bunch of really fast young drivers with a racy track and great conditions at their disposal here. Under a minute to go, they're going to see this lap, and then they'll come around to see 2 to go. So, again, effectively working 3 laps left here in this one. Almost the biggest gap we've seen so far to this point between race leader Stephen Miller and Emma Scarborough. Ryan Persing has gotten around Frederick Manning to go from 7th to 6th. Bernal Valverde is still in 8th. Raheem Alibi is 9th. And David Martinez completes the top 10 here. One driver off track right here. Unfortunately, he's got a rubber mark right where that right side number panel would give us a good look. Clock strikes 0 right here, and they'll come around to see 2 laps to go. And finally, you can say Miller has a little bit of breathing room from his teammate, Emma Scarborough. And I think what's impressive about what these Nash Motorsports drivers have done right here is they have locked Alessandro De Tullio out of the front row up to this point. Now, the race isn't over. Definitely not. 2 laps to go. There's still plenty of time for something to go on here and De Tullio to make some ground. But De Tullio, he's aggressive. He makes moves. He passes karts. He gets up higher than where he started. He's a safe horse to bet on anytime he goes out on track, is what I've learned with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. De Tullio is a good driver to bet on pretty much any time. But Miller and Scarborough have kind of neutralized him to this point right now. Okay, think about it. De Tullio took the lights out for this thing in the 6th position. Yeah, he's up to 3rd right now, but that's as high as he's been all race long. And De Tullio, say what you want about him, but, sometimes he's a bit of a yo-yo. He'll start down here, but he'll end up higher up the field, and he'll move around the field. But right now, he cannot seem to get his way any higher than the 3rd position. They're going to come around to see the white flag this time. And Miller and Scarborough have, like I said, have effectively locked him out of the front row for this final when we get to it tomorrow afternoon. Rocket Racing Company, ROK VLR Senior sees the white flag, 1 to go here. And Miller's got finally the most breathing room he's had all day long to his teammate, Emma Scarborough. Scarborough took the lights out for this race in the pole position and stayed up there in the front for quite a while. Miller got the position, the lead spot around the halfway point, but Scarborough is still your fastest kart on the track to this point, a 55.97 to Miller's 56.09. Emma Scarborough is still your fastest go-kart on the track. Less than a half a lap to go now. They come down the back straightaway. Miller, Scarborough, De Tullio, Eisenbard, and Eisert, your top 5. Remember, Eisert started 14th in this race and has gone all the way up to the 5th position. Persing 6th, Manning, Valverde, Martinez, and Ahalibai, the top 10. Through 13 for the final time, out of that last corner, up the straightaway. Rocket Racing Company, VLR Senior heat or pre-final goes to the 973 Nash Motorsports is Stephen Miller with his teammate Emma Scarborough right behind in 2nd. De Tullio ends up 3rd. And as long as the tech shed and the scale line don't have anything to say about it, that's where those 3 drivers will start tomorrow's main event, the last one of the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Eisenbard 4th. Eisert 5th, Persing and Manning, your top 7, Valverde, Martinez, and Alibai, the top 10. Rocket Racing Company, VLR Senior is complete, but don't worry, we've got a lot more pre-final racing coming your way.
Test.
It's time for the Zanella Racing ROK Mini pre-final as they make their way out onto the track here. Nico Orbezo and Royce Vega are your front row with Valentino Santilli and Liam Nakawati in row number 2. Josh Bergman and Marco Samet in row number 3. Barok and Varela make row number 4, and then it's Scheigenberg and Pavin. The top 10 in the 5th row in Zanella Racing ROK Mini. This is the pre-final for these young drivers. How they finish this race is how they'll start the A main event tomorrow morning when we get to finals Sunday here at the Orlando Kart Center with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. We're getting ready to go here. We're going to have some special VIPs join me in the booth here once this thing gets racing and we get going here. But this is our 4th pre-final of the afternoon here out of our 10-run group, so we near the halfway point in this one. Zanella Racing brings you the action here in ROK Mini. 10 minutes plus 2 laps here for some of our youngest drivers at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Orbezo and Vega, the front rows. They come into the tram lanes. They're waiting to see those lights go out. Still pretty quick pace. They go green, and we're racing here. Orbezo uses that inside front row starting spot to grab a quick hole shot off the light here. They'll work their way through the right-handers 1 and 2. Couple karts get together on the back end, but up front we're rolling. And for as bad as that could have been, we've only got one kart stalled on the exit of turn number 3. Everybody else is rolling. That looked big there for just a moment. Zanella Racing ROK Mini on track right now, and Nico Orbezo got a good start there. 133 of Royce Vega. Keep an eye out here for Valentino Santilli coming into the weekend as your championship point leader as well. Nakawati in that 180 is the driver in the 3rd position. All of our mini drivers make their way down the back straightaway. They'll head for turns 11, 12, and 13 here for the first time in the pre-final for these Zanella Racing ROK Mini drivers. Out of that final corner and up the front straightaway. 1 lap complete here in our pre-final action. Orbezo has got Royce Vega for not much longer. Was that Vega? Did he make the pass right there? No. Oh, he did. Yes, he did. So Orbezo and Vega swap positions. But Orbezo is going to come right back at him here. And the 158 goes back to the race lead. Orbezo, Vega, and Nakawati all trying to sort themselves out here early on in this one. Now down into turn 6 around the clubhouse turn. Vega, the meat and the sandwich right now. So he says, you know what, let me get out of this hot seat, go right to the front. The 133 of Vega's your new leader down the back straightaway. Orbezo's going to slot into 2nd, but the way these 3 have been racing, that won't stay that way for very long, as Vega brings them back into the infield now as we work lap number 2 coming in on lap number 3. We saw great results out of Royce Vega back in the opening weekend at Homestead, Miami in January to kick off the Florida Winter Tour. He finds himself leading here now in the Zanella Racing ROK Mini category. Orbezo, Nakawati, Varela, and Kotowski, your top 5. So, for just a moment, we'll see if we can get a word in here with some of our VIPs who have taken time out of their very busy schedule to join us here high above turn 4 in the VIP suites at Orlando Kart Center. Mike Burrell with ROK Cup USA. Mike, this action is hot and heavy right now, but we're going to take a minute to check in with you. How are things going here at the season finale for the Florida Winter Tour?
Well, it's busy. We didn't have any real fall off in entries. We've got a lot of new people racing with us this weekend. They're probably locals to Orlando, and just other people coming in from other places that want to get, kind of warmed up, get their season started. It's March. It's spring break. Everybody's looking forward to the summer. So, brought one of the guys that's getting ready to open up in Canada, open at the Mossport Karting Center, our partner up there, Richard Boak. So just wanted to get on here and want to talk a little bit to Richard about, just the season opening there in Canada soon. And might get to that here. You got some on-track action there, it looks like.
Yeah, Drew Jensen, Geronimo Corral, Nico Katowski, those drivers are sorting things out right now in what should be 5th, 6th, and 7th on the track right now. Unfortunately, if we want time to talk and not watch passing, we're not going to get that during the Zanella Racing ROK Mini category. But Richard, Mike gave you an intro right there. Up north, Mossport Karting Center, you're a presenting sponsor for one of our classes. How are things looking for you guys getting into the race season upcoming here soon?
Yeah, things are great. We're super excited. We got about 3 weeks left for the snow to melt and track to open, and then we start our season. So it's kind of the perfect way to finish off the winter down here in Florida at Orlando. There's quite a large Canadian contingent down here, just shaking off the rust before our season starts. I think there's 6 Canadian teams and probably roughly 40 to 50 drivers burning some rubber this weekend, so it's awesome.
Richard Boak from Mossport Karting Center, Mike Burrell from ROK Cup USA up here in the booth with me. And Richard, you talk about there's a very strong Canadian presence. I was just talking about it to myself because that's who I talked to up here alone a little while ago. I think the Florida Winter Tour.
I think that's a dig on me for not hiring 2 announcers.
No, that's a dig on me for having mental health problems. But the Florida Winter Tour, for as long as it's existed, I think has got to be one of the most eclectic and internationally diverse series in the karting industry, at least here in North America. You talk about it's warm weather. It's a great place to come kind of get tuned up for the summer season. But is there anything else that really draws you guys as Canadians to coming down here and being a part of these championships?
Well, it's for sure the competition. I mean, it is like you said. It draws from South America. You get all of North America. So the competition's amazing for us. We only get about 6 to 7 months of racing a year, which if you're a petrol head, usually isn't enough. So we try and come down here and spend as much time out of the snow, fine-tuning our skills, and then bring it back to Canada. And it helps elevate the competition in Canada, which we see the drivers that make their way down here. They bring back a lot of extra skills, and then they help hone our local club tracks back in Canada. So we see a lot of progression because of that.
Now a petrol head, I think that's a gasoline head here in the U.S., right? Okay, I'm picking up your Canadian lingo. Mike, the Florida Winter Tour under ROK Cup USA's direction, from a guy that was a part of the Florida Winter Tour back before it was under ROK Cup USA's direction, I think you guys have done a phenomenal job. I don't just say that because you signed my checks. But what's one of the successes? What's one of the high points that you look back on this year with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour and you're proud of?
Well, ROK inherited a great product from first Bill Wright, the original Florida Winter Tour. I raced down here with him 15 plus years ago, and and then in the interim there, Richard and
Garrett Potter,
Garrett and
Josh
Richard
Smith,
and Josh. Yeah, so I mean, I inherited just a jewel here of karting that. This is such an become such an international series. I think we had 18 different countries represented here, and like Richard was saying, the Canadians and the racers out of Canada and Ontario especially are a huge part of this. I mean, I think it's more than 40-50. I think it's more like 35-40% probably of our racers are coming from Canada down here, and I mean I can't blame them with the snow and cold.
Yeah.
I'm happy to say I didn't see much snow in Indianapolis this year because I was down here whenever it snowed. So,
exactly.
Yeah, but I don't know. The success is all part of the bigger team. I mean, Robbie, Ursula, the guys in tech, the guys at the scales, everybody. You guys coming on board here, and then timing and scoring. Everybody just working together to put out a good product that's fun. Why do this if we're not having fun? Let's race hard. But fun has to be the big part of it.
I agree completely, and every time I've come down to a Florida Winter Tour event, fun is definitely the name of the game. Checking back in here really quickly with our Zanella Racing ROK Mini pre-final. Royce Vega and Nikor Bezo have played pretty nice through this thing up to this point. Liam Nakawati still right there in third. Varela and Katowski, your top 5. Love that shot right there. We got a guy standing down there in turn 9, just being a human pendulum for us, rotating, catching the speed. Giving it to you on ROK Cup USA TV, only the way you can get it on ROK Cup USA TV, and we're doing it all for the price of $3.99. That's right. You're getting all this broadcast for free, 99. Richard, Mosport Karting Center, you guys have a big presence here. I was fortunate to get to go up to Mosport's the big track with IMSA when I was a part of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and you guys just have a great facility up there. Are there any improvements in the works right now for you guys? Is there anything you guys are working on that maybe you really need to let people know about?
Yeah, I mean, we're always upgrading the facility. This sport is really, if you don't start giving back to it, you can become outdated really fast. So every year we try to do, whether it's safety improvements, whether it's, lighting systems, timing systems, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I've got a fantastic landlord who's a motorsports enthusiast, and anytime I have an idea of what we can do to upgrade, he's always on board for doing it.
It's always fun when you get to go up there to Mosport Karting Center, and again, I think not to put words in your mouth, and you can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think one of the overreaching points that you and I are both trying to communicate when I ask about Canadians coming down here and being a part of the Florida Winter Tour, with it already being such an international championship, I think you kind of said it in so many words, and I want to try to put a bow on it, and that is that you guys come down here to race the same reason the Brazilians and the Central Americans come up here to race, and it's because the competition is so good it's kind of like the rising tide raises all boats, and everybody can come here to the Florida Winter Tour, a true melting pot, race against the best from Central and South America, down here in Florida, guys from the Midwest come, we got West Coasters out here, and then you guys up in Canada, and you don't get a chance to race against those different kinds of upbringing in the racing world anywhere else but besides right here at the Florida Winter Tour. And you guys obviously benefit from coming down here and racing. Like Mike said, we all get to get out of the cold. We get to get out of the snow a little bit. Orbezo has opened up his lead over Royce Vega by just a little bit. They're going to hit the 0 mark on the clock here, so they should be seeing 2 to go when they come back around to wrap things up here in this Zanella Racing ROK Mini pre-final. Shifter Masters is coming up next. And then I guess, Richard, just before we get you out of here and we lose you, you talked about the facility. You talked about why you guys like to come down here and go race. And as far as maybe the ROK program for you guys moving forward for the rest of the year, what can you tell us about what ROK is doing up there near Mosport with you guys?
Yeah, so we've got our Ron Fellows Karting Championship, which is our ROK National Series in Ontario, and then we're always looking to expand programs and tracks all across. We've got some new dealers on the West Coast. The West Coast Kart Club's coming on with a full ROK program for this year, a couple GP classes. So it's as you see the VLR numbers here, that stuff's growing really fast. It's a really affordable way to go racing, and I think the Briggs guys are starting to see that there's another option out there that they can get into that doesn't really break the bank. So I think we're going to see, those classes, those categories grow substantially over the next couple of years, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
That West Coast Kart Club, is that Greg Moore Raceway out there for you guys?
It is correct, yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I got to go out there with the Can-Am Karting Challenge a couple of years ago, and I love that facility, and it sounds like you guys have a really good foothold on both coasts in Canada. The white flag has been shown here to Nico Orbezo, and thankfully these guys have gone pretty easy on us. Not too much swapping of the lead here, as we had a conversation up here in the VIP Hospitality Lounge, high above Turn 4 at the Orlando Kart Center. Orbezo's going to bring him through Turn 7, 8, and 9 one final time. He'll hit the back straightaway. Royce Vega is within shouting distance, but shouting may be all that he can do here with less than a half a lap to go. Orbezo's going to bring him into turn 10 for the final time, and Royce Vega is going to have to do some Superman level stuff right here if he wants a crack at the win in the pre-final and of course the pole position in tomorrow's A main event. Through turn 13 and out of the final corner one last time, the Zanella Racing ROK Mini pre-final belongs to the 158 of Nico Orbezo. Royce Vega comes home in second, Liam Nakawati third, Laurencio Varela ends up in fourth, and your top 5 is Nico Katalski as Shaggy shows him the checkered flag here at the Orlando Kart Center. Mike, pretty good racing.
That was. I was thinking it'd be a little more aggression up front maybe, but maybe we're saving that for tomorrow and just seeing what each other have. But Shaggy looked like he's 10 foot tall from that shot.
Yeah, he asked us for that camera angle. Drop the camera down a little bit low, have the sun hitting him. It really accentuates the height a little bit.
Yep.
Well, Mike, Richard, thank you both very much for coming out here and hanging out with us. Richard, really quickly before you go, is there a place folks can go to learn more about Mosport Karting Center and what you guys are doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So our website's mosportkartingcenter.com. You can find out everything about our local club programs, our national championships, all the dealers across the country. And then you can always reach out to me, Richard at mosportkartingcenter.com, if you got any questions. I'm always trying to get Americans to come. You can save 35% on your money.
The exchange rate's great
Border,
right now.
and we get some really nice weather in the summertime. So.
All right, well, there's Richard Boak's pitch for Americans going to Canada. Mike, thanks for hanging out.
Hey, anytime. I'll stay. I'll hang around here.
All right, we got more pre-final racing coming up in just a little bit. VTM Racing, Rock Shifter Masters on track now as we get ready to go. And if you enjoyed that conversation in the podcast series from High Above Turn 4 here with the Rock Cup USA VIPs, don't worry, we have more great conversation coming your way once we get this VTM Racing Rock Shifter Master pre-final underway. Scott Skitchy Barnes, the fisherman from Bermuda, will lead the field to the green flag in this one after earning 0 points, and that's a good thing. Think of it like golf. You want to have low point totals after the heat races here with the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Barnes went 3 for 3 with heat race victory, so he'll lead them to the lights out here in Rock Shifter Masters pre-final action. Charlie Fonseca, he was moving and shaking in that last heat race. He'll roll off second. Jose Montalto, your championship point leader and 2-race winner, starts third with Luis Gaudier alongside him in fourth. Renato Javier David starts fifth with Laurencio Mardan in sixth. Corey Matthews, Farshad Bagheri, Morten Von Tog, and Francisco Vassallo. Frank the Tank rounds out your top 10. Ryan Egan shows him the green flag, says we're good to go. Shaggy tells him visors down, we're going to the lights. ROK Shifter Masters brought to you by VTM Racing. Pre-final action ready to go. Scott Skitchy Barnes ready to take him into turn one. The lights go out, and we're racing here in ROK Shifter Masters. Barnes gets a good shot off the lights, but it's also going to be a battle with Charlie Fonseca right alongside him. Don't count out your championship point leader, Jose Montalto. I believe Montalto is the driver up there in second. So Montalto launched from second. I had him on my grid as starting third. Something happened as they came to the boxes. I think maybe Montalto and Fonseca flipped third to second. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but what I can tell you is Montalto runs in the second position as they come down the back straightaway. And Scott Barnes, again, I've said it before, but man, I really wish we could have had him with us back in January when the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour began this season at Homestead Miami. We only got him for round 2 in February when we ran Homestead Miami in reverse, and now we've got him here, and Barnes has figured out that Maranello, and they are firing on all cylinders, even though that ROK Shifter only has one cylinder in it. They're firing on it completely, very well. He goes purple to start this pre-final. He's your lead driver right now, and Montalto is in fact in second, Gaudier third, Javier David up to fourth, and Charlie Fonseca, I'm going to have to do some research on that and find out what happened, because he was scheduled to take the lights out for this race in the second position, but he did not go lights out in second position, and now he's scored in the fifth spot. But we'll check in and we'll get you an answer on that here before the weekend gets too long. Barnes brings him out of turn number 10 and into the infield once again here. So 2 laps in the book. Jose Montalto won round 1 at Homestead in January. He won round 2 at Homestead Miami in February, and now he deals with Scott Barnes. He's just been dominant all season to this point. Charlie Fonseca goes purple, 53.34. Fonseca, your quickest card on the track as we work lap number 3. So lap number 2, quick lap honors go to Fonseca. Talked about how we're having these great conversations up here in the booth, high above turn 4 at the Orlando Kart Center. We're in the VIP lounge area, and Mike Burrell from ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour is back with us. Mike, has anything changed? Have you had anything to eat? How you doing here during Shifter Masters?
I'm doing great. I had a drink of water. We're moving forward.
Way to rub that in.
That's right.
I'm jealous. I hope it was good. ROK Shifter Masters brought to us by VTM Racing. Cool. Just getting to talk to Richard Boak a little while ago from Mosport Karting Center. He even offered to come back up and talk to us. That was really nice of him.
Yeah, you're probably going to need him, come back, get you a little more break and everything. So we'll just keep the theme going here, talking to our Canadian friends.
Yeah, I was going to say, hopefully we won't need him back. Nothing against Richard, of course, but as you said, we've got more of our Canadian friends up here, and for some reason now I have way more pressure saying this name because you really, you let me know how important this guy is, so I'm hoping I get through this correctly. Clive D'Honorine is here with us. He gives me the thumbs up, and Clive, I'll kind of let you introduce yourself if you want. You and Mike Burrell are working on a special project together. I see the fire department, the medics representation on your shirt. So, Clive, why are you here at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour?
Well, I'm here for a couple reasons. My youngest son is actually racing here, so that gives me the opportunity to watch him race. But another thing, like you mentioned, here with Mike in discussing how we can further customer service, how we can make sure that ROK is providing the medical attention that is required, the customer service that allows paying customers to know that when they're out here racing, they have the ability to really focus on racing, knowing that if something happens, we're here to help them, here to protect them. Myself and my background as a firefighter for 20 years and a tactical medic before that, I've seen a lot of things, and having to deal with those particulars is hard. It's difficult. And some of the responders that we have at the events may be their first time at an event or seeing something that your mind won't forget. So having myself in place and speaking with Mike and ROK Cup, making sure that we have that incident command structure, that if an incident does happen, we do have to build it, do have to escalate it, do have to call other emergency responders, that it's done well, it's done proficiently, and we always call that golden hour, making sure when the incident does happen, recognizing it, assessing it, and moving forward to ensure that that person is at a doctor or at a hospital within that hour. Very important, and I do congratulate ROK Cup and Mike for moving forward and talking and building to this point. It's remarkable.
Well, Clive, I think to put a bow tie on that, as we got a little bit of technical slopping we got going on right here, Skitchy Barnes still out in front. We'll give you a quick update here as Jose Montalto, Luis Godi, and Charlie Fonseca are your front four. Barnes has just opened this race lead up pretty quickly, getting away from Jose Montalto. I'm up here in the VIP lounge and suite area with Mike Burrell, and we're hearing from Clive DeHonorine. I don't know why I'm getting so worried about tripping up on that, but Mike, just like Clive talked about with his first responder background, some people in racing know this, some people don't, but you also had I don't know if first responder is the exactly right term for it, but as a law enforcement officer, you kind of come from the same background as Clive.
So we always joke with the fire guys that we're the first responders and make sure it's seen safe for them. But we're all working together. Funny story, when about a year ago here, I was at this track last year, this third round. I see this guy running through the paddock, jumping the fence, going out to an accident. I'm like, what the heck is this guy doing? I was like, oh crap, here's some crazy dad going out there. And then go out there and he just takes charge and has the, starts directing the medical people. I'm like, well, he knows what he's doing. I'm just going to stand back here and wait. So that was the first time I saw Clive in action and helping out here. And, we never want to talk about safety or the worst case things, but we're better off if we're more prepared for it, for sure. And Clive brings a lot of experience to it, but he also brings the experience as a parent, as a first responder, but that also comes to karting. So, just getting that whole plan together of getting everybody on the same page, making sure the medical people we have that, like he said, probably have never seen karting before. I was talking to one of the paramedics here today, and he's like, wow, this is cool. I've never seen this before. And he started Googling it, and it's like, how young are these kids? I go, the youngest is 7. And oh, wow. And they're going, how fast? And yeah, so, we just keep talking to them about, Clive and I keep talking, and we keep getting the dialect going to talk and train up the medical people coming to the tracks and get a organized program together for worst case scenario. So, we can give our drivers and their families the best feeling possible, knowing they're going to be in the best hands, when they come to a ROK race. And we're talking to our other series partners and other series about working with us to make this a whole organized national program that, you respond to a karting accident in this procedure. These are, Clive can probably more so than me, but these are a lot like motorcycle accidents, but some of the time, some of the injuries I remember people having when you get partially ejected from a go-kart.
Yeah.
We hate to see it, but it happens. You get partially ejected, your feet get hung up in the bumpers, and we're so worried about other stuff that we forget about the feet. And, we yank the guy up and throw him on his feet, and he's got a broken foot.
Yeah.
And so we're just working on getting the procedures down and getting the whole plan together so, we can offer the safest possible event for our competitors and spectators, for that matter.
So a true safety initiative at the hands of ROK Cup USA, which I've been out of karting for a few years now. I'm certainly not looking to disparage any groups or any series. I don't know if other series are working on something like this. I don't believe they are. So, and it doesn't matter if they are.
I hope they are.
Right, exactly.
I hope we all are. I hope we get together talking about it, and everybody's like, oh yeah, we're going to do this, and we're working on it.
Yeah, so it's definitely not who can do it first or who can do it. Just who can do it better, really. Yeah. And who can provide the most care and the most safety for their racers and their teams.
Yeah, and that information, we got to share it with everybody because, our racers are their racers and vice versa.
Now, as we get ready to wrap up this VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters race, Scott Barnes, again, he's also taking it easy on us here, and there hasn't been too much change for position. Mike, you talked about Clive. You're a father. Your son Mayor is here with us today. I don't know if Mayor, you want to talk at all. I know you just finished up the Skip Barber Racing School. Skip Barber Racing Schools.
We're here to talk about that. We got to talk about our sponsors too.
I was going to say Skip Barber Racing School, a great partner of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. So tell me, I can't fit in a race car. They don't even let me get close to them. But what's it like doing the Skip Barber Racing School?
The Skip Barber Racing School is amazing. It teaches young drivers how to drive a race car and how to get into racing cars, which is definitely important. Driving the car is fast. It's amazing. It's pretty small. I'm lucky. I'm a small driver, so I can fit in the car pretty well. But definitely, I would say for everybody is to do it. Jump in a Skip Barber car, do the series, and even if you just want to do the schools like I did, it's definitely, you should do it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Skip Barber has the racing school, but they also have the racing series. We've seen lots of drivers come up through the ranks from Skip Barber's school into the racing series and then out into semi-professional and professional forms of racing. They've hit the time limit on our ROK Shifter Master Race here by VTM. We got picture-in-picture. It's just like TV in 2004.
Almost.
It's so cool, man.
2004.
As Scott Barnes, 2002, 2004, whatever. Scott Barnes, Luis Gaudier, Jose Montalto, and Charlie Fonseca are your front four. Lorenzo Mardan are your top five. So, Mayor, what I really want to know is how long till we see you out here in a ROK Shifter, knocking them dead and picking up some victories?
I want to get in the ROK Shifter really bad, but my dad is hesitant of it. Even though I drive, 200 and something kilometers an hour in a Radical?
You got to be careful. We're in the U.S. here. We don't know what kilometers are.
We're like,
Nobody
200
here.
Skip Barber car.
Yeah,
Wow.
I thought you were about to say you're at Daytona in a Skip Barber car breaking the sound barrier. But I get your point. We want to see you out here racing. Your dad and Mike are working on the safety initiative, but you're coming out here, you're enjoying being at the ROK Cup events, right?
Definitely. It's amazing to be at the track. Even though I'm not racing, I actually like to watch the action and see what's happening, and I get to work with my brother, so we're looking to win this weekend.
Well, be careful. If you like to hang out at go-kart races and watch them, soon somebody will ask you to talk about them, and then the next thing you know, it's been 15 years and you're still doing it. So just be real careful. Keep the helmet on is what I would say. Coming to the end of this one, white flag is out. Scott Skitchy Barnes has been perfect through the heat races here with the VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters category. And Luis Gaudier has really shown his speed here late in the going of this one. He's gone up and gotten around Jose Montalto. He brought Charlie Fonseca along with him for the ride. The leaders make their way through the infield here. It looks like one last time. Barnes has been so good this weekend here at the Orlando Kart Center. Gaudier did not exactly have the heat races he probably would have loved, but it doesn't matter. He's up front right now when it matters, running in the front of the field. If he can just stay there in the second position for what is it, three more corners here. He's got Fonseca hot on his trail into 11 through 12. Now the left-hander, turn number 13. Scott Barnes is going to come out of the final corner. Checkered flag waves. The VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters pre-final goes to Barnes, and Gaudier is able to hold off Charlie Fonseca. So, as always, we remind you these results are unofficial. They are unofficial. But if Gaudier and Fonseca stay where they just came across the line, Gaudier is going to start tomorrow's A-main event, the final one of the 2024 season, in the second position. Barnes will lead him to the green flag, or the lights out, here with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Fonseca third, Montalto and Mardan your top five. Mike Burrell up here with me. Clive D. Honoring. One day I'm going to get that right. Mike got it in my head that it's a tricky last name. Mayor, your name is easy. Guys, thanks for hanging out with us. Clive, I know this is like a tough timetable to ask for, but how do you see the safety initiative coming along? When do you think we can expect to see a little bit more maybe publication on that?
Well, speaking with Mike, I know we're going to talk and start this series, this race, round 3 of the Florida Winter Tour, and kind of progress it right through the Atlantic Series. I know we have some races in Canada as well that we would love to have this initiative standardized. Like Mike was saying, if we can have that opportunity where we're not making it up as we go, there is a standardized incident command that we can put to each series if it so be. But within ROK, I would hope to see at the Atlantic Series, definitely, I would say, proficient and effective by Vegas.
Okay, well that's great to hear. Safety always the number one concern of any legitimate racing series, I would say. I've been a part of a few less than legitimate ones where safety isn't exactly the top priority. But Clive, really appreciate not just you being here, but what you and Mike are working on together. Having a professional with your background and your knowledge here and a part of this, it helps the whole thing become a lot better, a lot quicker.
I appreciate you even having me, and I appreciate everything Mike's doing for the series.
All right, Clive, thanks so much for talking to us. Mayor, good luck. We hope to see you in a kart here soon, or some race car going a reasonable amount of miles per hour that is safe and we can all relate to. Guys, thanks so much for hanging out with us. Just like that, we've already got our next race on track. Mike, I hope you can stick around for another minute or two. Clive did a great job leading into the Atlantic Series. I want to talk to you about what is next for ROK Cup USA on a little bit of a more national scope of things here as we move into our next group of karts on track. So there we go, getting ready with our next pre-final here, as this looks like it should be the ROK Seniors making their way into the tram lanes. RPG brings you the action here in ROK Pro Senior. Couple karts getting together on the initial start right there in the middle of turn one. Everybody but one is able to keep it pointed and going as the field makes their way through turn four. We're off and running here. Orlando Kart Center, the site of our third and final weekend of the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Been up here in the booth with Mike Burrell talking to a few heavy hitters. We just got done talking to Clive from the safety initiative, which Mike and he just kind of walked through and explained a little bit more of. We're going to probably hear more from Mike about that in the future. We got one driver off here on the entry to turn number 4, the 330, as he's going to get back pushed across the track and dealing with the track staff over here, needing him to keep his helmet on as he is up and out of the kart. But lap one in the books here for our ROK GP Pro pre-final. Diego Ramos and Alessandro De Tullio are out in front. Harley Keeble and Blake Nash make up third and fourth. And then Fernando Luke is the top 5 right now as they run. Ramos getting a good start and staying out in front as they work lap number 2 here. De Tullio, Keeble, and Nash are your top 4. Only a couple karts out of this one after we've seen a little bit more attrition in some of these fields. Mike Burrell back with us high above the track here in the presidential suite at Orlando Kart Center.
This keeps going up in suite value.
Yeah, it's what happens when you hang out with me. The experience just gets a little better and better each and every time. So Clive was just up here talking about the safety initiative that you guys at ROK Cup USA are really trying to bring forth, and that is extremely important and exciting. Your background as a law enforcement officer, Clive's background as a first responder, it sounds like a perfect marriage for you guys to make that thing really work.
Yeah, he's just had amazing amount of ideas and about bringing the consistency across the paramedics, the first responders we get here, because I mean a lot of these tracks might be the only car race they've ever seen. So if they got a guy that can come out and tell them what to expect and what to do when they get in this situation and what the hot spots are to look for on a driver, you know, with the different accidents. So, you know, it'll go a long way. I'm hoping to get some of our other series that we work with involved and just make sure everything's as safe as possible for everybody across the sport.
Absolutely. I think that's such an important, and you know, you can never overvalue safety at this kind of level. So the thing that Clive kind of teased, and I kind of want to ask you a little bit more about, the Florida Winter Tour by ROK Cup USA, I think by a lot of standards would be considered a success. You guys have had big fields. You talked about, I think, something like 18 countries represented at this year's ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. But Clive talked about it. You've got an Atlantic Championship coming up here in 2024 as Harley Keeble is going right after Diego Ramos here. Keeble pulls even for just a moment with Diego Ramos as these drivers are trying to sort out the lead here in the RPG ROK Pro GP pre-final.
Keeble's got him.
Yeah, Keeble's got a really good run, but Ramos makes that kart nice and wide on the entry into turn number 10 at the end of the back straightaway. Keeping an eye on this as Alessandro De Tullio is also keeping an eye on this battle. Harley Keeble getting out of Homestead, Miami with a victory back in January And Diego Ramos trying to get out of here with a pre-final victory. Keeble's going to dive to the inside in turn number 1. Keeble's there. They go side by side. Keeble says hi. Now he says bye. And De Tulio wanted to come along, but Ramos was able to shut the door at least for a moment. De Tulio not going as easy here as Keeble took it on Ramos for a few laps. Now De Tulio really trying to turn up the wick here. And Blake Nash, the young driver from the West Coast, is involved in this 4-kart battle for the race lead. So as we watch this, and I'll always interrupt you if I feel like I need to, there goes Nash around
this is good.
for the 3rd position. Nash gets around De Tulio from 4th to 3rd, and he will move up a spot. Harley Keeble running in the race lead after disposing of Diego Ramos pretty quickly. So, Mike, as we watch this battle, I want to talk to you the Atlantic Championship. And you and I had some discussions in the offseason when I found out I could come over here and do this with you guys. But what's the Atlantic Championship? I know you've got ROK Sonoma, and feel free to talk about that. But I guess basically, where does ROK Cup USA and its racers go once we wrap up here in Orlando tomorrow?
Well, we kind of started this new Atlantic, and obviously if you got the Atlantic, you got to have the Pacific. And there's kind of a, I don't know if you call it a super regional or what, but we're going to have a race up in Charlotte Motor Speedway, April 19th through 21st, week before the Stars event out there. So, people run the Stars event. We've got a few of them committed to coming that are going to use our event to warm up for Stars. Different tire, different engine, but, same track. So you get a lot of good track time somewhere there isn't a lot of track time available.
Exactly.
Charlotte Motor Speedway is an expensive place to go, just like Sonoma. So there's not a lot of track time at it, but it's a great facility. It's beautiful. They redid the track about 4 or 5 years ago, I think, and it's one of the few places in the U.S. that has hosted a World Championship event before, back in the 90s. I know a lot of people don't remember that. But
I've only heard about it, but
yeah,
I remember hearing about it.
It was a huge event. So, it's a great layout, very challenging, very technical. I don't think they've changed it that much, the layout. Maybe they have. But, it'd be really cool to be in the heart of NASCAR country doing a race in April, April 19th through 21st. And, the idea is the points for the Atlantic start here. So if you're here,
meaning the Florida Winter Tour.
Being the third Florida Winter Tour race, Orlando.
Okay.
Those points make up the first round for the Atlantic. So, a win here is also an Atlantic win, even though we don't have 2 different trophies.
Right. No, I get it.
But the points will transfer up there, and we got some cool prizes. It's only going to be a 2-race series this year. We thought we'd have something going in the Midwest, and the summer kind of fell apart. It was going to be pretty cool. But, we'll keep working on it. And, for next year and everything, we'll keep working on it. But Harley's checked out, hasn't he?
Yeah, Harley Keeble has opened up the race lead here a little bit. See, I think you could have been an announcer. I know you have a great career as a spotter. I hope a lot of people know that about you. You were a law enforcement officer. You've been a spotter for 20 years now in IndyCar?
Yeah, about 20.
A bunch of Indy 500s, some IRL days back there for you. But I'll tell you this, I think, the spotting team here at the Florida Winter Tour is you and, of course, Brian Robson. Well, Brian was a part of our broadcast last month when we had him play cameraman, and now you're in here being an announcer. Dude, I think you got a career with another kind of microphone in front of your mouth.
Yeah, maybe for radio. I'm not a TV guy, that's for sure.
That's the face for radio joke, and that's my
right.
line. You can't steal that.
Yeah. But, no, this is fun. I've gotten to watch more racing this weekend than I usually do, just because it's so easy to here.
Yeah,
you just hop up on a container. Andre's done a great job around this place, making it very spectator friendly.
Absolutely.
And so I'll be working the grid, or helping out doing something. But as soon as I get some fire in my job put out, I'll hop up here and get to watch some race. And Harley Keeble and the performance of his kart's been very impressive.
Yeah.
All weekend.
Well, and he, like we said, he picked up a round 1 victory back in Homestead in January. and I think he sits third coming into this weekend in these in the ROK GP Pro Championship standings. Diego Ramos looks really good, and Blake Nash, we got to do a cool interview that hopefully will play tomorrow on the broadcast with Seth Nash, Blake's dad, owner of Nash Motorsports, and Seth talked about how proud he is of his son coming along pretty quickly as a young and new driver in this GP Pro category. Tulio's in fourth, Luke in fifth. The rest of your top 10 looks like Joseph Lowney in sixth, Kasper Turaboyski in seventh, Christian Garduno eighth, Donovan Bonilla, we saw a good run out of him in the third and final heat race. He runs ninth, and then Stephen Miller in the 377 is in 10th. Somebody just did a 360 right outside the window. That was cool. I don't know who it was, but did a full 360.
Looked like it was a 389, I think.
You got better eyesight than me, brother. I think we might need to trade jobs here before too long. People watching home probably would like an announcer who knows what he's talking about. But you've got the Atlantic Championship, a two-race deal. Are both those going to be at Charlotte?
No, I mean, the first one starts here.
Oh, that's what you said. Okay, I apologize.
Then the final, so, you get a little championship run out of two races there, and some of the cool prizes. We're really good about giving away tickets to the Vegas race. And the champions here at the Florida Winter Tour are going to get that, and some of them may even get tickets to the ROK Super Final in Italy.
Wow.
Yeah, so, but one of the cool things we're going to do with the Atlantic is some room packages for ROK of the Rio. So that'd be a lot of fun, just a little something different.
And we've talked about it, the Rio. Pretty much anybody in karting knows what it's like to stay at the Rio in November and be a part of a karting event, whatever the series is out there. But as we've joked about, the Rio's going through some renovations, and that's going to be a pretty cool place to stay, it sounds like, this fall.
Yeah, they sold it. Caesar's Palace sold it to company Dreamscape, that's part of Hyatt Regency. They put $400 million in it in about the past year and a half remodeling stuff. So
chump change, really.
Chump change, yeah, the casino. But so I know they were working on the food court when we were out there and last year and everything. And in the rooms, they were doing one floor every 2 weeks, they said, to remodel. So,
wow.
They're telling me they got most of that done. Hopefully it's more than just promises, but they're like, yeah, we're going to put all your people in the remodeled tower and everything. I go, well, you better.
Yeah, they better.
So, they're trying to take care of us. They're real pumped about karting. This new group, I mean, they came out, versus the old ownership out there, the new ownership, they came out and their management, and they watched, they watched ROK Vegas at the Rio last year, and they're like, this is really cool.
Yeah.
And they're like, how do we make this happen all the time? It's like, just keep having us back every year, and it wouldn't hurt if you paid the parking lot. And so, we always plant that in their heads, but they're really pumped about it. So just continuing that partnership with the Rio, it's awesome to be there. We're right in the soul of Vegas there, a little off the strip, but
close enough to see it.
Close enough to see it,
Yeah.
close enough to go over to it and enjoy it easily. And we're gonna 2 to go here. And
Well, if Carly Keeble can lock up a championship, or any of these drivers locks up a championship, then they get a ticket to ROK the Rio, correct?
some of them are, like I said, some of them are going super final in Italy in October, like 2 weeks before.
Well,
ROK Vegas.
what I'm getting at here is, I've been at all your races for the Winter Tour this year, and I probably won't win a championship of any kind because there's no competition for the announcer. But are you okay? Brandon's saying I'm number one. That's pretty cool. I appreciate that. But can you at least maybe get me like a ticket to the buffet or something at the Rio and kind of reward my efforts for this season?
They have buffets. I thought they got rid of buffets with COVID.
At the Rio? Oh, because of
everywhere.
COVID, I guess so. I don't
We're on
really
the
know.
last lap.
And we are on the last lap. We'll figure out this buffet discussion later. Harley Keeble, very solid here this weekend at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour finale. He's out of the outside of the track, back into the infield section here, through 11, out of 12, now running through turn 13. Checkered flag is going to wave, and the RPG pre-final is going to go to Harley Keeble here in ROK GP Pro. Diego Ramos ends up in second after starting up at the front. Blake Nash third, Alessandro De Tulio fourth, and Fernando Luke completes your top five. Joseph Lowney was sixth, Kasper Turaboyski was seventh, Donovan Bonilla, Christian Garduno, and Stephen Miller were your top 10. Championship point leader Jacob Kohler ends up in 11th. Mike, I cannot tell you how nice it's been having you hang out up here in the booth. I really appreciate it.
I'm having fun, actually.
Yeah, you're not bad at it. We'll let you call a start or an accident or something real stressful and see what you think about it. But
nothing's more stressful than spotting Indy cars at Texas.
I believe you. I believe you. You guys got done with Daytona, you and Brian did, and or no, we got done at Homestead round 1, and you went straight to Daytona for the Rolex 24, didn't you?
Yeah, yep. Putting in 12 hours on the roof up there. Not the result we wanted, but I guess Brian's car finished third. So
Yeah.
you know, we fell out. So I forget when, but
Somewhere in the middle of the night.
Somewhere in the middle.
I bet when it was dark.
probably when it was dark, and but yeah, Daytona's not a real stressful place to spot usually.
Well, especially when you're in the cars that are the fast ones.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't show up. I don't have the nerves to spot the GT.
Yeah, I get it. Well, hey, Mike, honestly, thanks so much, not just for coming up here and hanging out with us as we get ready to make this stretch run to the finish here on the pre-finals, but thanks for everything you're doing, not just for Rock Cup USA, but for karting, doing things like the safety initiative with Clive, and helping out young, struggling racers. Even if they don't drive the cars, they maybe just talk about them. You're an asset to the sport. You work really, really hard. You do so much stuff that people will never see behind the scenes, and you put up with even more stuff that people will never see behind the scenes. Just thanks for what you give to the sport and series.
Well, it's a lot of fun, and there's a lot worse things you could do with your time, and we just got to keep this sport fun and moving forward, and safe and affordable, and fair and fun.
That's Mike Burrell, ladies and gentlemen, the series director, series manager. What do you call yourself?
Everything guy. I don't know.
He's the everything guy. That's what I wanted to call you. He puts out fires with hay bales. It's Mike Burrell with Rock Cup USA. Mike, thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, Tony.
The U-Race Rock Micros are out on track right now, and man, what a cool opportunity to have Mike Burrell and a couple of his friends and some real important people in the sport come upstairs and talk with us. I'm not going to lie to you, folks. Calling 10 classes of karting 2 or 3 times a day all by yourself, it gets difficult sometimes, and you run out of things to say. And we've got a great broadcast crew, and for Mike to come up and be a part of it, and bring Clive and Mayor and everybody that was just a part of that was really, really cool. So big thanks to Mike. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. We're almost done here. We've got U-Race Rock Micro out on track right now, and that's going to line up like this. Win Gottschalk and Santiago Orioli had good races every time they went out on track for those heats earlier today. Nico Salazar will start third with Jaden Francisco in fourth. Miguel Suarez and Luca Beckrell make up row number 3. Leo Simone and Zane Burgess are your row number 4. Marina Brandau and Logan Arteta are the top 10. Jacob Agadello and Nolan Carney start 11th and 12th. Liam Francisco, Zev Gottschalk, and Ethan Torres are your top 15 here in the U-Race ROK Micro. Only this one and 3 races left to go. ROK Junior, VLR Masters, and Pro ROK Shifter are all on track, or will all be on track next. We got one driver up and out of their kart on the back straightaway, and that driver seems to know their race is done, as they have immediately walked away from the go-kart. And sometimes you just want to see a driver help get their stuff back to the edge of the track or back to where it's safe. But unfortunately, that driver up and out of their kart. Here we go, the U-Race ROK Micro pre-final ready to go, and we are definitely not going green on that one. They were out of their tram lanes and in the grass coming around, so they're going to line them back up and try again here. So we're going to try it again here with our U-Race ROK Micro field. Sounds like, was that the 25 of Win Gottschalk, whose kart came to a stop on the back straightaway? We saw a Bennett-looking bodywork and chassis, or bodywork. I obviously can't see the chassis from here. And that bright white helmet. That might have explained the despair on the driver as they got up and out of the kart. And I do think, in fact, we have lost Win Gottschalk here. Pole sitter has retired from this race before it was even set to go. And that's terrible to see. We talked about it already. You never want to see a driver knocked out of a race early. I mean, before it even starts, that's a completely different program. So now we're going to try and go lights out on this one, and we do. Santiago Orioli and I believe Nico Salazar. Salazar was bumped up one row to inherit the top spot. Couple karts get together in the middle of turn number 1. Few drivers in the barriers. And we are racing here in the U-Race ROK Micro pre-final. Nico Salazar and Santiago Orioli took over the front row after Win Gottschalk failed to see the race start due to a mechanical issue. Jaden Francisco, Miguel Suarez, and Luca Beckerel all up in the front as well as the lights went out on this one. 10 minutes plus 2 laps here for our ROK Micro drivers. And Orioli right there with Nico Salazar as they come back into the infield here. 1 lap set to be complete this time by. And as they come across the line, let's take a look at them here. Suarez coming up from the 5th position. Everybody got bumped up 1 spot, I believe, on that inside row after Win Gottschalk had mechanical issues on the warm-up lap. Not even the start, but on the warm-up lap. So Miguel Suarez, Santiago Orioli, and Nico Salazar, your front 3. Jaden Francisco and Zane Burgess scored the top 5. Luca Beckerel and Leo Simone run 6th and 7th. So Santiago Orioli has kind of played the driver in chase almost all race weekend long. I think that was Zane Burgess maybe getting up around. I think Zane Burgess has just gone from 5th to 3rd. That looks like the Sodi car to Burgess in that 3rd position. And has Orioli gone to the front? Yes, he has. Looks like Orioli. Yeah, Orioli's taken over the race lead from Miguel Suarez. So Orioli, your new race leader. Orioli earned the 2nd place starting spot in this pre-final after racking up 7 points through the heat races. Now Orioli's going to have to defend as Suarez takes a look to the inside but thinks better of it. Zane Burgess did go from 5th to 3rd. He's the quickest kart on the track last time by, minute 2.20. And now Zane Burgess isn't done yet. Burgess from 5th to 3rd and out of 2nd. The young driver in the 55 picks up another position. So Burgess and Orioli, we haven't seen this race much this weekend. And the way Burgess is running right now with the pace that he's setting, a minute 2:20 to a minute 3:02. That was Santiago Orioli's last lap, a minute 3:02 to Burgess's minute 2.20. Burgess has the hot hand right now, but it's what have you done for me lately kind of business here in motorsports and in karting. So what you did even 2 laps ago doesn't really matter that much. It's what you can do this lap right here, right now, coming to the start-finish line. Let's take a look at the lap times. Orioli will now see Zane Burgess take over that second spot right behind him. And Burgess has, I think, an identical lap, minute 2.20 to Orioli's minute 2.39. Burgess in turn 4 down to the inside. Zane Burgess rides the hot hand to the race lead. Burgess takes over the top spot from Orioli. Zane Burgess looking very comfortable right now aboard that number 55 Sodi Kart. And Orioli, well, he's going to stick right there to the back bumper, at least as best he can. That's the goal, right? That's the plan, to not let Burgess get away. Wow, a little bit of sliding right there to Miguel Suarez. I think Suarez and Jaden Francisco getting a little too close for comfort right there. And I think Suarez had to take some evasive action. No, Suarez actually still hanging tough right there in that 4th and 3rd place battle. So Suarez not really hurt that badly. Francisco does take over that 3rd spot. Now Francisco is going to try to play defense a little bit down here to turn number 4 against Leo Simoni and Nico Salazar. The ROK Micro drivers are the youngest racers that compete with us here at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. And look at, man, Orioli just gave Burgess a shot in the shorts as they rolled through 7, 8, and now out of 9. Oh, man. Orioli letting Zane Burgess know, I am right here, and I am not going anywhere. They come back into the infield section here, and these ROK Micro drivers are the youngest racers that compete with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. And you'll hear debates sometimes. Should kids this young be racing at least at this level? I don't think anyone's against the idea of kid karts and micros and young kids getting the chance to get seat time and learn racing a little bit. Now, sometimes there's a debate, should it be held at this level? But when you see respectful and clean driving like Zane Burgess and Santiago Orioli and really all these drivers, I don't think I've seen a moment this season where it's been, oh my gosh, that kid's a danger to himself and everybody else. No, I think you see for the most part extremely clean and mature racing, and that's what's cool about micro level racing at a big international stage like the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. You see these young drivers grow up so fast behind the wheel. They become much more focused racers. They become much more oriented, racing-oriented drivers when they do stuff like this and they come to these big-time events. And I also think there's something to be said. Zane Burgess and Santiago Orioli, they're leading right now. Heck, Jaden Francisco, Miguel Suarez, any of them. Pick any name of any of these young drivers that are out on the track right now. As Santiago Orioli goes purple, Santiago, now your quickest kart on the track, a minute 1.73. These young drivers get to come to these big national and international events like the Florida Winter Tour. And like Mike Burrell was just saying, when he's got a minute and he's not having to, put out a fire at work, he jumps up on top of one of these containers here at the Orlando Kart Center and he watches the racing. Well, that's exactly what these young kids are doing. They're able to go back to the pit, debrief, tell their tuners, tell their mechanics what the go-kart needs and what they think needs done to it. They're able to have those discussions. And then they're able to go climb up on the containers or sit in the bleachers or just turn on the YouTube broadcast that you all are watching right now, and they get to watch Alessandro De Tullio and Ryan Norberg and Stephen Miller and all these kids, Mateus Morgado and all these guys that aren't really kids, all these guys that are older than them, and they get to watch them go out there and race on the same track in essentially the same go-karts. Yeah, it's not a micro, it's not a mini, it's a ROK Pro shifter, or it's a ROK Senior. But these kids are getting to watch these drivers that they look up to go out there and race on the same track and under the same rules and do the same things that they have to do. And I think that's really cool when you have micro series, micro class as a part of your series. It gives those young kids a really great opportunity to learn and excel and become better racers. Zane Burgess leads Santiago Orioli here down the back straightaway. Orioli's had a couple of really, really fast laps right now. Francisco and Leo Simone and Nico Salazar, they're all kind of just falling by the wayside right now. 10th place is Dutch Westbrook. Logan Arteta is 9th. Marina Brandao, 8th. Jacob Agadello, 7th. Miguel Suarez, 6th. Nico Salazar, 5th. Simone and Francisco are 4th and 3rd, but it's now Zane Burgess who's the quickest kart on the track. Zane Burgess goes purple with a lap time of 1:01.61. Burgess, your quickest driver on the track. A little bit farther back here, we might have a little bit of a race picking up. Whoa, big move right there. This could be Francisco and Simone right here. I believe it is. That's a little bit farther back than that original group I thought we were watching. Looks like Jacob Agadello, Marina Brandao, and Miguel Suarez, maybe even Nico Salazar involved in that pack we were just watching right there. Inside of a minute to go now. This is going to be 3 laps left. They'll come back to see 2 to go, as there's only 30 seconds left to play on the clock here before time runs out. So Orioli and Burgess, now this is between the two of them. Where do you finish in this race, and where will you start tomorrow's main event? Well, they're ultimately going to be the same answer, but what are you going to do to change? If you're Orioli, how are you going to get up there to the front? If you're Zane Burgess, how are you going to stay where you're at and make sure nobody gets around you? We're about to find out here as they'll come around to see 2 laps to go this time by. The clock expires. This is the U-Race ROK Micro pre-final. And Orioli and Zane Burgess are driving like a couple of, veteran junior or senior drivers right now. Just reacting to what the other one does, doing the best job they can to lay down their fastest laps. Shaggy shows them 2 to go. If you're Zane Burgess, the pressure right here is pretty real. You've got the race lead, which means you've got the pole position for tomorrow's main event pretty much in your hands right now. You have to make the right decisions, and you also have to just hope. There's nothing you can do ultimately to stop Santiago Orioli from making a dive bomb, from running really, really deep into a corner. If you're Zane Burgess, all you can do is all you can do. You have to hit your marks. You have to run as clean a lap as you can. You have to run as fast as a lap as you can. But you still got to be cognizant in your mind that, hey, Orioli could do something really crazy here, could try something wild, and it may go sideways. Zane Burgess brings them through the final corners one more time, and they'll see the white flag waving. This is it. This is for the pre-final win, and it's for the main event pole position tomorrow afternoon, nearly side by side at the line. Orioli looks high. Now he looks low. They tap bumpers only for a moment. Everybody keeps it pointed in the right direction. No harm, no foul. Zane Burgess defends low on the entry to turn number 4. He unwinds the steering wheel. Orioli knows that Burgess knows he's there. Burgess has to be mindful here, though. If he pinches a corner entry too tight, he's going to absolutely kill any chance he had at a good exit, and that's when Orioli can strike. Through 9, down the back straightaway, turn 10. This has been a prime passing opportunity. Burgess goes way down low to defend. Orioli says, that's okay, I'll stay right up here on the top. Into turn 10, one final time. Burgess has him covered, it seems, to this point. Orioli looks high. Can he make something happen here? Maybe trying to set up for a crossover. He's going to commit to turn 13. One big sweeping move. Orioli sets him up perfectly. Zane Burgess cannot defend, and Santiago Orioli's going to win the U-Race ROK Micro pre-final and the pole position for tomorrow's main event. That was masterful driving by Santiago Orioli. What a smart and patient execution of that final corner to get a run on Zane Burgess. Amazing stuff right there by Santiago Orioli. Burgess leads a lot of that race, but he gives way in the final corner. Orioli's your winner. Burgess in second, Francisco third, Salazar fourth, and Leo Simoni fifth. Jacob Agadello sixth, Westbrook seventh, Suarez, Brandau, Carney, and that's your top 10. Luca Beckrell, I was going to say ran 10th, but Beckrell slipped down and ended up in 21st. Good racing as always in the U-Race ROK Micro pre-final. That's how they're going to roll off for tomorrow's A-main event. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our live coverage of the final weekend of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Orsalon Racing's ROK GP Junior now makes their way out onto the track. Sarah Bradley, after earning the pole position in qualifying, scored only 7 points, and that's good for her pre-final starting position. So that means she'll roll off in the pole position, not only for all 3 heat races, but here in the pre-final. If she can win this pre-final, she will start on the pole position for tomorrow's main event. Bradley rolls off first with Diego Ardiles next to her in second. Nathan Dupuis in the 241 starts third, and Chase Gassiot-Lee will start alongside him in row 2, starting fourth. Cole Medeiros rolls off fifth with Alexander Vanchev in sixth. Javier Chaparro starts seventh with Victor de Alencar in eighth. The top 10 is completed by Edward Kennedy in ninth and Jose Halfin in the 10th position. Morley, Romero, Shermer, Cariotti, Lambert, Elefante, Gonzalez, Zapata Brandon, Doria, and Hao Chang are the remainder of the ROK GP Junior field. Orsalon Racing brings us the on-track action every single weekend with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour here in ROK GP Junior. 10 minutes on the clock. Ryan Egan puts him into the tram lane. Sarah Bradley and Diego Ardiles. Can Bradley continue to have an awesome weekend? Let's find out. Lights are out, and we're racing, and Ardiles nails that start, jumps to the front. He'll grab the whole shot as they come out of turn number 3. Bradley goes from first back to second. She's going to defend smartly on the entry into turn number 4. Now she wants to go right after Ardiles into turn number 5. Close, but not close enough. Ardiles unwinds the steering wheel. He'll lead him from turn 5 towards the clubhouse turn, corner number 6. A fast, long, arcing right-hander, and then into the S's. Or really, it's more of a quick chicane right here. 7, 8, and then out of 9 onto the back straightaway. That's where we catch back up with our leaders as they run down the back straightaway. They'll get hard on the brakes, crank it a hard right hand, 180-degree turn. That's turn number 10 at the end of the back straightaway, and they'll head back into the infield for the first time here in the Orsalon Racing ROK GP Junior pre-final through 11, 12, and now out at turn number 13. That's a lap at the Orlando Kart Center, and Diego Ardiles is your race leader. So as Ardiles brings him into turn number 4, look how low he gets on corner entry right now. He's no dummy. He knows that turn 4 is an amazing and a very opportune passing spot on this track, especially when you're all bunched up like they are right here, right now on the start of this Orsalon Racing ROK GP Junior pre-final. Nathan Dupuis and Chase Gassiot-Lee are hanging tight to Bradley and Ardiles right here. Ardiles, your leader, looks over his right shoulder. Bradley pulls out a line. Is Bradley going to try something right here? You bet she is. Sarah Bradley back to the race lead. Your pole sitter takes over the top spot. Ardiles might not have been expecting that to come, and it's not exactly like Bradley was super far back, way deep in the corner to try that. She was pretty close. I don't think Ardiles knew how close she really was. Nathan Dupuis and Gassiot-Lee, as well as Vanchev, are able to close in a little tighter now on these top 2 after the trading of positions. Vanchev goes purple, your quickest card on the track last time by, 55.53. Dupuis slides wide on the exit of turn number 4, and Gassiot-Lee, as well as Vanchev, all have to take kind of evasive maneuvers here, and Cole Medeiros gets stacked up in all this. There you see him right there, Gassiot-Lee, Vanchev, and Medeiros. That was that 3-pack we were just really tight on there a moment ago, down the back straightaway. Sarah Bradley's already put a couple cart lengths between her and Ardiles. Now Vanchev goes after Dupuis. Vanchev is going to get around the 241 of Dupuis, but Gassiot-Lee is going to stay in front of Vanchev. So Gassiot-Lee and Vanchev, I kind of caught the tail end of that there as Vanchev was getting around, but Gassiot-Lee and Vanchev go around Dupuis. So it's a 3-cart swing right there as Dupuis goes from 3rd back to 5th. Medeiros, de Alencar, Morley, Halfin, and Kennedy are your top 10. Edward Kennedy started this race in the 9th position, doing a good job at hanging tough inside the top 10 right now in this pre-final action. Orsalon Racing, ROK GP Junior. Sarah Bradley is driving very impressively right now. A 55.20 to Ardiles is 55.73, and her lead is not getting smaller. In fact, it's doing the opposite. Her lead is growing right now over Diego Ardiles, a 55.20 to a 55.73. Let's see what the lap times look like this time by. $55.20 last time by. 54.91 for Bradley, and a 55.30 for Ardiles. Bradley has got the bit between her teeth, and she is running away with it right now. Farther back, change for position. Who's that going to be? That might be Medeiros. I think that, or no, that was Dalen Carr. Dalen Carr. Getting around probably Dupuis and possibly Vanchev as well. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Whoa, Vanchev takes big defensive maneuvers at the end of the back straightaway, getting into turn number 10. That's the 206 of Alexander Vanchev right there, coming out of turn number 13 to complete another lap. We should see Dalen Carr go up in front of Dupuis and Vanchev. That's exactly what happens. So Dalen Carr now inside the top 5, comfortably in that 4th position. And now Vanchev has Jackson Morley right behind him aboard that 292. Cole Medeiros is in 8th. Marco Romero and Jose Halfin in the 236 runs 10th. And Halfin started this race right back there in the 10th position. So right now, no real change, no real loss. Whoa, the 271 and the 292 get together. That was Morley and I think Marco Romero. And I think Morley's going to come out on the real short end of that stick. I think Morley's race might be done. Yep, Jackson Morley falls way down the leaderboard and is off to the side of the track. Morley's going to fall all the way outside of the top 20 now. Well, no, hangs tight right there in 18th, so not sure if Morley's able to continue or not. Let's take a look here at timing and scoring and just learn a little bit more about what Sarah Bradley's been able to do. With her race lead, it's 1.55 seconds. Chase Gassi-Ali just goes purple last time by a 54.63. And now Bradley bests him with a 54.52. So Gassi-Ali was very fast. I didn't notice that on the timing and scoring until the very last second. I'm glad I did. But Bradley throws down a flyer, 54.52 for the young lady originally from Texas. Said earlier she got to relocate here to Florida, but that was that was after a short stint in Indiana. And now they're down here not far from Orlando. She says about an hour outside of Orlando. There goes the 211 of Gassi-Ali. And Ardiles have swapped positions. So that was for second place right now. Man, Ardiles has kind of just sort of owned this category this winter tour. And Sarah Bradley's been there. She's had 2 podiums in the category. Both races at Homestead, Miami, saw her stand on the podium. But I will absolutely say it. I think she is impressing a lot of people this weekend with her speed and her mental strength. And what I mean by that is she started up front for all 3 heat races. She's on the pole position, and that is not an easy place to start a race. It's so much easier as a driver to just say, I'm just going to do what the guy in front of me does. I'm just going to try to just beat the cart next to me. When the cart's in front of me go, I'm going to go. But when you are the cart in front, you have no one to go off of, and it's your responsibility how that start goes. That's a pretty unnerving feeling. And while I don't know every single starting position of Sarah Bradley's career, to be on the pole position for the Florida Winter Tour heat races and now the Florida Winter Tour pre-final at the championship weekend, that's a lot of stress for a young driver. I really don't care what they say. That's a big deal to have to lead a field as fast and as competitive and as big as this Orsilon Racing GP Junior category. That's a lot of stress, and I think Sarah Bradley's done a great job with it. Diego Ardiles and Gassi-Ali and Dalen Carr, all these drivers in this category are very fast and very competitive, as is Sarah Bradley. So for her to maintain the composure she's had up at the front of the field this weekend, I'm pretty impressed. She's not just maintained her composure, she's maintained incredible pace. Right now, she's your race leader, and I think it's over 2.2 seconds is the gap. 2.8 seconds from Bradley back to Gassiat Lee. That kind of neon blue and dark colored bodywork for the driver you see right there in the center of your screen. And Diego Ardiles behind him, Victor de Alencar, Nathan Dupuy are your top 5. 60 seconds to go here on the clock before they see the 2 to go. And Ardiles, I don't think Ardiles is done with Gassiat Lee. He certainly doesn't want to be done. If Ardiles can get there, he's going to try something. But I don't know. I just think Gassiat Lee has really got that thing right where he wants it to be with tire pressure and chassis setup and everything else. He's able to drive it as hard as he needs to. I think it's really easy sometimes to go, oh, he's not having to push that hard. Well, we can't tell that. You can't tell that by just watching through a monitor. He might be driving his brains out, giving that thing 11 tenths right now. But what's impressive about it is it looks comfortable. We don't know if he's giving it 11 tenths or if he's giving it half as intense, whatever, right? We don't know that by watching him. Only he knows that. But what we do know is the kart looks really good underneath him, and that's a testament to the team at Nash Motorsports. And of course, Chase himself for saying, all right, this is what we need. This is how we want it. And everybody coming together, putting their heads together and going, here's what we're going to do with tire pressure. Here's what we're going to do with ride height. Here's what we're going to do with front end width. Here's what we're going to do with all these things. And there's 1,000 adjustments you can make to one of these karts at this level. So for Gassiat Lee to look as comfortable as he does right now, and all these drivers, you know, a lot of work goes into making one of these things go around the track and be as fast as Diego Ardiles, Chase Gassiat Lee, Sarah Bradley. A lot of work goes into these things, and that's what's so cool about racing is it's a culmination of so much work. These drivers just don't hop in and say, okay, I'm going to try this. Testing and testing and testing and more testing goes into this and finding out what the kart likes and what the driver wants, and everybody has to come together. At this level of karting, this is like professional motorsports just without the paychecks, honestly. Sarah Bradley is on the verge of being the pole sitter for all 3 heat races this weekend, the pole sitter for the pre-final, and if she can just stay where she's at for another lap, less than that really now, half a lap, she will be the pole sitter for the main event to end the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour here in the ROK GP Junior category. Field makes their way out of the infield. Now they'll head for turn 6 and fly past the building here at Orlando Kart Center. There goes Sarah Bradley. She's so fast we can't even keep up with her with our cameras. Gassiat Lee and Ardiles run 2nd and 3rd. De Alencar and Dupuy the top 5. Romero, Vanchev, Medeiros, Chaparro, and Kennedy are the top 10. Gassiat Lee knows he's got to defend as hard as he can right here because Ardiles really wants that front row starting spot. Looks down low. Gassiat Lee begins to defend. Out of the final corner, Sarah Bradley has done everything she's needed to do as Ardiles is going to steal the 2nd spot. Bradley steals the win. There wasn't much thievery going on. She just straight up dominated this pre-final. Ardiles gets 2nd at the very end away from Chase Gassiat Lee. And then it's going to be Victor de Alencar and Nathan Dupuy, your top 5. Marco Romero runs 6th, Alexander Vanchev 7th, Medeiros, Chaparro, and Edward Kennedy, your top 10 in the Orsalon Racing ROK GP Junior Pre-Final. The Mossport Karting Center, VLR Masters, are on track now for their pre-final. It is the second to final pre-final. Wordplay. Am I right? Had Richard Boak up here from Mossport Karting Center with Mike Burrell a little while ago, and Richard talked a lot about things that are going on at Mossport and especially all the great opportunities ROK racers have up there in his neck of the woods in old Canada, eh? And it was great to have Richard up here. Really appreciated his time, and cool guy to meet. I'm excited to learn more about what Mossport is doing, and we want to tell you guys more about what Mossport is doing. They are our class sponsor here for the ROK VLR Masters category in 2024. Christian Vomier has been very, very fast in this category. Luis Quinones does lead the point standings coming into this pre-final, and those are just the heats I'm talking about. Because of that, with only 9 points, Quinones is your pole sitter. Christian Vomier will start second. Alexander Dalbon will roll third. Tony Paulo on the outside in fourth position. Mark Pavan starts fifth. Alfonso Santiago starts sixth. Gallo Barros, Andre Isaac, Wayne Whitson Jr., Javier Montilla, Frankie Beans, David Middlesworth, and Ariel Castro are how they'll line up for this one, as the sun just slowly beginning to set at 5:39 here. I wouldn't even say setting. You have different light on the karts now as it begins to get closer and closer to the west side of the sky. Quinones and Vomier. This could be a really good race. Vomier has had some blinding speed, but Quinones seems to always find a way around the drivers that he is racing with. This is our second to last pre-final of the day. This is the Mossport Karting Center ROK VLR Masters pre-final. Quinones on the inside, Vomier on the outside, and Vomier dives way down to try to get tucked right in line. And oh my, there's karts going everywhere off the start right there. Vomier tried to cut a hard right to line up right behind Quinones. That involved him but there was touching between he and Alexander Dalbon. And then after that, it was kind of anybody's guess exactly what happened back there, but one driver ended up coming to a stop in the middle of the track on the entry to turn number one. And with that, the Mossport Karting Center VLR Masters pre-final is underway. Quinones doesn't want any bad luck to happen to his competitors. I'm sure of that. He doesn't want anything unfortunate to go on, as there's a good pass for position right there, the 779 of... I don't have a 779. Ariel Castro. Yes, I do. Ariel Castro just made that move from third up to second. Castro started this race back in the 13th position, and now he runs in second place. So Christian Vomier is the guy that we've been talking about with lots of speed. And while Quinones and none of these drivers want something bad to happen to a competitor, Quinones got a little bit of a boost right there when Vomier didn't get down into line as quickly as he wanted and has to kind of come back from farther on the grid now. Fourth place is where Vomier scored. But if you're Quinones, now you've got a whole other problem to worry about, and that's Ariel Castro right there. Castro's going to eat Quinones' lunch here as they come through the S's. Quinones and Castro getting pretty physical as they come through 7, 8, 9, now onto the back straightaway. This is where Castro made his pass for second place 1 lap ago. Castro looking high, nothing there. He'll set something up for turn 13, or he'll try, keep that thing wound up. And here they are, side by side, up the main straightaway. Castro, Quinones, door to door. Oh no, contact! And Castro takes a Levanto tire to the side of the dome as Quinones and Castro made contact wheel to wheel, and that caused Quinones' kart to shoot up into the air and was propelled forward, and he bounced his left rear off of Ariel Castro's helmet. Not to make light of that at all, because that's super serious. Castro's gotta have tire rubber on the side of his helmet after that. We all saw that, right? That tire hit Ariel Castro in the helmet. And Castro was more frustrated by the contact than anything. Flew his hand up in the air. We're gonna try really hard to get a tight shot of Ariel Castro's helmet. It was on the right-hand side of Castro's helmet where Quinones's tire ricocheted or made contact, whatever you want to say. And there's Quinones. It was he and Castro who were side by side racing for the lead. Mind you, it was only like lap 2 at the time. And Castro and Quinones, nobody's going to give an inch. Nobody's asking them to. But we are asking them to probably not run into each other, and that happened. And Quinones' kart, with open wheel racing, that happens. When wheels touch, those two things are moving at an extremely high rate of speed, and they twist and they spin, and anything that comes in contact with them, even another moving wheel, that's the side of the helmet that Castro would have gotten knocked in the side of. Maybe there's not any tire rubber there. I certainly would have expected it. But when those two made contact, it caused Quinones' kart to just jump up in the air, and his tire absolutely made contact. That was incredibly close. Well, it wasn't close. It happened. They touched. But the point is, Ariel Castro is a tough dude, because I don't know if I'd be able to keep going if I just felt a go-kart bounce off my helmet and keep digging. Ariel Castro. I don't think we have Ashley Graff today. I think she's working on her social media duties. But I would love it if we could get Ashley to go talk to Ariel Castro after this race is over. I don't think that's an option. We've got the mic up here, and she's working on her social media stuff right now. But man, hopefully sometime tomorrow or later today we can get a word with Castro and find out what his take on that whole situation was. Dalbon up into second now. Vermeer third after getting shuffled back to fourth off the start. Tony Palo holds that fourth position right now. There is Dalbon and Vermeer. Palo in fourth. Gallo Barros in fifth. Whitston Jr. in sixth. And Frankie Beans runs eighth behind Andre Isaac in seventh. Now, what does Vermeer have here for Alexander Dalbon? Dalbon is in that 725, scored in the second position. Vermeer has got a heat race win to his credit today already. They come flying through turn 8, now to the right-hander, turn number 9. Again, awesome shot right there. Now Vermeer pulls right up alongside. Dalbon's trying to defend that inside line. That's where you want to be to try to make the pass. Vermeer knows he's not going to get it, so he sets up for a good shot out of the corner. A crossover, if you were. Vermeer draws even, but again, the track bends to the left, and that benefits Dalbon. Vermeer not able to make the pass for a position stick there, not yet. Mossport Karting Center bringing you a extremely exciting VLR Masters pre-final, if I do say so myself. Tony Palo is right back there behind this fight for second and third himself. Palo trying to stay in the mix right here. And if this race were to end right now, well, Christian Vermeer is scored in the third position, and if everything holds up and that result stays official, well, Vermeer is on the inside of row 2 for the start of tomorrow's main event. Although now he's going to go to the outside of the front row as I'm talking about it. He takes over the second spot. Dalbon comes right back at him in turn number 9. They both use each other up. Tony Palo has to take evasive action. Palo's going to get around Vermeer. Palo now up to the third position. Dalbon went from second to third. Now back to second. Vermeer went to second. Then back to third. Ultimately now runs in the fourth position. And we still got 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Vermeer's going to try to reel back in here slowly and work on, trouble for Castro. Castro's dropping on the leaderboard. What happened? We're losing Ariel Castro. Castro gets passed by Frankie Beans for 7th. He's scored an 8th right now. Waiting to see if Montilla and Middlesworth get by him. Castro's off the track somewhere. The 779 is done. So Ariel Castro is done. And that means this right here is the race for the lead that you're watching. Alexander Dalbon is now your race leader. Tony Palo's in second, and Vermeer's in third. I don't know where Castro is right now. So unless these drivers have passed him sitting on the track and know that Castro is done, I don't think that they would know they're racing for the lead and the win right now. Oh, Castro out over in the corner, it sounds like. getting reports that Castro's maybe suffered a wheel, an off wheel. Trying to get you a shot of that right now. As there goes Vomir on the inside of Tony Paulo. So Vomir goes from third now to second. Again, if these guys don't know it. Less than a minute and a half to go now in Mosport Karting Center VLR Masters pre-final action. Losing Quinones and now losing Ariel Castro, Santiago. I don't know if Santiago ever took the lights out for this race. It sounds like we might have something as far as eyes on Castro here. Oh, there he is. Castro up and out of the cart. The 779 is getting pushed back. He's already – so the incident must have happened over there by turn 9 because they were able to get him off the track and over to a cart stand. Great work by the camera guys here this weekend from Sonoma coming out. And, man, it's so cool to be able to have shots like that at your disposal to just see something really quickly and know a little bit more about what's going on. So I think that's Brandon on the wireless camera down there. So Brandon, he's been up here in the booth helping us out, pushing the buttons, flipping the switches, and sometimes he grabs a camera and he gets down there and brings us the live looks at stuff. So we've got a great group of camera guys out here. Jason Loria and his staff from Sonoma come from California every single weekend for the Florida Winter Tour, and they also bounce back and forth. ROK Sonoma just had their first race, I think 3 weeks ago maybe, and they stream those races. They stream the Florida Winter Tour. And Jason and his crew do a great job. If you're enjoying this ROK Cup USA broadcast, it's because of them. And the fact they do all this for free is just awesome. Free to you. Mike Burrell, he has to buy him dinner like every single night. So here we go. Dalbon, Vomir. This is the race for the lead. This is the race for the win in the Mosport Karting Center VLR Masters category. And how about Tony Paulo? Have yourself a day, Christian Vomir. Down to the inside on the entry to 13. Vomir now to the race lead. Dalbon back to second. They'll come around to see 2 laps to go in the Mosport Karting Center VLR Masters pre-final. Dalbon, not done yet though. He's going to do everything he can to stick right to that rear bumper of the 783 of Vomir. Here they come into turn number 4. Prime passing opportunity. No, Vomir keeps the inside line covered. Dalbon can't make it happen. Not there. Not now. Tony Paulo sitting back, waiting, watching and waiting. Oh, boy, look at how much air Dalbon just caught over that right-handed curbing. Got the right sides up in the air for a good second or two. And Vomir's just been sneaky fast all weekend long. But seriously, how about Tony Paulo? Yeah, he started this pre-final in 4th, but haven't seen him with the Winter Tour yet this year. And it's great to see him running as well as he is right now. And that's not just because his name's Tony and my name's Tony. I just like to see drivers that we haven't seen with us before come out and have a good showing. Dalbon in second, and Vomir is looking to just chalk up this final lap and have it result in a pre-final win, which you know what that means, a main event pole position. Half a lap to go now as the leaders work their way through turn 6 over by the clubhouse. There goes Vomir. Look at that shot. A little bit of eye-level speed camera for you there from our boy Brandon. Either that was Brandon or Ben, the 2 Bs. That was Ben's shot right there over there in turn number 9 as the leaders flew by him. Awful cool stuff we get here on the ROK Cup USA TV broadcast. Checkered flag waves. Christian Vomir points to the fans. Says, I did that one for you. Vomir is your winner of the Mosport Karting Center VLR Masters pre-final. Alexander Dalbon comes home in second. Tony Paulo third. Gallo Barros fourth. And Wayne Whitson Jr. top 5. But we're going to be talking about what happened between Quinones and Ariel Castro for a little while longer, I think. That was crazy. We saw Ariel up and out of his cart, so even though his race ended early, he's okay. You can see Quinones right there. He's up and out of his cart. He's okay. Obviously, you never want to see a scary situation like that happen where carts get up in the air and guys get hit, but the good news is Castro was able to keep digging. His helmet did its job. They're not just really fancy, cool-looking accessories. There's a real important reason these drivers are required to wear certain levels of safety equipment out here with ROK Cup USA and the Florida Winter Tour. Mosport Karting Center VLR Masters is done, and we only got one more pre-final coming up next. It's the Pro ROK Shifter pre-final. Porque no corrió todo. 384. No lo vi, la verdad. La verdad. Empuja todo el mundo. Thank you. Thank you. Well, folks, it's been a long Saturday. Not as long of a Saturday as we had together last month when Sunday was cut off the schedule and we had to cram felt like at least a 1.5 race days into Saturday at Homestead, Miami. Although that was the right decision, it made for a long day. Well, Saturday, it's always a long day when you get 2 rounds of heat races and a pre-final in. But it's always an exciting day of racing. It's a lot of fun, especially when you have beautiful images like this to enjoy the on-track action. And we sure appreciate all of you for sticking around and hanging out with us here on the YouTube broadcast of ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour Racing. It is finally time for the final pre-final of the final weekend of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour Championship. PSLkarting.com brings us and brings you the ROK Pro Shifter category, and this is how they'll line up for the pre-final here today. Mateus Morgado on the inside of row number 1 with David Trefilov. Alongside him, that's the rematch I've been hoping to see. Vincenzo Saracino starts third with Justin White in fourth. Daly, Ramarayan, Escorpione, and Murka complete the field. Trefilov gave Morgado absolute headaches in the third and final heat race. We're going to see if he can do it again. Morgado on the inside, Trefilov on the outside. Here we go. It's the last pre-final of the weekend. A couple karts get together a little bit farther back. More importantly, Morgado nails the lights and gets away cleanly. Saracino is going to give him an attempt for the lead down into turn number 4. Trefilov gets shuffled off the start. No, that is Trefilov. I thought Saracino maybe used the inside row 2 starting spot to get right up there on Morgado's rear bumper. But as they clobber the curbs and fly through 7, 8, 9, there they go, grabbing gears and leaving you in the dust. Morgado looks over his right shoulder and knows that Trefilov is way too close for comfort. Morgado runs a little wide on corner exit. Trefilov tried to make something happen right there, wasn't close enough. Lap 1 coming to a close in the PSLkarting.com Pro Shifter category, and Mateus Morgado is your leader. But Trefilov getting as close as he can under braking with Vincenzo Saracino right behind, and Justin White with Colin Daly. That's your top 5. Trefilov has to tread so lightly right now because Saracino is going to pounce on any single mistake that he can find. Or as we've seen several times already here today at the Orlando Kart Center, you don't really need the kart in front of you to make a mistake. This place races so well and is so passable that you can just go after a guy. You don't really need to wait for a mistake to have an opportunity. Saracino could just line up a pass himself and go right after Trefilov. Morgado has about a 2 kart length gap right now over Trefilov. As they complete lap number 2, Morgado last time by a 54.1. He's a 51.99, and he's the only driver below the 52-second barrier on lap number 2. Morgado a 51.99. Saracino wants to try to make something happen down there in turn number 4 on Trefilov. Can't get close enough. Trefilov a 52.37. Saracino a 52.22. White and Daly your top 5. Ramarayan, Murka, and Escorpione on how they run all the way from first down to 8th. Mateus Morgado and his PSL team have just found something that they obviously really like with that 462. 2 victories to start the season in January and in February. One victory in January, 1 weekend in February to open up the Florida Winter Tour here with ROK Cup USA. And he's not done with this third and final weekend yet. Definitely not by a long shot, but if he can pick up the pre-final victory here, he's going to be starting on the pole position for tomorrow's main event. The final main event, there we go right there. Saracino down to the inside in turn number 5. That's for second place. Saracino now up to second. Trefilov back to third. But yeah, if Morgado can get the job done here in the pre-final, he starts the main event tomorrow from that pole position. That's where we've seen him start all the racing action here this weekend at the Orlando Kart Center. And I mean, I know I probably sound like a broken record when you talk about how important that inside front row starting spot is, but I think there's just some tracks where it means a lot more. And while I would have thought Orlando kind of was that track where it meant a little bit more, I don't know if it is. We've seen drivers start on the outside of row number 1 and get the whole shot. We've seen drivers start on the outside of row number 1 and slot right into second and not lose very much ground. I kind of thought it would really be important here. But where Homestead was different was that Homestead, you got a chance to build up quite a bit more speed coming into that first corner. So if you were on the outside, you were already rolling really quick, and the guy inside to your inside was rolling even quicker, and you didn't have a good odds at all at beating him. But here at Orlando, they hold so long before turning the lights out, and then you're almost instantly at turn number 1 that maybe that slower rolling speed makes it not such a terrible disadvantage to be on the outside. I mean, we saw Trefilov run really well from the second starting spot in the third heat race here in PSLkarting.com ROK Pro Shifter earlier today. So starting on the outside here at Orlando may not be the death sentence that it is at a lot of other racetracks. And the only other one we have to compare against this season is Homestead, Miami. And that track's just either way you're going, whether you're going clockwise or counterclockwise. Turn one there is a set of 90 degrees right, 90 degree left or 90 degree right. And you can really get hosed if you're on the outside there. Whereas here, I think you can still race really well from the second position or just the outside lane on the starts here. That'll be something to pay attention to tomorrow when it really, really matters how well you can time that start from the outside and hopefully beat the guy to your inside down into that first corner. Morgado, Saracino, and Trefilov. Justin White. Justin White is already caught up to Trefilov pretty quickly here. Now Justin White throws it down to the inside. Trefilov tries to defend. They run nearly even on the exit of the corner, but Trefilov is able to show the rear bumper to Justin White here. Talked about Justin White a little while ago. He's a young guy that was out here doing the Florida Winter Tour 7-8 years ago when I was last a part of it. And, oh, man, back then I think he would have been a mini, maybe a micro. And he and his dad Gerald have been a part of this series for obviously a very long time. And it's great to see a kid like Justin start at the entry levels and work to the ROK Pro Shifter category and be the headline class, the main category at an international championship like this. And he's running really respectfully lately, and it's just been fun to watch him out on track here in 2024. He runs in the fourth position right now behind David Trefilov in third. White's got to be smart here as he lines up Trefilov for a pass in turn number 5. Now Justin White gets the job done. And that's good for Justin White because Colin Daly was getting closer and getting faster, I do believe. Trefilov tries to square him up coming out of turn number 9, but Justin White grabs a few gears and gets gone. Colin Daly right there in 5th. Haven't talked about him a lot this weekend at the Orlando Kart Center. He's a staple every time you go on track at any Florida Winter Tour event, I think. And we talked about him a lot back at Homestead, Miami. He had some great races. Really remember him showing well in February with Danny Formal and Saracino. And now I think Trefilov is able to go right back after Justin White. That's exactly what he does. Justin White is going to go from 4th to 3rd, now back to 4th as Trefilov takes over that 3rd position. And again, Colin Daly's just sitting there licking his chops right now. Oh, Justin White tries to make something happen in 9. He almost got into Trefilov, and that slowed White down just enough to allow Colin Daly to kick down that door. And now Colin Daly goes from 5th to 4th. Can he get another spot right now and square up with Trefilov in the 413 up in 3rd position? That all happened because Justin White and Trefilov have been going back and forth now for a few laps, and then heading into turn 9, Justin White tried to put a real late move on Trefilov. He washed out a little bit. I don't know if they touched or not, White and Trefilov, but in order to make that not as big of a deal as it could have been, White definitely had to jump out of the gas, maybe even stab the brakes to keep from running into Trefilov, and Colin Daly was just sitting there with, hey, I'm ready, brother, let's go do it. And that when they got to the end of the back straightaway, Colin Daly had a clear line on Justin White, and that's how Daly went from 5th to 4th. And I'm not so sure he's done yet. I am not so sure Colin Daly is done. If he can go up here and get David Trefilov, that's going to feel really good because that's another card he passed, but it's going to be the inside of row number 2 starting position for tomorrow's final here at OKC. 51.97 last time by for Trefilov, but a 51.91 for Colin Daly. The Jamaican racer here turns the corner out of turn number 4. 4:13 is David Trefilov, and it's not a huge difference, but a 51.97 second lap time compared to a 51.91. It is a difference. Down the back straightaway, Morgado and Saracino, they're way out in front. Trefilov must hear the revving engine of Colin Daly behind him because he was awfully narrow on his entry into turn number 10 that last time by at the end of the back straightaway. 30 seconds to go here. So we're effectively working 3 laps to go. When the clock runs out, then we see 2 to go. They're going to get this lap plus 2 to go when they get back to the line. Colin Daly still waiting for any chance he can to make something happen here. Morgado a 51.34. His lead now 2.18 seconds. Saracino is the next driver back in that second position. Trefilov, Daly, and White are who we're watching. Raman Orion, Mirka, and Escorpione round out the field here. Waiting to find Morgado. There he is. He sees 2 to go at the start-finish line. Saracino now 1.84 seconds back. So Saracino able to cut into Morgado's lead just a teeny tiny little bit. It's not going to be enough with a lap and a half to go now. Down into turn number 4. Trefilov, Daly, White trying to find out who's going to start in the 3rd position, who's going to start 4th, and who will start 5th in tomorrow's main event for the PSLkarting.com ROK Pro Shifter. Down on the brakes, Trefilov makes a late turn in. Well, really, honestly, no more of an early turn in to make sure that Colin Daly can't do anything and get an inside advantage heading into that corner. The white flag is out now for Mateus Morgado and Saracino. So here we go, this 3-pack of karts. This is the one we've been watching almost all race long. Trefilov, Daly, and White through 1 and 2. Out of 3, now they'll set up for the right-hander, turn number 4. Trefilov gets way down on corner entry. Daly's going to try to set him up and grab a few gears heading into turn number 5. What about the crossover? Can he do it right here, right now? Not yet. They'll head for 6. Trefilov defends wide. He gets right down to the curbing. Daly's going to have to find another way around him. Through 7, out of 8. Now into the right-hander, turn number 9. No, Daly falls asleep at the wheel. That allows Justin White to slide on by. Daly comes right back at him. Colin Daly will not be caught slipping, as Justin White thought he had something right there. Daly came right back at him. The checkered flags wave. Mateus Morgado wins the PSLkarting.com ROK Pro Shifter pre-final. Saracino ends up in 2nd. And Trefilov will roll 3rd in tomorrow's main event with Colin Daly alongside him in 4th. Justin White 5th. Raman Orion 6th. Mirka 7th. And Escorpione 8th here in the PSLkarting.com ROK Pro Shifter pre-final. And just like that, folks, it flew by. It feels like it was only 5 minutes of racing here today. Saturday is done with the 2024 Orlando Kart Center finale of the ROK Pro Shifter Florida, well, not the ROK Pro Shifter, the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. I have been Tony Laporta for Jason Loria and his staff of excellent camera operators and directors. Thank you so much for hanging out and watching with us today. The racing, as always, was phenomenal. We can't wait to do it one more time tomorrow. Main events for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour are scheduled to go live at 9:45 a.m. tomorrow, with the first 5 classes having morning warm-ups at 8:45. But we should be live a little bit before 9:45 a.m. Eastern Standard tomorrow for main events at the final round of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Folks, thanks for hanging out with us. I'm Tony Laporta. We will see you down the road, and we hope to have you back with us here tomorrow for the final day of racing with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour.